This is Audible.
Section 3, Ups and Downs. Chapter 15, Too Full of Myself. For Christ's sakes, Jack, what are you going to do next? Buy McDonald's? The remark came from a foursome of guys across the 7th fairway at Augusta as I was teeing off from the 3rd hole in April 1986. 4 months after announcing the deal to buy RCA, I had just acquired Kidder Peabody, one of Wall Street's oldest investment banking firms. While the guys were only kidding, there were others who really didn't think much of our latest decision. At least 3 GE board members weren't too keen on it, including 2 of the most experienced directors in the financial services business, Citibank Chairman Walt Wriston and J.P. Morgan President Lou Preston. Along with Andy Sigler, then chairman of Champion International, they warned that the business was a lot different from our others. The talent goes up and down the elevators every day and can go in a heartbeat, said Wriston. All you're buying is the furniture. At an April 1986 board meeting in Kansas City, I had argued for it and unanimously swung the board my way. It was a classic case of hubris. Flush from the success of our acquisitions of RCA in 1985 and Employers Reinsurance in 1984, I was on a roll. Frankly, I was just full of myself. While internally I was still searching for the right feel for the company, on the acquisition front I thought I could make anything work. Soon, I'd realized that I had taken it one step too far. Our logic for buying Kidder was simple. In the 1980s, leveraged buyouts, LBOs, were hot. GE Capital was already a big player in LBOs, helping to finance the acquisition of more than 75 companies in the prior 3 years, including one of the earlier successes of the LBO game, Bill Simon's and Ray Chambers' acquisition of Gibson greeting cards. We were getting tired of putting up all of the money and taking all of the risk while watching the investment bankers walk away with huge upfront fees. We thought Kidder would give us first crack at more deals and access to new distribution without paying these big fees to another of Wall Street's brokerage houses. 8 months after closing the deal, we found out we had walked into one of the most public scandals ever to hit Wall Street. Marty Siegel, a Kidder star investment banker, admitted trading insider stock tips to Ivan Boesky in exchange for suitcases full of cash. He also admitted that Kidder had made trades based on information allegedly obtained from Richard Friedman at Goldman Sachs. He pleaded guilty to 2 felonies and cooperated with U.S. Attorney Rudy Giuliani's investigation. As a result, armed federal deputies stormed into Kidder's offices on February 12, 1987, at 10 Hanover Square in New York. They frisked, cuffed, and removed from the building the head of arbitrage, Richard Wigton. They also arrested another ex-Kidder arbitrager, Tim Tabor, and Goldman's Freeman for alleged insider trading. The charges against Wigton and Tabor would eventually be dismissed. Freeman would be sentenced to 4 months in prison and a $1 million fine. Though the illegal trading occurred before GE acquired Kidder, as the new owners we got saddled with the legal responsibility. After the arrest, we began an investigation cooperating fully with the SEC and Giuliani. It showed that there were lots of weaknesses in the firm's control systems. Kidder chairman Ralph D'Annunzio had nothing to do with the scandal, but it was clear Siegel had been given great latitude. Siegel had complete run of the equity trading floor, and when he asked the risk arbs to make a trade, there were few questions. He also had a strange habit that would prove to be part of his downfall. He kept file drawers full of every pink telephone message slip he had ever received. With those slips and Kidder's detailed phone records, it wasn't hard to establish a pattern to Siegel's trading. Giuliani, who could have gotten Kidder's licenses suspended and put it out of business, wanted us to dismiss much of the senior management. Larry Bossidy, then a GE vice chairman, spent a couple of Saturday mornings with Giuliani negotiating a settlement. We ended up paying fines of $26 million, shutting down Kidder's risk arbitrage department, and agreeing to put in better controls and procedures. While all that was going on, Ralph D'Annunzio and several of his key people decided to leave. As far as senior management was concerned, this left us with little more than the furniture Wriston warned us about. We had to go out and find someone who could build back the trust in the company. I thought Cy Cathcart was the perfect choice. He was savvy, honest, and someone I trusted completely. Cy had been on the GE board for 15 years and had been chairman of Illinois Tool Works. When I called him in Chicago and told him about my idea for him to run Kidder, his first reaction was not exactly encouraging. "Are you out of your cotton-picking mind?" he asked. "Cy, just listen. I'll come out there, or you come to New York, and we'll have a good discussion about it." A few days later, in March, Larry Bossidy and I met him in a small Italian restaurant in New York. Cy showed up with a sheet of yellow legal paper with 15 reasons why it was a bad idea. He had the names of half a dozen people he thought would be better for the job. I looked over his notes and crumpled them up. "Cy, we've got a real problem, and you're the only guy who can help us," I said. "We have to stabilize things and get Kidder back on a recovery path. The job won't last much more than a couple of years. You and Corky will have a great experience in New York. You're too young to retire." I probably said a lot more. Larry and I really needed him. Cy finally agreed to go home and talk it over with his wife, Corky. Fortunately, she was excited about coming to New York, and Cy wanted to help us. He called back in a couple of days and agreed to accept the job. On May 14th, the day after Giuliani dismissed indictments against Wigton and Tabor, Cy took over as CEO and president of Kidder. Larry Bossidy announced the change on Kidder's interoffice squawk box at 10 a.m. sharp. Not everyone was ecstatic. The Wall Street Journal article quoted an unnamed Kidder official. "Just what we need, a good tool and die man." One of the problems was that Marty Siegel was not simply another guy who took the money and caused the scandal. He was Kidder's star. Good-looking, smooth-talking, and the highest-paid employee in the place, he was one of the leading investment bankers on Wall Street. The media called Siegel the Kidder franchise. Many of Kidder's traders idolized and worshipped the guy. For pleading guilty to 2 counts of insider trading, Siegel paid $9 million in fines and was sentenced to 2 months in prison and probation. Why, with all he had going for himself, he got involved with Boesky and bags of money was beyond anyone's comprehension. Many of Kidder's employees lived off Siegel's franchise. Losing it sank the morale in the rest of the firm. As Cy dug into things, he found that it wasn't very pretty. When he asked about purchasing, a question someone from manufacturing might ask, no one knew who ran the department or where it was. The bonus system was ad hoc. Ralph would sit down with the top people in the firm and negotiate one by one their year-end bonuses. Frankly, the bonus numbers knocked most of us off our pins when we saw them. At the time, GE's total bonus pool was just under $100 million a year for a company making $4 billion in profit. Kidder's bonus pool was actually higher, at $140 million for a company that was earning only 1/20th of our income. Cy remembers that on the day Kidder employees got their bonus checks, the place would clear out in an hour. You could shoot a cannon off without hitting anyone, he told me. Most of them lived a lifestyle dependent on those annual bonuses. It was a different world from what Cy or I knew. When Cy went through his first bonus exercise, he'd ask everyone at Kidder to give him a list of his or her accomplishments for the year. Inevitably, he'd have 6 people claiming credit for being the key player on the same deal. Every one of them believed they made the deal happen. The attitudes were symbolic of the problem, an entitlement culture where every player overvalued themselves. Where God parachutes us is a matter of luck. Nowhere is that more true than Wall Street. There are more mediocre people making more money on Wall Street than any other place on earth. Sure, there are some stars, and some earn every nickel they make. The crowd they carry along with them is something else. Wall Street might be the only place in the world where a $100,000 raise is considered a tip. When you handed someone a check for $10 million, they'd look you in the eye and say, "10? The guy down the street just got 12. Thank you was a rare expression at Kidder. The outrageous pay in a good year was bad enough. It really drove me nuts in a bad year. That's when the argument would go something like this. "Yeah, we had a tough year, but you've got to give them at least as much as they made last year, or they'll go across the street." This place had the perfect we win, you lose game. Wall Street had to have been better when the companies were private and the partners were playing with their own money rather than other people's money. The concept of idea sharing and team play was completely foreign. If you were in investment banking or trading and your group had a good year, it didn't matter what happened to the firm overall. They wanted theirs. It's a place where the lifeboats carrying millionaires were always going to make it to shore while the Titanic sank. Cy's stay at Kidder was tough. He put in better controls and hired some good people. 5 months into the job, in October 1987, the stock market crashed. Kidder's trading profits disappeared. Kidder losses hit $72 million that year, and we had to lay off about 1,000 of the 5,000 people on the payroll. It was obvious to all of us that the cultural differences between Kidder and GE was so great that I should have listened to the dissenters on my board. I wanted out, but was looking for a way to do it without losing our shirt. I hoped to show some results before selling the business. Cy wanted out too. He had a steadying influence on the place, but after 2 years in the job, he felt that Kidder needed a permanent leader. We hired a search firm to look for Cy's replacement. We couldn't get one. Larry and I asked an old friend, Mike Carpenter, then an executive vice president at GE Capital, if he would run Kidder. Larry, Dennis, and I had met Mike in late 1980 when we were trying to acquire TransUnion, a Chicago-based rail car lessor. We lost the deal to Bob and Jay Pritzker, but got to know Mike, who was then with the Boston Consulting Group and had recently completed a strategic analysis of TransUnion. I hired him in 1983 as business development leader for GE. Mike was a big player in the RCA deal and was doing a great job at GE Capital, where he had responsibility for our LBO business. He wanted to run his own show and agreed in February 1989 to take on what he knew was a very tough assignment at Kidder. Cy stayed for several months, helping Mike in the transition. Mike continued Cy's efforts to make integrity a key value of the place. He also developed a well-defined strategy for each of Kidder's businesses. Profits recovered, and Kidder went from losing $32 million in 1990 to making $40 million in 1991 and $170 million in 1992. We still wanted out and started conversations with Sandy Weil of Primerica. We came very close to striking a deal that would have gotten us out whole, but it fell apart over the 1993 Memorial Day holiday. Sandy and I had a general agreement on Friday of that weekend. We all felt that on Wall Street you had to make the deal fast, over a weekend if possible, before the news leaked, or you'd quickly lose the employees and get slaughtered. Dennis Dammerman, then Chief Financial Officer, negotiated the fine print over the weekend, staying in touch with me in Nantucket by phone. I expected to return on Memorial Day to wrap it up with Sandy. It didn't work out that way. By the time I returned, it was obvious that we weren't going to get the deal we started with. Sandy has done one of the great jobs in American business by building an enterprise through great acquisitions. I'm one of his biggest fans, but it was a challenge negotiating with him. By Monday, the deal that was going to get us out whole had been scratched, clawed, and picked at so that it was unrecognizable. I spent a few hours that evening trying to get it back to where it had been. After a couple of tries, I saw it was hopeless and walked down the hall and told Sandy, "This deal is not for us." He smiled, we shook hands, and have remained friends. After the Primerica deal collapsed, Mike went back to work and we stayed out of the spotlight. Profits reached $240 million in 1993, and things appeared to have stabilized, or at least I thought they had. I was getting ready to leave the office for a long weekend on Thursday night, April 14, 1994, when Mike called with one of those phone calls you never want to get. "We've got a problem, Jack," he said. "We have a $350 million hole in a trader's account that we can't identify, and he's disappeared." I didn't yet know who Joseph Jett was, but over the next few days I would learn more than I cared to about him. Carpenter told me that Jett, who ran the firm's government bond desk, had made a series of fictitious trades to inflate his own bonus. The phony trades artificially boosted Kidder's reported income. To clean up the mess, we would have to take what looked like a $350 million charge against our first quarter earnings. The news from Mike made me sick. $350 million. I couldn't believe it. It was overwhelming. I rushed to the bathroom and my stomach emptied in awful spasms. I called Jane, who was already waiting for me at the airport, told her what I knew, and asked her to come home instead. That evening I called Dennis Dammerman, who was teaching at Crotonville. When he came to the phone, I told him, "It's your worst nightmare." Actually, it was my own worst nightmare. I had made a terrible mistake in buying Kidder in the first place. It had been nothing but a headache and an embarrassment from the start, and now this. Dennis went down to Kidder's offices with a team of 8 others and began working around the clock throughout the weekend. I couldn't do much because they were doing gritty audit work, checking account balances. I sat by the phone waiting for updates from Dennis. If I had gone down there, I probably would have driven them nuts. By Sunday afternoon, I had to see it for myself. When I did, Dennis and Mike said they were sure the paper entries reported as earnings were bogus. We didn't have all the facts, but with our first quarter earnings release 2 days away, they were convinced we had a $350 million non-cash write-off to deal with. I spent hours trying to figure out exactly how hundreds of millions of dollars could disappear overnight. It didn't seem possible. We obviously didn't know enough about the business. Would later discover that Jet had taken advantage of a flaw in Kidder's computer systems. That Sunday evening, I called 14 of GE's business leaders to deliver the bad news and apologized to each of them for what had happened. I felt terrible, because this surprise would hit the stock and hurt every GE employee. I blamed myself for the disaster. The previous year, 1993, when Jet's phantom trades accounted for nearly a quarter of the profits made by Kidder's fixed income group, Jet had been named Kidder's Man of the Year. We had approved Mike's request to give Jet a $9 million cash bonus, a huge award even for Kidder. Normally, I would have been all over this. I would have dug into how one person could be so successful, and I would have insisted on meeting him. I didn't. It was my fault because I didn't ask the why questions I normally did. It turned out that Kidder was as culturally distant from us as GE appeared to the Kidder employees. The response of our business leaders to the crisis was typical of the GE culture. Even though the books had closed on the quarter, many immediately offered to pitch in to cover the Kidder gap. Some said they could find an extra $10 million, $20 million, and even $30 million from their businesses to offset the surprise. Though it was too late, their willingness to help was dramatic contrast to the excuses I had been hearing from the Kidder people. Instead of pitching in, they complained about how this disaster was going to affect their incomes. "This is going to ruin everything," one said. "Our bonus is down the toilet. How will we keep anyone?" The two cultures and their differences never stood out so clearly in my mind. All I heard was, "I didn't do it, I never saw it, I never met with him, I didn't talk to him." No one seemed to know anyone or work for anyone. It was disgusting. We fired Jet and reassigned 6 other employees that night. When I got home later, I told Jane to hunker down. We were going to go through a very long and very tough ride. The media is going to come after me. Just hang on. The coverage was brutal. Again, I went from prince to pig. In the space of a year, we ended up in the right-hand column of the front page of the Wall Street Journal numerous times. Time magazine had a new moniker for me, Jack in the Box. A Newsweek writer claimed that you can hear the sound of the pedestal cracking. A cover story in Fortune on the disaster jumped to the ridiculous conclusion that the scandals at Kidder were brought on by poor GE management. It was BS. The problem at Kidder was confined to Kidder. It was all about having a bad apple and insufficient controls. The internal investigation of what went wrong at Kidder was led by Gary Lynch, a former SEC enforcement chief who was now with Davis, Polk & Wardwell. With enormous help from GE's audit staff, he found that the oversight of Jet's trades was a big part of the problem. Lynch reported that time and again, questions raised about the unusual trading profits were answered incorrectly, ignored, or evaded. As his profitability increased, skepticism about Jet's activities was often dismissed or unspoken. At Kidder, the fixed income group had become the franchise, earning more than the firm earned in total. When they spoke, the firm listened, and few questioned the basis for their success. We weren't the first on Wall Street to learn this lesson. Michael Milken and Drexel Burnham was the most vivid example, but even terrific leaders like Frank Zarb and Pete Peterson struggled with the dominance of trading at Lehman Brothers. The lesson was there to be heard. We hadn't listened. Later, an SEC administrative law judge found that Jet had acted egregiously in committing fraud on Kidder. Judge Carol Fox Folak found that Jet had intentionally deceived his supervisors, auditors, and others with false denials and misleading and conflicting explanations. She barred Jet from association with any broker-dealer and ordered him to pay $8.4 million in penalties. Kidder cost us years of trouble and some of our best executive talent. By mid-June of 1994, I had to ask my friend Mike Carpenter to leave his job. That was about the hardest decision I ever had to make. Mike was a great executive who had attacked the Jet problem, one he didn't create. He was a bigger victim of the scandal than anyone. The media wanted his hide, and until they got it, the negative coverage would never end. He and I had a long conversation, which I concluded by saying, "This isn't going away until you go." He understood and was a class act. Jet's immediate boss, Ed Cerullo, the head of the fixed income area at Kidder, left a few weeks after Mike. In Mike's place, we temporarily moved Dennis Damerman to Kidder as chairman and CEO, and Dennis Naden, another smart GE Capital veteran, as president and chief operating officer. 4 months later, in October 1994, we finally struck a deal to sell Kidder for $670 million plus a 24% stake in PaineWebber. Once again, Pete Peterson played an important role. Negotiations between GE Capital and PaineWebber's CEO, Don Marin, had broken down over a weekend in early October. I called Don to see if we could put things back together again. Don called in Pete, a longtime friend of his, as an advisor on the deal. Don and I knew each other only vaguely, so Pete became the key player in the negotiations. Pete, Don, Dennis, and I quickly reached a general agreement and shook hands. I left for a 10-day Asian business trip, and Dennis did the final negotiation. Pete called me a couple of times, once I remember at 3 a.m. in Thailand, to work out a couple of stumbling blocks. The deal was concluded in about 10 days, and the friendship among the four of us has never wavered. The story has a somewhat happy ending. Late on a Friday in mid-2000, Pete called me just as I was about to leave the office. "Jack, I'm sorry to bother you," he said, "but I wanted to make your weekend for you." Pete said that he and Don had reached an agreement to sell PaineWebber to Swiss bank UBS for $10.8 billion. "We just made over $2 billion for you, and I hope you'll go along." "Make my friggin' weekend," I shouted. "You made my whole friggin' year." Don, his team, and several key Kidder players made the merger a great success. That success gave us an eventual after-tax return of 10% a year over the 14 years from the purchase of Kidder to the sale of PaineWebber. By no means was it a financial success, but the outcome was better than a few others. However, there's no amount of money that would make us want to go through that again. The Kidder experience never left me. Culture does count, big time. During the dot-com craze of the late 1990s, several people in the GE Capital Equity Group were enjoying success, not unlike day traders in their living rooms. These folks decided they would stay with GE only if they got a piece of the equity in the deals they were investing GE money in. I told them to take a hike. A few did, and the media gave us some heat, claiming we were not with it. We didn't get the new economy. Absolutely. It gave me another chance at the officers' meeting in October to make the point that at GE there is only one currency, GE stock. There are different amounts of it for different levels of performance, but everyone's life raft is tied to the same boat. One culture, one set of values, one currency doesn't mean, however, one style. Every GE business has its own personality. For the same reason, a big culture gap, I've passed up opportunities to acquire high-tech companies in Silicon Valley that appeared to be a good strategic fit. I didn't want to pollute GE with the cultures that were developing there in the late 1990s. Culture and values count too much. There's only a razor's edge between self-confidence and hubris. This time, hubris won and taught me a lesson I'd never forget. Chapter 16, GE Capital, the Growth Engine. One night in June 1998, I was sitting on the couch at home, leafing through the deal book for the next day's GE Capital board meeting. One of the ideas up for approval struck me as one of the wackiest I had seen in my 20 years on the board. The proposal was to buy $1.1 billion of auto loans in Thailand from a group of failed finance companies that had been seized by the government. I knew the country was in the worst recession in its history, and we were the only auto finance company still standing. I quickly explained the deal to Jane, who was sitting across from me. The guy making this pitch won't even get to sit down, I told her. We'll blow him out of the meeting in 5 minutes or less. These sessions aren't your run-of-the-mill board meetings. We finance billions of enterprises yearly, and potential deals are put through a monthly torture chamber. The meetings are hands-on, no-holds-barred discussions among some 20 GE insiders with more than 400 years of diverse business experience. This crowd has looked at and torn apart literally thousands of deals before we make a decision. Although all the proposals have been rigorously pre-screened before they hit the board, and 90% of the proposals eventually get approved, we still send back 1 in 5 for another look. When I read the details on the Thai deal that night, I was convinced this one was headed for the dumpster. The proposal, a 50-50 partnership with Goldman Sachs, would make us the owner of 1 of every 9 cars in Thailand. To pull it off, we'd have to hire 1,000 extra employees in the country to underwrite the loans, collect the payments, and manage the disposition of any repossessed cars. If our bid was accepted, we'd take over the loans for 45% of their face value. The idea had come from Mark Norbaum, who headed up GE Capital's business in Thailand. The next morning, I walked into the meeting in Fairfield with a smile on my face. Thai auto loans, I said, laughing. I can hardly wait to get to that one. When I turned the page to Mark's proposal, I frowned and shook my head. How could we possibly hire and train those 1,000 people within a few months, I asked. Mark's answer impressed me. He said his team had already screened 4,000 job candidates, interviewed more than 2,000, and issued 1,000 contracts contingent on winning the bid. He told us that a car is among the most prized possessions in Thailand. People would give up almost everything else, would even sleep in their cars, before losing them for non-payment of a loan. After a bit of banter and a passionate pitch from Mark, we bought it. Talk about changing your mind on something because of a good presentation and a lot of passion. That was as good an example as I could remember. I walked into that meeting thinking, this guy's out of here, and I walked out thinking, isn't this neat? Mark was right. Over the next 3 years, GE has done well, and the company built an ongoing and profitable auto business in Thailand. The transaction led to several other troubled asset purchases in Asia, all of which panned out well for GE and the local economies. Mark did okay too. He became president of GE Japan. The small Thai deal was one of thousands that show how GE Capital, once a popcorn stand, has become one of the most valuable parts of GE. When I got my first look at the business as a sector executive in 1978, GE Capital earned $67 million on $5 billion in assets. In 2000, GE Capital made $5.2 billion, 41% of GE's total income, on more than $370 billion in assets. The story of that phenomenal growth has been told many times and in many ways. What most people outside GE don't know is the incredible intensity, ingenuity, and entrepreneurship that goes on behind that success. What I saw in 1978 was immense opportunity, not just the benefit you get on a balance sheet, but the additional leverage you get by putting together 2 raw materials, money and brains. Since I had been involved in making things all my life, pounding and grinding it out to make a nickel, I couldn't believe how easy this appeared to be. The business already demonstrated there were terrific deals with good collateral that could produce remarkable returns on equity. One example, leveraged leases on aircraft could earn 30% or better returns. I fell in love with the idea of melding the discipline and the cash flows from manufacturing with financial ingenuity to build a great business. Of course, we needed the right people to make this happen. Dennis Dammerman would always remind me of Ben Franklin's old adage, you don't earn interest unless you collect the principal. Fortunately, GE Capital already had a culture that insisted the people making the deals stayed with them from womb to tomb. If you pitched a deal, you'd better make damn sure it was going to work, or else you'd better be able to take over the asset and make it work yourself. I was sure the opportunity was enormous. All we had to do was take the business from the back of the boat to the front. Better people and a greater financial commitment could lead to huge profits. Happily, I found Larry Bossidy playing ping pong. Larry, along with GE Capital CEO John Stanger, was the guy who shook the place up. From our game in Hawaii, I understood his frustration. In 1978, GE Credit was an orphan business, outside the mainstream of the company. Plastics, too, had been an orphan business during my earlier days there. Larry wanted to put GE Capital up on center stage. A former auditor, he came from deep inside GE Capital, and he knew what had to be done. The first big move I made at GE Capital was to get Reg's approval to make Larry Chief Operating Officer in 1979. Larry, like me, was not a picture-perfect GE executive, no model of sartorial splendor. Larry could always be recognized from the back because his shirt tail flew in the wind. His idea of a summer suit was to take his winter suit and dress it up with a white belt and shiny white patent leather shoes. With his increasing prominence in the business world, Larry's now become GQ cover material. He has always been a remarkable family man. His wife, Nancy, did a fantastic job raising their 9 kids. Larry helped, but often worked late nights and weekends. 3 of their children came to work for GE, including Paul, who now runs commercial equipment finance with $38 billion in assets, one of our top 20 GE businesses. Larry and I thought along the same lines on a lot of things, nowhere more so than on the people front. Not only did we have session Cs to look closely at people, but we had the monthly board reviews where we held their feet to the flame. We saw people under real fire, pitching deals every month, and in some cases explaining later how they'd worked their way out of trouble. Over my 23-year involvement with GE Capital, I saw the growth develop in 4 distinct stages. From 1977 to 1985, CEO John Stanger and Larry Bossidy lured some of the best people we had into GE Capital. In the second half of the 1980s, Bossidy, by then a vice chairman, and CEO Gary Wendt began to aggressively grow the business by making GE Capital an acquisition machine. Through the 1990s, Wendt and operating officer Dennis Naden created a global financial services business by leading a decade of unprecedented deal-making. The current team of Dennis as CEO and Mike Neal as COO is expanding that global franchise and bringing to financial services the rigor of Six Sigma and digitization. Looking back over the years of uninterrupted double-digit growth, it almost seems surreal. I can still remember when I stewed over a $90 million GE Capital deal. Compared to those Thai auto loans and the billions of dollars we might commit in a board meeting today, this was insignificant, but not back in 1982. That's when Larry Bossidy, Dennis Dammerman, and I were at a GE Capital management meeting in Puerto Rico debating whether we should acquire American mortgage insurance from Baldwin United. We were just about dying over the deal, then GE Capital's largest ever, mulling over how much to bid and worrying about every potential complication. It's a matter of perspective. Before we decided to buy American Mortgage in 1983, Dennis was literally signing every insurance policy we issued because his insurance business was so small that he couldn't justify the purchase of a signature machine. After the deal, we not only could buy the machine, we became a major player in the business. A year later, in 1984, we topped the little $90 million deal with our $1.1 billion acquisition of Employers Reinsurance Corporation, ERC. John Stanger and Dennis Dammerman first looked at ERC one of the three largest property and casualty reinsurance companies in the United States, in 1979. The insurer asked us to be a white knight to fend off an unwanted bid from Connecticut General Insurance. At the time, our insurance assets were pretty small. ERC preferred us as a parent over Connecticut General, which obviously was a big player in the industry. But ERC went with their definition of a perfect white knight, a company that knew absolutely nothing about insurance, Getty Oil. In one of the most notorious deals of the decade, Getty was eventually acquired by Texaco, which had little use for a reinsurance company. With the background work done years earlier, we were able to move quickly to bring ERC into the fold. I negotiated the final details of the $1.1 billion deal with Texaco CEO John McKinley. We were still puny operators in those days. When the ERC team came to Fairfield for Sunday night dinner after the deal, they told us they were going to fall short of the annual earnings forecast assumed in the transaction. I immediately wanted a discount on the price. My friend John Weinberg of Goldman Sachs had represented us in the acquisition. I phoned him at Augusta, pulled him off the golf course, and ranted about the earnings shortfall. I told him to call McKinley to get an adjustment on the price. Fortunately, McKinley was a gentleman, accepted the new numbers, and gave us a $25 million discount. We ended up paying $1.075 billion. It makes me feel a little embarrassed today to have done that, but I was relatively new in the job and probably a bit too competitive for my own good. The ERC acquisition was a big leap forward. We had a great run in ERC, growing net income from $100 million in 1985 to a peak of $790 million in 1998, until tough pricing and a rash of storms in 1998 and 1999 derailed us. We earned only $500 million in 2000. We made Ron Pressman CEO to get it back on track. A former auditor, Ron had built a highly profitable real estate business and had just the right mix of smarts and discipline. Pricing is better, Six Sigma is taking hold, and if the weather cooperates, Ron will make this business hum again. Most of what we did in the 1980s we did in small steps. One of the hallmarks of GE Capital has been a walk-before-running approach to the markets. Before diving into a specific market, we tiptoed into the water. We never had a great strategic vision for GE Capital. We didn't have to be number one or number two. The markets were enormous. All we needed to do was couple GE's balance sheet with GE brains to grow. In the 1970s, the focus was on traditional consumer lending like mortgages and auto leasing, with some transportation and real estate investments. In the 1980s, our focus shifted to stronger growth while maintaining tight control of risk. We didn't change the conservative risk profile that existed in the 70s. What we did was hire unique people. We set them free to find the ideas, make the case to invest in their ideas, and grow. Grow we did, as deals came from everywhere. Over the past 20 years, GE Capital exploded into a host of equipment management businesses, from trucks and rail cars to airplanes. We jumped on private label credit cards. We became more aggressive in real estate. We went from half a dozen financial niches in 1977 to 28 different GE Capital businesses by 2001. If ever there was a lesson that people made the difference, this was it. Over the years, we had a murderer's row of talent. Larry Bossidy, Dennis Damerman, Norm Blake, Bob Wright, Gary Wendt, and Dennis Naden. Every one of them would go on to become CEOs inside or outside the company. A perfect example of homegrown success was Dennis Naden, who started right out of the University of Connecticut in 1977 as marketing administrator for aerial financing. Over the next 2 decades, he moved up the ladder to become Wendt's right-hand man until being named CEO in 1998. We used talent from our industrial businesses to turn GE Capital from a pure financial house into a business with deal-making as well as operational skills. Half of the current top leadership at GE Capital Services grew up on the industrial side. Our managers knew how to run businesses. When a deal went sour, we rarely put a line through it. We hated write-offs. Instead, we took it over and ran it ourselves. We had the operational capability that let us stick with a tough asset. When a loan to Tiger International went bad in 1983, we stepped in and became a railcar leasing company. When some of our passenger planes came off lease into a soft market, we converted the planes to cargo carriers and launched Polar Air, an independent cargo line. Our long experience in aircraft leasing led to the purchase of Polaris and the expansion of our business with Irish-based Guinness Peak Aviation's assets in 1993 and 1994. Today, GE Capital Aviation Services manages $18 billion in assets. We built GE Capital deal by deal, big or small, with the great majority of the deals coming before our monthly board meetings. The company was always careful about the bets it made in financial services. I didn't add any new discipline to the GE Capital risk process from the 1970s, but I didn't lessen the discipline either. Any equity deal involving more than $10 million and any commercial risk per customer over $100 million had to be brought before the board. We never changed the approval levels as we grew. I was in on just about every one of these transactions, so I share credit for the good decisions and blame for the bad ones. We did get into the leveraged buyout craze in the 1980s. In one LBO deal, we financed the buyout of Patrick Media, an advertising billboard company, in 1989. The business had decent cash flows and reasonable growth rates. Only one thing bothered me. Patrick was being sold by John Kluge, head of Metro Media and a famous deal maker. I didn't know much about billboards, but I knew that when John Kluge was selling, I shouldn't be buying. I had met John during my days negotiating the Cox deal. I liked him a lot, but I also knew he was one of the savviest investors around. I should have followed my instincts and walked away. When billboard use hit bottom in the late 1980s, we took ownership of the company to avoid a $650 million write-off. We rebuilt the business, eventually earning a modest gain on its sale in 1995. We also did an LBO of Montgomery Ward in 1988. It was almost a home run. Our 50-50 partner, Bernie Brennan, made the Forbes 400 as one of the richest men in the world, and Ward's flourished. The retailer later hit a wall. Despite the valiant efforts of a new management team, Ward's went through hell and eventually went bankrupt in 2000. However, the good deals far outweighed the bad, and their range was extraordinary. For instance, we went into auto auctions. I had liked the business and had seen it at Cox Broadcasting during the failed negotiations in 1980. Cox owned Mannheim, the leader in auto auctions. It was a pure service opportunity with low investment and high margins. Ed Stewart, who then ran auto leasing, began buying little auction companies in the early 1980s. Ed eventually bought more than 20 auto auction companies and formed an 80-20 joint venture with Ford Motor. An auction was like going to a flea market set up on grounds with wooden bleachers. Roving vendors sold hot dogs and beans and Harley-Davidson leather belts from the stands. Auctioneers were selling off used cars one a minute. In the end, Mannheim was also the reason we sold the business. They were much bigger than we were and had the opportunity to consolidate the industry. We took the gain and sold to Mannheim in the early 1990s. Many of the best deals before the board, and some of the wildest, came from Gary Wendt, who led GE Capital's strong growth as CEO from 1986 until 1998. The deals he pitched were imaginative and creative. Gary was not just a brilliant deal guy, he also had the rare ability to tell you what it would take to make a good deal out of a not-so-good deal. Gary was a trained engineer, a Harvard MBA, and a natural negotiator. He was doing workouts at a real estate investment trust in Florida when he was recruited to GE Credit as manager of real estate financing in 1975. Later, he oversaw all commercial finance dealings, becoming chief operating officer of GE Capital in 1984. When Bob Wright left as GE Capital's CEO to run NBC in mid-1986, Larry Bossidy put Gary Wendt in charge. Gary and Larry continued to work together to build GE Capital. By 1991, Larry wanted to run his own show. He was 55 and a vice chairman, yet he couldn't really go any higher at GE because I still had 10 years in front of me as CEO. Larry wanted a chance to run a large company, and he got it through Jerry Roach, the headhunter at Hedrick & Struggles. On a Monday morning in late June, Larry came into my office with the news. "Jack," he said, "you know, the time has come for me to move on. I don't want to sit here for the rest of my career. Something's come up, and I'm going to take it." "When are you going to do it?" I asked. "It'll be announced tomorrow." "So you've made up your mind?" I asked. "Yep, I've just got to do it," he said. It was an emotional meeting. We went way back from the time in 1978 when we played ping pong together in Hawaii, and I convinced him to stay at GE. A lot of tears fell, and we hugged each other. Then Larry told me he was going to become CEO of Allied Signal, the industrial products company in New Jersey. Larry said Allied Signal appealed to him because it was a turnaround situation, and it was located in the Northeast so he wouldn't have to move his family. When Roach called me later, I said, "Jerry, half my face is crying because you're taking away my best friend and my best guy. The other half is smiling because he can run any company in this country and he deserves to run his own show." In the 1990s, Gary Wendt wanted to plant a flag everywhere he went. He told his team not to worry about a few wounds. "We're going to win the war," he said. "You've got to take ground." While every business took on globalization, no one practiced it more effectively than GE Capital. With Europe in a slump, Gary led a massive effort there. In 1994, Gary and his team picked up $12 billion in assets, more than half offshore. In 1995, they more than doubled the pace, acquiring $25 billion in assets, with $18 billion outside the United States. GE Capital was on a global roll, acquiring consumer loan companies, private label credit operations, and leasing operations for truck trailers and rail cars. The stories behind many of these deals are enough to fill volumes. One summer, during his vacation in 1995, Gary and his head of business development for Europe, Christopher McKenzie, drove a van through Eastern Europe. An idea machine, Christopher was Gary's deal finder. They came back energized to do all kinds of deals in that part of the world. They also had in hand a proposal to buy a bank in Budapest. We liked Hungary, and the bank fit nicely with GE Lighting, already there as a major employer in the country. We also bought banks in Poland and the Czech Republic and used them to move into personal finance in those markets. The Czech bank deal had a funny twist because the bank's owner also had an appliance distribution company and a warehouse loaded with Russian TVs. We agreed to the deal after being assured we wouldn't get stuck with this Czech appliance business. All three banks today are modestly profitable, throwing off about $36 million in annual net profits. Gary's road trip is still paying off. Another funny one was the time Dave Nissen, CEO of Global Consumer Finance, set the stage for a pitch on buying Pet Protect, the second largest British company selling life and health insurance for cats and dogs. This one fell into the Thai loan auto category, appearing to be dead on arrival. Dave began his presentation in 1996 with the words, "This dog will hunt." I didn't know much about the market for pet insurance. We found out the business was growing by 30% a year with annual premiums of $90 million. The UK market ranked second only to Sweden in the percentage of cats and dogs insured, 5% versus 17%, so there was plenty of upside. Jim Bunt, a GE Capital board member and treasurer, had a lot of fun with this one. In his review of the deal, Jim joked that the principal product coverage included kennel costs if the dog owner was suddenly hospitalized, but not catastrophic loss due to dog bites. We gave the okay not because we knew pet insurance, but because we trusted the guys making the pitch. With a price tag of $23 million, this deal was also a little one. There were many other bigger ones that raised serious questions. One time in 1997, Nissan was pitching a deal to buy Bankofina, the consumer finance unit of a large bank in Switzerland. I balked. Swiss bankers owned the banking world. Why would they agree to sell anything that would actually be any good? It didn't compute. Nissan explained that Swiss bankers are real bankers who prefer the bigger deals and were more interested in global investment banking. A personal loan and auto financing business was a diversion. We ended up buying 2 companies in Switzerland. In 2001, they made $78 million. These deals were part of a grand plan by Nissan to build a global consumer finance company. The first big one, giving GE Capital a major European presence, was our acquisition in 1990 of the private label credit card operations of the Burton Group, Britain's largest clothing retailer. The next year, Dave added Harrods and House of Fraser. During the difficult negotiations for this deal, the head of Harrods had a demanding and unusual negotiating style. When he didn't like the way things were going, he'd leave the room and tell the guys that he'd be back in 5 minutes and wanted a better answer. After the 10th time he pulled the ploy, Nissan and his team made up cards with big block letters that spelled, "Screw you." When the head of Harrods came back into the room, the guys held up the letters. He got a kick out of it, and the humor took a lot of the tension out of the negotiations. They soon closed the deal. While Gary and Dennis were driving global growth, a lot was going on here in the United States. Some of the more interesting deals were being brought in by Mike Gaudino, head of commercial finance. While I looked every day at companies I wanted to buy, Mike looks at companies he wants to save. He always points out that more than half the companies in the United States are non-investment grade. Mike comes into the board 6 to 7 times every year with troubled companies already in or often headed for bankruptcy. Along with judging the company's leadership, Mike digs into our ability to recover the receivables and inventories. It's an upside-down look at a business, the opposite of what we're used to. A good example is Eaton's, a large retail chain in Canada that experienced financial difficulty in 1997. When other lenders wouldn't provide financing, Mike sought approval for $300 million in loans to help the retailer out of bankruptcy. After another downturn, however, the company ultimately had to be liquidated. Mike managed to get back every penny of our investment and all of our projected returns. By working out dilemmas like Eaton's, Mike built great credibility. He's had only one deal out of more than 200 turned down in the past 6 years. Mike's upside-down approach, coupled with strong underwriting, has taken the business from break-even in 1993 to close to $300 million in net income in 2000. Gary Wendt became the high priest of growth inside GE Capital. He made business development a key part of its culture. Besides the more than 200 people dedicated to looking for acquisitions, each GE Capital executive came to work every morning thinking about potential deals. It was part of the growth mindset Gary brought to the business. The Harvard Business Review used GE Capital as a model for successfully integrating acquisitions, giving a blow-by-blow account of how Gary and his team did them, and there were a ton. In the 1990s, Gary and Dennis Naden closed more than 400 deals involving over $200 billion in assets. Gary lived for the deal, and everything with Gary was a negotiation. Dennis Naden remembers the time he and Gary were in Hong Kong, and Gary went into a shop to buy a radio. He haggled with the salesperson for what seemed like an hour to get the price down and left happy with his bargain. Down the street, Gary nearly died when he spotted the same radio he had just bought in the window with a price tag lower than his highly negotiated purchase. It drove him nuts over the weekend. Gary also loved plotting strategies to sell deals. Mike Neal tells of the time he came in for his first pre-board pitch to Gary in 1989. Mike wanted to buy Contel Credit, a telecom company leasing business. Throughout Mike's entire presentation, Gary seemed bored and didn't say a word until Neal was completely finished. "Mike," he said, "this may be the worst acquisition we've ever had anyone pitch us, but we have another deal that's big and sporty. It's a commercial aircraft deal we really like. We're going to let you take your deal up to the board meeting first and put you right in front of the deal we like. Jack seldom turns down two in a row. You'll set us up to get the okay. Mike came in and pitched. We bought his deal. Gary's preferred transaction got shot down. We fought like hell over a lot of deals, but Gary had a very high batting average. Years before Japan allowed foreign investment, Gary had sent a small business development team there to scout potential opportunities. When the Japanese economy began to sour in the mid-1990s, the country's banking and insurance sectors were over-leveraged and filled with bad investments. Non-performing loans were out of sight. They needed new capital and new ownership. When Japan began to open to foreign investment, Gary's early groundwork gave GE Capital a head start. The first deal in 1994 was to acquire Maniba, the $1 billion consumer finance company subsidiary of a ball-bearing company. Along with Jay Lappin, then the head of GE Japan, Gary put together several innovative deals in consumer finance, insurance, and equipment leasing. A former lawyer in our appliance business, Jay was the perfect area executive. He had worked hard to gain the trust of Japanese regulators and the business community. He loved Japan and its people. They knew it and responded. The parties he held at his home when I visited Japan brought me together with the CEOs of many of the country's largest corporations and key opinion leaders. By 1998, we really hit stride. The GE Capital team made 2 more deals that year in life insurance, consumer financing, and leasing that put us on the map as a big player in financial services in Japan. The first one in February was a $575 million joint venture with Toho Mutual Life Insurance. Mike Frazier brought the deal to the board. Mike, too, had been a GE auditor. He had worked for me in Fairfield, searching the world for best practices, and had been president of GE Japan in the early 1980s. Mike had built a strong U.S. insurance company, integrating 13 separate acquisitions into a highly successful whole. Now he was planting a flag for his business in Japan with Gary's strong support. I was scared stiff over this one, and I gave it a lot of pushback. Toho was a bankrupt company, and the scale and scope of the acquisition overwhelmed me. This was unfamiliar territory. I didn't know the laws, and I wanted to make sure Mike and his team had done the homework to assess all the risks. So we had a lot of back and forth. During December, he shuttled to Tokyo and back several times to satisfy both our and the seller's concerns. The deal closed shortly before Christmas. The second deal, announced in July 1998, was our $6 billion acquisition of the consumer loan business of Lakke, Japan's 5th largest consumer finance company. Lakke was a provider of short-term consumer loans through automated teller machines. With 600 branches across Japan and nearly 1.5 million customers, it made us a big player in consumer finance in Japan. This was a highly complicated deal with a virtually bankrupt company that took nearly 3 years of work to complete. The first overture in 1996 by Dave Nissen was rejected because we refused to take over the company's liabilities. A second offer a year later didn't go much further. Finally, in 1998, Nissen and his team came up with an unusual structure to pull it off. We'd buy Lakke's personal loan operations and help set up a separate company that would hold the rest of Lakke's assets, including some $400 million worth of art bought by the company's owner. We agreed to put extra money on the table, an earn-out, that would give Lakke's shareholders some upside if we hit certain earnings targets. To get the deal done, we had to convince 20 different banks in Japan to take a discount on the debt they had issued to Lakke. Nissen's team even hired Christie's to assess the value of the Picassos and Renoirs that hung in Lakke's offices. Though we weren't buying all this fancy artwork, if Lakke could raise more cash from the sale of these and other assets, we'd have to pay less under the earn-out provision. Before bringing Lakke to the GE Capital board, Nissen and his team hammered out the deal in 8 pre-board sessions with Gary, Dennis Damerman, and CFO Jim Park. I liked the concept. After we acquired Lakke, I was playing golf with Warren Buffett at Seminole when he told me he really loved the transaction we'd just completed in Japan. I always pictured Warren sitting in Omaha being cagey and smart. I didn't think of him as being all that global, but he has more tentacles out than anyone. How do you know about Lake? I asked. That's one of the best deals I've seen, he said. If you weren't there, I would have taken that one. Warren was a bit more aggressive when in 2001 GE Capital tried to participate in a restructuring of Finova, a finance company. As a major bondholder of Finova, Warren was trying to do a workout of the troubled concern. I would have liked to have worked with Warren, but he couldn't go with us because he already had a partner in Leucadia. We bid for the company. Warren improved his offer and won Finova. This time, we were on the outside looking in. Gary Wendt was quirky, to say the least. You never knew where he was coming from or what kind of mood he would be in. One thing he didn't like was supervision. Whether it was Larry Bossidy, Bob Wright, or me, any boss drove Gary nuts. Having a boss who said no once in a while really sent him off the wall. Parting ways with Gary in late 1998 was an inevitable consequence of the CEO succession process. Dennis Naden, president, and Mike Neal, an executive VP, were ready. Dennis, who has worked at GE for 21 years, is a remarkably driven person, a superb underwriter with the brainpower to structure big, complex deals. His best characteristic is his tenacity. He can work a deal until there's no blood left in it. While Gary was the big idea guy, Dennis was always the get-it-done guy. I always thought of Mike Neal as the soul of GE Capital. Unlike most managers there, he didn't come to business with a financial background. A former sales manager in GE Supply, he had to learn the business, and he has. Mike's greatest strength is the way he connects with people. He's well-liked and witty, always ready with a quip to diffuse the tension in a room. Jim Park has been Chief Financial Officer since 1989 and a key part of the growth story. He has great judgment and knows the business backward and forward. Dennis Dermerman, who had been in or out of the business 3 times during his career, gave us all comfort that we had the bridge of expertise to the next generation of leadership at GE Capital. With this succession team in place, Gary and I concluded that he didn't want to work for the next CEO at GE. He had earned and deserved great treatment, and his severance package reflected that. We also got a non-compete. In June 2000, Conseco, the insurance and financial services company, was in deep yogurt. Their stock had plunged 33% in 1998 and 41% in 1999, and they needed help fast. The principal Conseco shareholders, Irwin Jacobs and Thomas Lee and Associates, wanted Gary to bail them out. In fact, Gary was the perfect guy for this turnaround assignment. He could finally be his own boss. One of my more enjoyable negotiations was getting phone calls from Jacobs, telling me why I should release Gary from our non-compete contract. I got my first call from Jacobs to ask how much I would want to let Gary out. Irwin, you must think I have hay between my teeth. You want me to negotiate against myself? Irwin asked if $20 million would do it. Forget it. I'm not letting him out. He's too smart and too valuable. Irwin called several times and suggested higher prices, but nothing close to what Gary was worth. Not long afterward, I got another call from David Harkins, a Conseco board member and interim chairman and CEO. Like Irwin, David was very pleasant, trying to mollify me into a deal, each time modestly upping the ante. After several more phone calls over 2 days, we worked out an agreement. I agreed to cancel the non-compete in exchange for Conseco buying out all of GE's obligations to Gary and issuing 10.5 million warrants for GE to buy Conseco stock at $5.75 a share, the market price at the time of the agreement. The nice thing about this deal is that everybody won. Gary found his ideal spot, a place where he's the boss and his brains will work wonders. Conseco got the turnaround in stock price that it wanted, and we got to sit on the sidelines and cheer for Gary again. We had skin in the game and could take the ride with him. When Gary left, I named Dennis Dermerman the new chairman of GE Capital Services, and he was elected a GE vice chairman. We promoted Dennis Naden from Chief Operating Officer to President and CEO. I felt the two of them, both long involved in GE Capital's success, would give us the leadership we needed to take the business into the next century. They kept the team intact, and GE Capital continued to build on its great strengths. In 1999 and 2000, the business acquired $47 billion in assets, including $33 billion outside the United States. GE Capital Services net income grew 17% in 2000 to $5.2 billion, another record year of double-digit earnings growth. In 1980, GE Credit had 10 businesses and $11 billion in assets and was based only in North America. By 2001, GE Capital Services had 24 businesses and $370 billion in assets in 48 countries. GE Capital Services is the story of melding finance and manufacturing. Combining creative people with the discipline of manufacturing and money really worked. Chapter 17. Mixing NBC with Light Bulbs. When we announced the acquisition of RCA in December 1985, NBC looked great. The network was a $3 billion business with 8,000 employees that had a lot of juice. It was on the verge of being first in primetime ratings, first in late-night programming, and first in Saturday morning children's programs. Led by The Cosby Show, the highest-rated series on TV, we had 9 of the 20 most watched TV programs, including Family Ties, Cheers, and Night Court. At the top of my mind was, how do we keep it going? I spent a lot of time getting a handle on the business during the integration meetings prior to completing the acquisition in June 1986. It didn't take a brain surgeon to realize that NBC President Grant Tinker and his entertainment division head, Brandon Tartikoff, were the two players who made NBC work. They had picked the shows that made NBC number one. Grant was tired of commuting between New York and California, and told me the day of the acquisition that he was not going to stay. Grant thought he had a leadership team in place that would keep NBC on top. He assured me everyone, including Brandon, was on board. Fortunately, I had an old friend in Don Ohlmeyer, an independent TV producer whom I had known from his association with Ross Johnson of Nabisco. We had played golf in the Nabisco Dinosaur Open. As a favor, Don called to tell me that Brandon was getting itchy. At the age of 30, Brandon had been the youngest president of entertainment at a major network. He played a big role in NBC's hits, including L.A. Law, Miami Vice, Cheers, The Cosby Show, Family Ties, and Seinfeld. I didn't want to lose him. I called and asked Brandon to meet me for dinner at Primavera in New York on May 12th. We really hit it off. He was a baseball nut like I am. I assured him things would be better than anything he had seen in the past. A month later, he signed a new 4-year contract. Having Brandon heading up our entertainment team gave me confidence that GE could succeed in the network business. During that summer, I interviewed the candidates on Grant Tinker's staff to find a potential replacement for him as CEO of NBC. They were all good guys. Grant recommended I select Larry Grossman, then head of the news division. However, Larry didn't have the business vision and edge I was looking for. I told Grant I couldn't go with any of his candidates. I asked him to meet with Bob Wright, who I felt from day one was the ideal person for the job. I arranged to have Grant fly up to Fairfield for dinner with Bob and his wife Suzanne, who had been a key partner in Bob's success. While Grant and Bob liked each other, nothing was going to dissuade Grant from wanting to promote one of his own guys. Nevertheless, 2 months later, in August, I made Bob the CEO of NBC. The reaction was predictable. People wondered how a light bulb maker could run a network. I was confident Bob was right for the job. He had been with me in plastics, housewares, and GE Capital, where he was CEO. Bob had a lot going for him. His 3-year stay with Cox Cable gave him the experience to help us expand beyond the traditional network business. His style radiated the management and creative skills to deal with talent. He was also a generous man who took business friendships to deeper levels, always rushing to the side of someone with a personal crisis. Bob and I were enjoying the success of NBC's entertainment results, but there were clear signs of trouble ahead. NBC appeared stuck in the past. Entertainment was strong, but cable was steadily eroding its audience. News had been in the red for years, and in 1985 was losing about $150 million a year. Typical of the entertainment business, spending seemed extravagant. NBC wasn't facing any of these realities. We first tackled the losses in news. That brought us once again to NBC News president Larry Grossman. We were on different planets. He had been in advertising for NBC early in his career and later was president of PBS when Grant recruited him back in 1984. Early in our relationship, Larry invited Bob and me, along with our wives, to his home with several of NBC's stars and their spouses, NBC Nightly News anchor Tom Brokaw and Today Show co-hosts Brian Gumbel and Jane Pauley. The Grossmans put on a nice evening. There was only one problem. It was the night of the sixth game of the 1986 World Series, with my Red Sox playing the New York Mets. I had lived and died with the Sox since I was 6 years old. This was the night they could finally win their first World Series in my lifetime. NBC was televising the game. I doubted Larry even knew it was World Series time. It turned out to be the saddest night in Red Sox history, when Bill Buckner let a ball dribble between his legs and the Red Sox eventually lost in the 10th inning. I was shocked by Larry's insensitivity to the game's importance, but he might have felt equally upset that such a trivial thing could consume me. It was an odd night, but it wouldn't be the last awkward experience between us. Despite our demands on NBC News to cut losses, Larry stunned me in November when he showed up for the S2 budget review proposing an increase in spending. Larry hated this kind of meeting. He thought it was demeaning to talk about costs with some business suits. He operated under the theory that networks should lose money while covering news in the name of journalistic integrity. His dismissive attitude only added to the friction. I was ripped after the meeting. I stewed on it overnight. In the morning, I decided to confront the issue and asked Bob to helicopter with him up to a meeting in Fairfield. Larry, I didn't like the way the meeting went yesterday. What didn't you like? He asked. I didn't like your lack of responsiveness to our cost challenges. I never touched him. We were miles apart. After a couple of hours, Larry looked at his watch and said, Jack, I've got to get this over with. I have to get back to New York because I have dinner with Chief Justice Burger. Larry, if you like having dinners with the Justice Burgers of the world, you better get this thing in line fast. You work for Bob Wright. You work for GE. Get your cost in line or move on. We put up with Larry for 18 months until he left in July 1988. During his transition out of the company, Larry, like so many people, ended up on the couch of Ed Scanlon. I met Ed during my RCA integration meetings. He was RCA's head of human resources, a job that theoretically put him in charge of NBC's human resources, even though NBC thought of itself as pretty independent. I really liked him. Ed was straightforward and street smart. He was particularly helpful in melding the RCA and GE cultures. I wanted to keep him, but didn't have a position equal to what he had at RCA. I thought he was the best HR person in RCA and felt he would help GE link with NBC. Ed lived in New Jersey, and all he had to do was move down about 40 floors at 30 Rock to take on the top HR job at NBC. The network had the visibility to make the job attractive to Ed. He accepted. What a lucky break for us. Ed related well with everyone, from union leaders to the on-air talent and their agents. He could bridge the gap between corporate and creative. Bob and I would work closely with him for the next 15 years. NBC's success was making it even more difficult for many of the top managers to face the new realities. Bob asked me to share my thoughts at his March 1987 management meeting at the Sheraton Bonaventure Hotel in Fort Lauderdale. It was a little bit like the first Elfin meeting in Westport 6 years earlier. Not everyone was pleased. I spoke before dinner to Bob's top 100 executives and told them NBC had to change and adapt to a new world. Cable is coming and it's going to change your life. Too many people in this room are living in the past. There are too many staff people living off the entertainment gravy train, and that train is not going to run forever. You must take charge of your destiny. If you don't, Bob will. For the A players, this could be a real opportunity. For the turkeys, I said, it will be marginal at best. Less than 20% liked what I had to say. The rest thought I ought to be arrested or committed. We looked long and hard for Larry Grossman's replacement. Michael Gartner came highly recommended by Tom Brokaw, the anchor of Nightly News and the dean of NBC. Michael had great news credentials. He had been the front page editor of the Wall Street Journal and editor of the Des Moines Register and the Louisville Courier-Journal. Despite a somewhat quirky personality, he had a reputation for doing a top-notch job editorially and financially. He seemed the perfect fit, and in many ways he was. Gartner joined in July 1988. His first management change would end up leading to a great NBC success story. Tim Russert had been serving as Larry Grossman's deputy. Gartner wanted his own guy, so Bob Wright suggested that Russert get an operating job. Tim had been a staff assistant to Governor Mario Cuomo and Senator Pat Moynihan, so he'd never run anything. Michael offered him the job of bureau chief for NBC's Washington bureau. Tim resisted, worried about leaving the center of power in New York for an outpost. I spent an hour with him, describing why he should jump at the job to manage NBC News' biggest field operation. Here was the chance to show us what he could do as a manager. Tim's move to Washington was a win for everyone. He hired Katie Couric as a Washington correspondent in 1989. That was the start of what would be an incredible career. Katie became co-host of the Today Show in April 1991 and immediately caught on, establishing an easy rapport with the morning audience. The ratings began to climb. Katie has been the show's longest recognizable star. Sadly, Katie had a personal tragedy when her husband, Jay Monahan, died of colon cancer in 1998. All of America grieved with her. To increase awareness of colon cancer, she even went on national TV to have a colonoscopy, bringing attention to the procedure. During a recent physical, my doctor told me that as a result of Katie's efforts, he was booked for the next year. Meanwhile, Tim Russert's insights from Washington impressed Michael during the daily teleconferences with bureau chiefs for the Nightly News. In 1990, Michael put him on Meet the Press as a panelist. A year later, Tim replaced Garrick Utley as host of this show, and Garrick moved to New York with the Weekend Today show. Tim has been special in so many ways. He's taken Meet the Press to first in the ratings, becoming arguably the leading political commentator on TV. His fame has not gone to his head. He's a straight shooter and extremely popular everywhere, particularly in GE. He'll go to any of our plants to give a talk and meet with employees. I wasn't sure Tim understood our stock option program when I got a notice that his 10-year-old grant was about to expire in 3 months. I called him and said, this piece of paper you have in your drawer is worth a lot of money and it runs out in 90 days. Jack, I've got faith, he said. Turned out he had more faith and more smarts than most of us and did very well by holding his options to the last days. Gartner didn't put just Tim into a position to succeed. He also is responsible for making Jeff Zucker the executive producer of the Today Show. Jeff had joined Dick Ebersol, the head of NBC Sports, straight out of Harvard as an assistant at the Seoul Olympics. Dick liked him, took him under his wing, and got him involved in the Today Show. With Ebersol's encouragement, Gartner and Bob decided to make Jeff, at age 26, executive producer of the Today Show. Their confidence was rewarded 1,000 times over with the tremendous success of the Today Show under Jeff's leadership. Jeff was named president of NBC's entertainment division in 2001. Now we need him to work his magic there. Everything wasn't perfect under Michael. His unfamiliarity with TV and his management style caused some issues. His courage to attack the NBC News cost structure, while popular with us, didn't win him support there. But Michael suffered his biggest blow when a major controversy broke out over a Dateline news feature. On November 17, 1992, Dateline ran a segment on allegations about the safety of General Motors pickup trucks. Waiting to Explode depicted GM trucks exploding on impact. On February 8, 1993, GM sued NBC, accusing the network of rigging the crash tests. An internal investigation found that some of the reported facts were suspect. Although Jane Pauley wasn't involved in the GM story, she agreed to go on Dateline and read an on-air apology that brought the issue to closure. That was the ultimate in being a team player. Jane was great to do that, and her well-earned credibility with the audience made a huge difference. Although Michael Gartner was not directly responsible, he never recovered from the Dateline incident. Before resigning on March 2nd, Michael was in the process of enticing Neil Shapiro from ABC to become executive producer of Dateline. Neil is creative, genuine in every way, and deservedly one of the most popular figures at NBC. He not only restored the show's credibility, he expanded Dateline into 3 to 4 primetime hours every week. The show became a huge success for NBC, and so did Neil. In 2001, he became president of NBC News. After the Dateline incident, Bob interviewed just about everybody in the news business to replace Gartner. Again, Tom Brokaw played a big role. Tom's reputation made him the public face of NBC News. He's been a mentor to many young news people over a 30-year career. Tireless and very demanding of himself, Tom has been a great help to Bob, who has used his counsel on almost every major decision at NBC News. After Bob interviewed all the obvious candidates, it was Tom who suggested that Bob talk to Andy Lack, then an executive producer at CBS. Andy and Bob had a long dinner at the Dorset Hotel, where Andy made a big impression. After this dinner, Bob wanted me to meet him, and I did a couple of days later. I think I've told everyone that Andy was the most exciting person I ever interviewed for a job. He was totally different from any of the news leaders I had met. He was humorous, spontaneous, filled with energy, and totally comfortable with himself. Traits by now, I find appealing. He charmed the hell out of me. 20 minutes into the conversation, I turned to Bob and said, "What are we waiting for?" "Let's do it," Bob said. I looked at Andy and asked, "Why aren't you jumping up and down? This is a huge job we're offering you." He responded, "After all the stuff I heard about you guys, I'm wondering whether I'd get the resources to get news back on its feet." We both assured him he'd get what he needed to turn around the news operation. Andy called Bob on Sunday and took the job. He quit CBS on Monday morning and joined us in early April 1993. Meanwhile, Bob was moving ahead on cable. When we bought NBC, the network's only cable asset was a 1/3 financial interest in the Arts and Entertainment Channel. Bob was desperate to enter the cable business in a big way. The window was closing. In early 1987, he hired Tom Rogers, who had spent several years on the Hill working on telecommunications policy, as a congressional aide to Representative Tim Wirth. Bob put Tom in charge of expanding NBC's cable efforts. He had great contacts in the industry and was a terrific negotiator and a brilliant strategist. Tom and Bob went first to Chuck Dolan, a pioneer of the cable TV business. Chuck had founded Cablevision Systems in Long Island, a company that became one of the largest U.S. cable operators. Chuck launched Bravo, was co-founder of HBO, and had developed a group of other cable properties. Bob knew Chuck and his family and had almost left Cox in the early 1980s to become president of Cablevision. They struck a partnership in January 1989, with NBC buying half of Chuck's Rainbow properties for $140 million. The deal gave us interest in Bravo, American Movie Classics, Sports Channel USA, and regional sports services across the United States. NBC also would buy stakes in Court TV, the Independent Film Channel, the History Channel, and Romance Classics. Bob's deal with Chuck let either side bring to the partnership any new ideas we wanted to develop from scratch. The first big one was CNBC, the Business News Network. I loved the idea from the start. I thought there was an opportunity for a business channel, and unlike entertainment and sports, business programming wouldn't involve any rights fees. The only other competitor at the time was Financial News Network, FNN, and it was losing money. Chuck agreed to go into CNBC with us on a 50-50 basis, and CNBC went on the air in April 1989. By 1991, our cumulative losses were nearly $60 million. Business news was not taking off. FNN went into bankruptcy in January. At that time, FNN had access to 32 million homes. CNBC had 20 million subscribers. Chuck had no interest in going after FNN in bankruptcy. He had had enough. Chuck withdrew his 50% ownership of CNBC, and we went after FNN alone. We thought we could get it for $50 million. We were all surprised when the opening bid from Westinghouse and Dow Jones was $60 million. The bidding reached $150 million when Bob and Tom Rogers came back and said they needed another $5 million. Silly as it now seems, the GE guys, including myself, agonized over our bid because it was 3 times our preliminary evaluation of the deal. Fortunately, we badly wanted a financial news network, and the extra $5 million closed the deal. The deal more than doubled our distribution. We retained the best FNN talent, including Ron Insana and Sue Herrera, who today co-anchor our top-rated Business Center news program, and Bill Griffith, who hosts Power Lunch. On the entertainment side, things weren't going as well. From 1988 to 1992, we introduced dozens of shows that didn't click. I wasn't worth a nickel here. After acquiring NBC, I went to Hollywood once to look at the pilots for the new primetime schedule. You ought to hear the presentations and the wild predictions of success for each pilot. Every show has a shot. A great producer, sensational stars, an Emmy-winning this or that. Every comedy is Seinfeld reincarnated, and every drama is ER. Thank God there are so many optimists in the business. Facts are, I've never seen anyone predict a sure thing. Most of the shows bomb. Something like 1 in 10 that come out of development make it on the air, and you're lucky if 1 in 5 of these are successful. The odds of getting a series that really clicks, like Seinfeld, Frasier, or Friends, is something like 1 in 1,000. People would always say to me, "How can you own NBC? You don't know anything about dramas or comedies." That's true, but I can't build a jet engine or a turbine either. My job at GE was to deal with resources, people, and dollars. I offered as much or as little help to our aircraft engine design engineers as I offered to the people picking shows in Hollywood. We weren't doing too well out there. Most of the past NBC hits had run out of gas. Brandon Tartikoff left NBC to run Paramount in 1991. Bob named Brandon's deputy, Warren Littlefield, as president of entertainment. Warren inherited a difficult situation. We didn't have any new shows, and the TV advertising market fell into its worst slump in 2 decades. NBC's profits fell from a peak of $603 million in 1989 to $204 million in 1992. That year, we had to make a difficult decision. We were in Boca in 1992 at the time of the decision on who should take over The Tonight Show from Johnny Carson. This was a terrible dilemma because both Jay Leno and David Letterman were on our network at the time. Close to midnight, CFO Dennis Dammerman and I walked into a conference room in the middle of a hot discussion. Most of the East Coast guys wanted Letterman. The West Coast guys, hooked up by video conference, favored Leno. Bob wanted to keep both of them. He feared that picking one would risk a defection by the other to CBS, which had nothing going for it on late night. Dennis and I sat in the back of the room listening to the debate when Bob turned to us. "What do you guys think?" "You know, I'm not qualified to pick either one," I said, "but if I were you, I would do this. I'd go for GE values. You like Leno's values. He's good for the affiliates. He's a good human being. The American public will find out that's true." We got beat up over the Leno decision. Letterman left us for CBS and pulled ahead in the early going. The critics were everywhere, and they were joined by Grant Tinker. I liked Grant and thought I had a good relationship with him. In 1994, he came out with a book that blamed Bob and me for the decline. He called my decision to appoint Bob head of the network a kamikaze assignment. He said our decision to replace Johnny Carson with Jay Leno was dead wrong. He claimed we overpaid for FNN, and he placed CNBC in the dead air category. Other than its stock ticker, CNBC has failed to develop any discernible persona, wrote Tinker in his book. I wondered whether Jack ever watches it and what he thinks of it. The venom in Grant's comments surprised me until I noticed that his book was co-authored by Bud Ruckeiser. Bud was a former public relations head of NBC who had left on less than amicable terms in the spring of 1988. In the middle of the slump, we added to our problems. We partnered with Chuck Dolan to do a cable triplecast of the 1992 Summer Olympics in Barcelona. For an extra $125, cable subscribers could have 3 channels to watch over 1,000 hours of live and taped coverage without commercials. It was a flop. We had hoped to sign up as many as 3 million of the 40 million homes that could receive the offer. Instead, we drew about 250,000 viewers. We took a real beating in the media and financially. We were looking at a $100 million loss on the triplecast alone. While Bob was confident Chuck would honor his commitments, our accountants worried that we'd get stuck for the majority of it, even though Dolan was our 50-50 partner. Chuck is as tough a negotiator as they come. He is also as honorable a guy as you'll meet. In November, we received a check from him for $50 million to cover his share of the triplecast losses. Triplecast was just another problem in a troubled time. From 1992 until 1994, we spent a lot of time struggling with all these issues and were searching for a solution. That led to talks with lots of players, including Paramount, Disney, Time Warner, Viacom, and Sony. We weren't looking for cash. We were trying to put things together to make NBC a bigger and stronger player. We came closest with Disney and Paramount. Dennis Dammerman, our advisors, and I had a dinner meeting with Disney CEO Michael Eisner and a team from Disney one evening during the summer of 1994. We came to a tentative understanding that Disney would buy 49% of NBC, but would have operating control while we retained majority ownership. My main condition was that Bob Wright would be the CEO of the combined Disney TV production studios and NBC's operations. Michael liked it, and Dennis and I were thrilled. By morning, though, Michael had changed his mind and didn't want to do the deal. We had several other serious discussions, including some with Marty Davis of Paramount, that ended up the same way. With all these discussions going on, the press naturally got hold of it. Speculation about GE's plans for NBC ran rampant throughout 1994. Bob Nelson, Dennis, and I prepared an analysis on why we thought staying in the network business made sense long term. The value of the property at the time was somewhere in the $4 billion to $5 billion range. We were confident we could create a far more valuable asset with very limited downside. I took the analysis to the board in October 1994, recommending that we stay in the business. It was the only time I ever polled every board member, one by one, for a show of support for a decision. They agreed unanimously to stick with NBC, and we went public with our commitment to the network. Meanwhile, Warren Littlefield was having success developing new shows. Bob decided to give Warren more support and hired as head of West Coast operations Don Ohlmeyer, the old friend who had tipped me off to Tartikoff's itchiness. Warren and Don were a perfect match. Warren was deep into the programming details. Don, a blunt and irreverent 6'3" bear of a guy, had a knack for promotion. He was running his own successful production company, and we actually bought it to get him. His larger-than-life presence helped bring back a sense of pride to our Burbank studios. Seinfeld and Mad About You, 2 shows begun under the earlier administration, were already catching on. Within 18 months of their collaboration under Don's leadership, the 2 of them launched Frasier, Friends, and ER. A turnaround was underway. News was also enjoying success under Andy Lack. When he arrived in April 1993, we were a distant 3 out of 3. None of our news programs was number 1, Today, Nightly News, or Dateline. There were even suggestions that we give back the second hour of the Today Show to our affiliates because the show's ratings were so weak. Within 2 months of joining us as president of news, Andy was pitching at a business review what some of his colleagues believed was a crazy idea. He wanted to move the Today Show out of its old third-floor studio in the GE building and build a new studio at street level in Rockefeller Center. He thought this could really change the game. We could use Katie Couric and Brian Gumbel in ways to get some buzz and engage the audience, said Andy. This is not a cheap idea. It'll cost $15 million. If it bombs, it'll be a big bomb. "No, no, no," I shouted. "It's not going to bomb. It's a great idea. Let's do it." "Dennis," I said, "you can find $15 million. After moving into the new studio 18 months later in the fall of 1994, Today began to take off. The massive windows that allowed people to peer into the studio and the opportunity to take the show into Rock Center made Today a New York City tourist attraction. On Friday mornings, Today's live outdoor concerts in the plaza often attract thousands of people. On the other hand, Brian Gumbel, after 15 years with the Today Show, was getting tired of the morning drill. He and his agent made it clear to Andy that they wanted to try something new. Andy and Bob started thinking about replacements. A solution was in our backyard. Bill Bolster, the president of WNBC, NBC's New York station, had been facing the challenge of fixing the 5 to 7 morning show that preceded the Today Show. He had watched Matt Lauer a few years earlier hosting an interview on Channel 9 in New York. Since then, Matt's career had been going nowhere. In fact, one morning, Matt spotted a help wanted sign on the back of a truck of a tree trimming firm. He called and left a message for the job. When Bill Bolster telephoned the next day, Matt thought the call was from the landscaper. Instead, it was Bolster with a better offer, a much better offer. He hired Matt to co-anchor WNBC's early morning news. Shortly after joining the station in late 1992, I watched him at 6:30 a.m. on WNBC after starting the morning on the treadmill with CNBC. Like Bill, I thought Matt filled the screen. He was unassuming yet charismatic, and he looked like a potential replacement for Brian. Within a year, my campaign began. I'd call Andy endlessly, acting as Matt's best agent. Bolster had an ally. "What do you think of Matt Lauer?" "He's great," Andy said. "When are you going to give him the job?" "He needs a little more seasoning." "Oh, come on, let's go." Today's executive producer, Jeff Zucker, tried Matt out as a newsreader in 1994, and gradually Matt began subbing when Bryant was out on vacation. Everyone liked his style. CBS took Bryant out of the morning business with a great offer for his own primetime show. We were all happy for Bryant. Matt took over for him in early 1997. Katie Couric and Matt turned out to be a great match, instantly captivating the morning audience. Today, which became the #1 morning show in 1996, widened the gap between itself and #2, ABC's Good Morning America. The following year, Tom Brokaw made Nightly News #1, a position it still holds. Dateline executive producer Neil Shapiro, with co-anchors Jane Pauley and Stone Phillips, turned around our primetime magazine show after the GM debacle. Andy really had things working at NBC News. The person who got CNBC going was Roger Ailes, a former political advisor to President George Bush and executive producer of Rush Limbaugh's TV show. Bob found Roger and hired him as CEO of CNBC in August 1993. I was an instant fan. Roger was a nedgy and excitable guy, full of opinions. He created a distinctive look for CNBC, plotted its primetime programming, and promoted personalities like Chris Matthews. Chris brings energy to the coverage of Washington mishaps. Roger also created from scratch a talking heads network called America's Talking. He built CNBC's operating profits from $9 million in 1993 to $50 million in 1995. The creation of MSNBC, our joint venture with Microsoft, indirectly drove Roger out of the company. He didn't like our decision to fold his baby, America's Talking, into MSNBC. I hated losing Roger when he left in January 1996 to start up Fox News Channel, which he has made into a real success. We replaced Roger with Bill Bolster, who had built WNBC to a #1 position in New York. Bill put on the CNBC screen a real-time ticker for stock market prices and treated our business coverage as a fast-paced sports event. He expanded the pregame show for the stock market with a 3-hour block of Squawk Box. Squawk Box has developed an ensemble of characters: Mark Haynes, Joe Kernan, and David Faber. Their spontaneous banter and sharp insights rev up the market before it opens. The show's popularity has just about every CEO in America watching. The game is reported, often from the field or trading floor, by CNBC's first real celebrity, Maria Bartiromo, whose inside scoops earned her the reputation of being one of the best financial journalists in the country. The post-game show, Business Center, hosted by Ron Insana and Sue Herrera, is like ESPN's Sports Center. They've made it the most authoritative financial news program on television. As he was shaping the day's programming, I pestered Bill constantly. I sent him clips of the same business stories out of the Wall Street Journal and the New York Post, urging him to adopt the Post's more blunt and entertaining approach. After all, business is a game. Bill and his team, led by Bruno Cohen, former news director at NBC TV in New York, have in fact captured the sport of it. CNBC's profits over the next 5 years rose to $290 million in 2000, making it one of the most profitable assets in cable television. By 1996, NBC had turned around. Operating profits surpassed $1 billion for the first time. ER had become the #1 drama series on TV. Seinfeld was the #1 sitcom. CNBC was profitable and growing rapidly. America agreed that Jay Leno was the best late-night host, as The Tonight Show won the late-night battle with CBS's David Letterman. Late in 1995, Bob Wright, aware that Microsoft was thinking of making an investment in CNN, started discussions with them about a possible tie-up. We had always wanted to develop a cable news channel, but it was very expensive to do from scratch. At an NBC strategy review session in October 1995, Bob described his ongoing negotiations with Microsoft. We were having trouble figuring out the right relationship with Microsoft. One possibility was a licensing arrangement. I jumped up and went to an easel and led a discussion of all the alternatives, eventually drawing on a flip chart a partnership structure similar to that of many previous GE deals. In this structure, we'd have a couple of 50-50 joint ventures, one on the cable side with NBC in control, and another on the Internet side with Microsoft in control. Tom Rogers and Bob then began negotiating this concept with the Microsoft team. Microsoft was primarily interested in using our news-gathering operation and developing an online news channel. Cable was secondary, which made the negotiations more difficult. The evening before a December 1995 press conference to announce the partnership, there was still a number of sticking points. Tom and his team had been up all night trying to close the deal. Bill Gates's concern about cable was the last open issue. By 7 a.m., just 2 hours before a major press conference at NBC's New York studios, the deal still wasn't done. The announcement was scheduled to be a grand affair, with Bill hooked up by satellite from Hong Kong and Tom Brokaw in Germany. To close the deal, Bob Wright asked me to intervene with Gates. I called him. Bill was concerned that he could get stuck with major losses in cable. "Jack," Bill asked, "do you believe the cable forecasts?" "I think cable's a no-brainer," I replied. "You're the guy who has the tough job with the online part. I don't have any doubt we'll make cable work." I gave Bill some guarantees on cable performance to protect Microsoft from major losses if we couldn't get the channel into more homes. "That's enough for me," he replied. About 40 minutes before the press conference, Bill Gates and I agreed. MSNBC turned into the black in 2000, and MSN became the #1 news Internet site. MSNBC also gave NBC the chance to showcase Brian Williams. Brian had joined the network in 1993 and was backing up Tom Brokaw on nightly news and doing weekend anchoring. Andy Lack gave him his own show, The News with Brian Williams. While you don't see it much on the air, Brian can be one of the funniest guys you'd ever meet. I actually think he's so talented that if he wasn't already committed as a news anchor, he could have his own late-night show. Bob and Tom Rogers continued looking for Internet opportunities and made a number of .com investments, later merging most of them into a new public company called NBCI. Like so many other .coms at the time, NBCI focused too much on advertising revenues. When the Internet ad market fell apart in early 2000, its business model couldn't make it. In 2001, we repurchased NBCI and began using it as a portal to promote the rest of NBC. Toward the end of 1997, Bob and I got some bad news. Jerry Seinfeld, star of television's hottest primetime sitcom, wanted to call it quits. Jerry wasn't only America's favorite comic, he was also mine. At a Sunday brunch in Bob's New York apartment in December 1997, we tried to convince Jerry to stay on the air for one more season. A year earlier, we had gone through the same drill and convinced Seinfeld to stay on through the 1997 season. That time, Bob called me down to his office to see if I could help make the sale. It was a quirky meeting. To convince Jerry to stay, we had given him a package of stock options and restricted stock. Jerry asked me to take him through what they meant. It was a priceless moment as I pretended to give a finance lesson to someone who could play dumb as a fox as well as he could get a good laugh. We talked him into returning then. Now he wanted out again, before the 1998 season. This time, Jerry brought along two wonderful friends, George Shapiro and Howard West, who could have come out of central casting as old-time Hollywood agents. Bob made a great presentation, a typical GE pitch with charts to show that Jerry would be the only television star who left while his series was still growing. No show in the history of TV, not even Milton Berle's, was growing its audience in its 9th year. Jerry wanted to go out on top. Bob argued that Jerry hadn't even seen the peak. It was a great pitch, and we offered Jerry $100 million in GE stock to stay just one more year. Bob and I thought we had made the sale. That feeling lasted about 10 days. On Christmas Eve, I got a phone call in Florida from Jerry in Burbank. "Jack," he said, "this is a very hard decision for me, and I hate to disappoint you." I felt awful. I knew we had lost him. "Jack, it's Christmas Eve, and I'm in my cubicle. Everyone else has gone off to their families, and I'm here writing a show. I can't do it another year, Jack. I can't." "I wish you'd made a different decision," I said. I thanked him for all that he had done for us. I respected his choice. He wanted to go out on top, and he did. We not only lost Jerry, we also lost the NFL. After televising pro football since 1965, we lost the broadcast rights to the National Football League in early 1998. Passing on this was an easy decision. There was no one at NBC, even in sports, who wanted to touch the numbers needed to get the rights. Of course, my favorite paper, the New York Post, always has great fun with things like this. They put a mugshot on the front page showing me dropping the ball. Yet this wasn't a fumble. We passed on that $4 billion 8-year deal because the numbers were nuts. Losing the NFL led to our efforts to launch in 2001 a new football league, the XFL, for extreme football, with Vince McMahon, head of the World Wrestling Federation. It turned out to be a bomb, and I was right in the middle of it. If you screw up in another business, you can generally hide it, but not on TV. Everybody's always watching, especially the critics. I was as big a supporter of the XFL as anyone in the company. We had nothing going on Saturday nights. Vince McMahon had flair and made a big success with the WWF. Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura added drama as an announcer. We launched the new league with 8 teams in some key markets. Our problem was we could never decide whether the XFL was entertainment or football. The dilemma began when they bought the Vegas bookies to the training camps. The bookies didn't want the crazy rules the XFL had proposed because that made it more difficult to put odds on the games. Our sports division thought we needed the credibility and publicity the betting lines would provide. That closed the door to doing some things that might have made the XFL far more entertaining. The first game got off to a big rating start, but even then we lost audience during the long game. The sports writers tore us apart. The only coverage the league got was opinion pieces on how the XFL threatened the sanctity of professional football. The fans didn't like either the entertainment or the football. The death watch began. Nobody watched the games. Everyone watched our failure. After a single 12-week season, we called it quits. The XFL turned out to be a rock. It cost us $60 million, the equivalent of a couple of failed sitcoms, and 8 out of 10 of those don't make it. While it wasn't pleasant, it wasn't a large financial hit. Taking those swings is one of the big benefits of GE's size. You don't have to connect all the time. Although the XFL failed, almost everything else Dick Ebersol was involved with was a success. Dick, who joined in early 1989, was the protege of Roone Arledge, the pioneer of Monday Night Football and Olympics coverage. Dick succeeded Roone as the master of televised sports. In 1995, Dick pulled off the ultimate coup in sports programming. For the first time in 20 years, the International Olympics Committee agreed to give NBC broadcast rights without competitive bidding. NBC laid the groundwork for Dick's agreement, televising the Summer Olympics in Seoul in 1988, Barcelona in 1992, and Atlanta in 1996. Toward the end of July 1995, Bob and Dick called me with a novel proposal. Dick and his team wanted to make an unprecedented offer to the Olympics Committee to acquire both the 2000 Sydney and the 2002 Salt Lake City Olympics. By going for 2 games instead of 1, Dick believed, they could get both games and eliminate the usual bidding process. They wanted to move quickly. To get approval, Dick arranged a conference call with Bob on a boat off the Nantucket coast, while Dennis Dammerman joined us from a cabin in Maine, and I participated from my summer house in Nantucket. The price was steep, $1.2 billion. Dick, what's the worst-case scenario here, I asked. We could lose $100 million, he replied. We all agreed to go for it. Dick immediately took the GE jet to Sweden to meet with Juan Antonio Samaranch, president of the International Olympics Committee, and then flew to Montreal to meet with Dick Pound, the committee's head of TV rights. Within 72 hours, he had locked up both Olympics. A few days later, Dick was thinking about doing more. By early December 1995, 4 months later, we had gained the rights to broadcast 3 more Olympics in Athens, in Torino, and for the 2008 Games, for $2.3 billion. The Olympics deal has been a home run for both the network and particularly its cable properties. Carrying the Olympics on our 2 major cable properties allowed David Zaslav, head of cable distribution, to significantly expand the duration of the carriage and the reach of CNBC and MSNBC into millions of homes. Today, CNBC has commitments to be in over 80 million homes, and MSNBC, which had fewer than 25 million subs in 1995, will be in over 70 million homes in 2002. Over the years, NBC has proved an enormous benefit to GE. We've profited from its financial results and from the glitter that makes most employees proud to wear a T-shirt with the NBC logo. Bob's vision to see NBC as more than just a network was a winner. The network audience has continued to erode, making his bets on cable television look even better. CNBC is the leader in financial news, and MSNBC is the top-rated cable news network on a 24-hour basis among 25 to 54-year-old viewers. Even though NBC has fallen to 3rd place in household ratings as I'm writing this book, it's still the leading network among people 18 to 49, the most important demographic group for advertisers. Through it all, Bob Wright has become one of the longest-serving network heads in TV history. He has proved that a light bulb maker can make it big in the TV business. Chapter 18. When to Fight, When to Fold. One of my strongest childhood memories is of climbing the stairs to my parents' second-floor flat in Salem, Massachusetts, and hearing my mother crying. I was only 9 years old in 1945. I had never heard my mother cry before. When I walked through the doorway, she was standing over an ironing board in the kitchen, pressing my father's shirts. Tears were streaming down her face. "Oh, God," she said, "Franklin Roosevelt has died." I was stunned. I didn't know why the president's death would cause my mother such heartache. I didn't understand it at all. Yet I felt some of the same feelings when John Kennedy was assassinated 18 years later, and I was glued to the TV set. My mother's reaction to Roosevelt's death came from her heartfelt belief that he had saved our country and our democracy. She put her faith in him and our government. So did my father. Both of them believed that the government served the will of the people, protected its citizens, and always did what was right. For many years I shared my parents' faith, but that faith has been severely tested on a number of occasions. I've seen government up close, both right and wrong, both good and almost evil, from honest, hard-working public servants to politically motivated, devious self-promoters. I'd seen many small instances of bad government in action, but my first big case didn't come until 1992. I was in the middle of a board meeting in Florence, South Carolina, when our general counsel, Ben Heineman, pulled me aside. He said that the Wall Street Journal was doing a story for the next day, April 22nd, on a lawsuit filed by Ed Russell, a vice president who had been fired in November. This was no ordinary suit for wrongful discharge. Russell, who had run our industrial diamonds business in Ohio, accused us of conspiring with De Beers of South Africa to fix diamond prices. He claimed that he was fired because he complained about a meeting his boss, Glenn Heiner, had with De Beers to supposedly fix these prices. I left the board meeting that afternoon and huddled with Ben and Joyce Hergenhan, our vice president of public relations. I knew Russell wasn't telling the truth. For one thing, Glenn Heiner, head of GE Plastics, had impeccable integrity. For another, Russell had been fired for performance reasons. I knew, because at one crucial point, I had written his direct boss telling him Russell had to go, something that even Russell didn't know. I had met him shortly after he joined GE in 1974 as a strategic planner. He moved up through our lighting business and in 1985 became general manager of GE Super Abrasives, the name of our industrial diamond business. I knew that business well because I oversaw it from Pittsfield in the early 1970s. At first, Russell did well on the job, increasing revenues and profits nicely. But in 1990, he hit a wall. Profits dropped to $57 million from $70 million the year before. Over the course of 1991, Russell's problems continued. His numbers didn't improve, and he had difficulty explaining the situation in a series of reviews with his boss, Glenn Heiner, the head of our plastics business. I was troubled by it. I had been a supporter of Russell's for many years and approved his promotion to general manager of Super Abrasives in the first place. However, in September, Heiner and I had what would be our last review with Russell in Pittsfield. He was totally unable to answer my questions. At one point, he said he wasn't prepared to discuss some straightforward issues in his business because he didn't think that was the purpose of the meeting. My financial analyst, Bob Nelson, was in the session with me and felt as surprised as I was by Russell's response. The next day, I scribbled a note to Glenn Heiner summarizing the meeting. In it, I included the observation that Russell made a fool of himself in July, and yesterday he appeared totally out of it. Bottom line, Russell has to go. The next month, Heiner called him back to Pittsfield and on November 11th fired him. Now, Russell had filed a lawsuit making all kinds of crazy claims, accusing Heiner of wrongdoing. Before drafting a response to it, I remembered the note I had sent Heiner and had it faxed to me in Florence. Luckily, my note made clear that Russell was fired for performance reasons and that I did it, not Heiner, who was the target of Russell's made-up charges. Ben, Joyce, and I drafted a statement for the Journal and other reporters. We made it clear that Russell was removed for performance shortcomings and that he had many conversations with GE people trying to get a better severance package. Russell never brought up any antitrust issues in those talks. He was a bitter employee who had been canned. The next day's stories contained even worse news. Russell had gotten the Justice Department to open a criminal investigation into his price-fixing allegations. When a Journal reporter asked me about it after the meeting, I called it pure nonsense. We began our own investigation. We called in lawyers from Arnold and Porter and Dan Webb, a litigator with Winston and Strawn, to look into the charges. It didn't take much longer than 6 weeks for the outside lawyers to conclude that Russell wasn't telling the truth. Now we had to convince the Justice Department. We shared with them the results of the investigation and put together a white paper that documented 12 outright misrepresentations Russell had told in his depositions in the case. It fell on deaf ears. In February 1994, Ben Heineman and I went to Washington to meet with an assistant attorney general to make our case. She couldn't have cared less about our arguments. She was out to get an indictment, and nothing was going to get in her way. To avoid an indictment for price fixing, she asked us to plead guilty to a felony and pay a fine. There was no way I was going to do that. We hadn't done anything wrong. The government's case was built on a bunch of lies. We had to fight this all the way. A grand jury indictment is usually routine when the government requests it. 3 days after our meeting in Washington, she got her indictment against us and De Beers for allegedly conspiring to fix prices. She didn't trust her own lieutenants, so she hired an outside lawyer at the government's expense. 8 months later, on October 25th, the trial started in a federal court in Columbus, Ohio. Dan Webb led the litigation team with great support from Bill Baer of Arnold & Porter and Jeff Kindler, GE's inside litigation chief. The team did such a good job destroying the government's case that we never had to present our evidence. On December 5th, after listening to all the government's evidence, Judge George Smith threw out the entire case. The government's conspiracy theory falls apart completely, he said. The government's arguments are without merit. Even when the evidence is viewed in the light most favorable to the government, no rational trier of fact could find GE guilty. The clear victory in the Russell case justified fighting for what we knew was right. The government had no case, just a knee-jerk dislike of a big company. Judges almost never dismiss a criminal antitrust case in the middle of a trial, before a defendant has even presented its side. But that's what happened here. The fight took us 3 years. 3 years of bad press every time it was mentioned. Only the facts told us we were right. This was government at its worst. They got the FBI to wire a dismissed employee and got nothing. They spent a great amount of time chasing nothing. They hired an expensive outside gun to try the case, all so some government types could make names for themselves. Of course, we're not perfect. In a completely different case a year earlier, the government had been right. This one started with Ben as well, when he called me on a Saturday afternoon at home in December 1990. "You're not going to believe this," he said, "but we have an employee who has a joint Swiss bank account with an Israeli Air Force general." I couldn't believe my ears. If there was one thing I preached every day at GE, it was integrity. It was our #1 value. Nothing came before it. We never had a corporate meeting where I didn't emphasize integrity in my closing remarks. When Ben called me at home that Saturday, we knew only what had been reported in the Israeli newspapers and picked up by a GE employee over there. The press reported that an employee of our aircraft engine business, Herbert Steindler, had conspired with Air Force General Rami Dotan in a scheme to divert money from major contracts to supply GE engines for Israeli F-16 warplanes. By the time this mess was over, 19 months and many headlines later, we had to discipline 21 GE executives, managers, and employees, pay the U.S. government $69 million in criminal fines and civil penalties, and testify before a congressional committee. The head of our aircraft engine business had to stand up in federal court to plead guilty for the company, and a GE vice chairman spent a week in Washington getting our engine business off suspension. I nearly choked when I heard Ben's news. Imagine having a crook on your payroll. Steindler was suspended immediately, and when he refused to cooperate with our internal investigation, he was fired in March. We hired a group of outside lawyers from Wilmer, Cutler, and Pickering to help a GE audit team do an investigation. For most of the next year, they virtually lived in Cincinnati, the home of our aircraft engine business. Working with our audit staff, they traced every process of the contracts and talked to every participant. Over a 9-month period, they reviewed 350,000 pages of documents and interviewed more than 100 witnesses. It turned out that Dotan, with Steindler's help, had set up a fake New Jersey subcontractor. A close friend of Steindler's owned the firm, and they used it to divert about $11 million to the joint Swiss bank accounts owned by Dotan and Steindler. Dotan was a demanding and intimidating customer. As early as 1987, Some employees began raising questions about certain aspects of Doughton's transactions, but the Air Force general portrayed himself as a great patriot in Israel who was simply cutting through red tape, and Steindler convinced his superiors there was nothing to be concerned about. Only one employee knowingly violated our policies for direct financial gain: Steindler. Throwing him overboard was easy. The problem was that 20 other GE employees who didn't gain a cent were not sensitive to the scheme. Those 20 people had worked for GE for a total of 325 years. Some of them had been employees their entire professional lives, as long as 37 years. Many had impressive track records and superb performance reviews. 2 of them were corporate officers and good friends of Brian Rose, head of our aircraft engine business. Brian was a larger-than-life figure in the aircraft industry, a pioneer who still enjoyed designing engines. Brian loved his guys. He was having a difficult time deciding what to do with them. Brian's indecision was understandable. With the exception of Steindler, who ended up going to jail, most of the other people caught up in this were guilty of omission, not commission. None of them benefited personally from the scheme. They were outsmarted or just sloppy, or they ignored warning signals. Beyond Steindler, everyone else's involvement was less clear. That made the disciplinary case very difficult for everyone, but especially so for Brian. The only good thing that came out of it was that I found Bill Conity. Bill, who would later become head of human resources for all of GE, had just taken over the HR job at Aircraft Engines. He bore the brunt of the disciplinary action, making sure that everyone was treated as fairly as possible under the circumstances. All the employees caught up in this mess received detailed letters outlining our concerns or allegations based on our internal investigation. They had the opportunity to give their side of the story with the help of lawyers they hired at our expense. Bill came back with disciplinary recommendations for each employee. At one point during a 2-month period, Bill, Brian, Ben, and I were on the phone nearly every day. Frankly, it was easier for Ben and me sitting in Fairfield to be tough disciplinarians than for poor Brian, whose longtime friends were involved. Fortunately, all 3 of us had great respect for Bill, and he was able to bridge any differences that existed among us. Ultimately, we fired or asked for the resignations of 11 of the 21 people involved. 6 other employees were demoted, and the remaining 4 were reprimanded. 1 officer had to be demoted, and the other one resigned. It sent a clear message through the company. Sergeants weren't going to be shot while generals and colonels could continue on as if nothing happened. We wanted our managers to know that if an integrity violation occurred on their watch, it was their responsibility. That chiefs got shot for being indifferent to integrity was a huge event in GE. In many ways, it was a big learning experience for me, both internally in terms of discipline and externally with Washington and the media. Outside GE, the idea began to surface that it was the pressure of competition and the drive for profits that made people cheat. Some didn't want to see it for what it was, an isolated violation in a company with hotlines, ombudsmen, voluntary disclosure policies, and constant leadership emphasis on integrity. I went to Washington in July 1992 to testify before a House subcommittee chaired by U.S. Representative John Dingell. I found Dingell tough but honest and fair. It was all I could ask for. We had settled with the Justice Department, agreeing to pay $69 million a week before my appearance on the Hill. Testifying was not the most pleasant thing I ever did, but I felt strongly about my message, and I wanted to deliver it in person. I told the committee, excellence and competitiveness aren't incompatible with honesty and integrity. I added, Mr. Chairman, we have an employee population that would rank with St. Paul or Tampa if it were an American city. We have no police force, no jails. We must rely on the integrity of our people as our first defense. Unfortunately, that system wasn't good enough in this case. but I take great pride that 99.99% of our 275,000 people get up every morning all over the world and compete like hell with absolute integrity. They don't need a policeman or a judge. They only need their conscience as they face the mirror each morning. They see no conflict between taking on the world's best every day all over the globe, giving 110% and more to compete and win and grow, and at the same time maintaining an instinctive, unbendable commitment to absolute integrity in everything we do. I got a fair hearing that day. Despite the ugliness of why I was there, I felt very good about making the point, and I feel even more strongly today that integrity must be the foundation for competitiveness. One of the most frustrating issues I've had to deal with for 25 years, 20 as CEO, was PCBs, polychlorinated biphenyls. PCBs, a liquid chemical, were used prior to 1977 as an insulating fluid for electrical products to prevent fires. They became the focal point of a massive Hudson River dredging proposal by the Environmental Protection Agency in December 2000. The agency came up with this plan in the final days of the Clinton administration. It's really a case where good science and common sense have become drowned out by loud voices and extreme views to prod the government to punish a large global corporation. Over the years, this debate has gone from PCBs to a more fundamental crusade. Extremists have latched onto issues like PCBs to challenge the basic role of the corporation. These people often see companies as inanimate objects, incapable of values and feelings. GE isn't made up of bricks and buildings. It's nothing more than the flesh and blood of the people who make it come alive. It's made up of people who live in the same communities, whose children go to the same schools as the critics. They have the same hopes and dreams, the same hurts and pains. Corporations are human. When they're big, they're an easy target. And when they're winners, they're an even bigger target. Facts are, GE has one of the best environmental and safety records of any company in the world. It has more than 300 manufacturing and assembly locations and virtually no disputes with governments over compliance issues. Nearly 60 facilities in the United States have been given special star recognition by federal regulators for health and safety compliance. In the last decade, we've reduced emissions of 17 ozone-depleting chemicals by more than 90%, and our total emissions, which the EPA measures, by over 60%. This didn't happen by accident. All our plant managers go through rigorous training programs and report annually on their performance to their business CEOs and a VP for environmental programs. Every 3 months, I get an update on each business's environmental and safety performance. In short, we've approached the environment and worker safety the way we did everything else. We set the bar high, we measure, and we expect outstanding results. We're not perfect, nobody is, but we were always striving to be the best. Money is never the issue. GE has the resources to do the right thing, and we know that doing the right thing is always better for our bottom line over the long run. Only in this context can you appreciate why we've been so adamant about the PCB issue. For me, the PCB story started accidentally a couple of weeks before Christmas 1975, when I was a group executive in Pittsfield. I was visiting a semiconductor plant in Syracuse one day when the division manager happened to mention casually that New York's Department of Environmental Conservation, DEC, was going to hold a hearing soon. He said it would focus on a possible violation by 2 of his capacitor plants in upstate New York that were discharging PCBs into the Hudson River. I had never dealt with PCBs before, but being a chemical engineer, I was familiar with plant discharges, and I was curious about this hearing. A couple of days later, I was in my Pittsfield office and had a slow day. I decided to drive over the mountain to Albany to find out what was going on. I sat in the back of the hearing room, and no one knew I was there. That day, GE's expert witness was testifying. A biologist and vice president of a laboratory hired by us, he claimed his tests showed negligible levels of PCBs in fish from the Hudson. Our expert didn't look or sound like one. He seemed unsure of his own work. He had trouble giving a straight answer. The more I listened, the more uncomfortable I got. I knew if he couldn't convince me, he couldn't convince the hearing officer. After the hearing, I called Art Puccini, my general counsel, and asked him to come over from Pittsfield. This now seemed important enough that I should stay overnight. Art and I asked the GE expert to come to my motel room. We asked him to walk us through all the details of his handwritten control sheets for the study. After questioning him until 2:30 a.m., we were convinced that he hadn't done a thorough job. We felt we could not use his data or allow the hearing officer to use it either. I could have strangled him. The next day, I told our outside defense lawyers not to rely on his data and to tell the hearing officer the same thing. 2 months later, the DEC hearing officer issued an interim ruling that in his words claimed PCB contamination was a result of both corporate abuse and regulatory failure because our PCB usage had been legal and we had state permits to discharge them. Now I was into it. Art and I negotiated a settlement with DEC Commissioner Peter Burrell, who later became president of the National Audubon Society. The DEC hearing officer, a Columbia University law professor named Abe Sofair, helped to mediate the settlement. We agreed to pay $3.5 million to a river cleanup fund, support research on PCBs, and stop using the chemical. New York's DEC agreed to match our contribution and release us from any further liability on the Hudson. Burl and I eventually signed the settlement. The New York Times ran a picture of both of us above the headline, GE State Pact on PCB is praised as guide in other pollution cases. The Times quoted Sofair, who called the settlement an effective precedent for dealing with situations of joint culpability. Governor Hugh Carey later offered to drink a glass of water from the Hudson River to demonstrate his confidence that the river water was not harmful. The September 8, 1976 agreement even required the state to turn to the federal government for money if any further action to protect public health and resources were needed. That's as clear as can be on page 3 of the agreement. In the event that the funds herein provided for implementing remedial action concerning PCBs present in the Hudson River shall be inadequate to assure protection of public health and resources, then the department will use its best efforts to obtain additional funds from sources other than General Electric that are necessary to assure such protection. These best efforts will include preparation by the department of a plan of action to obtain such funds, including specifying applications will be made to federal agencies and/or other sources of funds in as expeditious a manner as possible. But it didn't end there. The settlement had been made on the basis of animal studies. I wanted to know if PCBs caused cancer in humans and whether our workers were at risk. I knew that if a company-funded study was going to have any credibility, I had to get the most widely respected scientist I could find. So I went down to see Dr. Erwin Selikoff, then head of Mount Sinai's Environmental School of Medicine. Selikoff had become something of an environmental icon after finding that exposure to asbestos could cause lung cancer. He listened carefully to my request. I asked him if he would go to our plants to study GE employees who had the greatest exposure to PCBs. For years, those employees had worked in it up to their elbows. I gave Selikoff total access to our employees. He put a research team together and set up a lab at our Fort Edward plant. Selikoff first examined over 300 volunteers from the 2 GE factories. His study, finally published in 1982, is what convinced me more than anything else that PCBs didn't cause cancer. Selikoff's mortality study found there were no cancer deaths or other serious side effects among workers 30 years after they were first exposed. Normally, in a population of the size he studied, without any major PCB exposure, at least 8 cancer deaths would have been expected. Other scientists studied utility workers and Westinghouse employees who had been heavily exposed to PCBs. Alexander Smith of the government's National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health gave the most succinct summary of this work in 1982. He wrote, "One would expect that adverse human health effects from exposure to PCBs, if they exist, would most readily be identified in groups with the greatest exposures. None of the published occupational or epidemiological studies, including ours, however, have shown that occupational exposure to PCBs is associated with any adverse health outcome." The PCB issue had been raised much earlier when two major false alarms were sounded. The first was in the 1930s when a chemical mixture containing PCBs known as haloax led to a serious acne-like condition and in a few cases deaths due to liver disease. A Harvard scientist studying the incident first reported that PCBs were the most toxic component of the mixture. After studying this further, however, he corrected himself in 1939 by stating that PCBs were almost non-toxic. Unfortunately, his correction got little or no recognition. Almost 40 years later, in 1977, a government report by the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health stated that the haloax experiences have continued to be erroneously cited. Even today, it's not unusual to get a call from a reporter thinking he has discovered some new explosive evidence in these old haloax incidents discredited by both scientists and the government. Another false alarm, the Yusho incident, was sounded in Japan in 1968. About 1,000 people using a type of vegetable oil from rice hulls in cooking developed severe acne and other symptoms. When PCBs were detected in the oil, the incident became known as the PCB oil disease. However, later analysis by Japanese scientists found that the oil also contained high levels of two other chlorinated chemicals, both high-temperature byproducts of PCBs. They also examined Japanese electrical workers and found that they had higher levels of PCBs in their blood than the Yusho patients. But the workers weren't sick. When scientists dosed monkeys with PCBs and these different chemicals, they concluded that it was these other chemicals and not PCBs that caused the Yusho incident. It was those false alarms that prompted an American researcher, Dr. Renata Kimbrough, to do one of the first rat studies for the U.S. government on PCBs. Dr. Kimbrough found that rats fed large doses of PCBs had increased tumors in their livers. She was heavily involved in this work in the mid-1970s when she was at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and later at the EPA. Just as I had in 1975 with Dr. Selikoff, I wanted a recognized scientist with unassailable integrity and credentials to look at PCBs again. This time, in April 1992, we asked Dr. Kimbrough to take on the assignment. Internally, our PCB efforts were led by Steve Ramsey, former head of the Justice Department's Environmental Enforcement, who now leads GE's environmental and safety operations. He and a GE scientist, Dr. Steve Hamilton, knew critics would still be skeptical of GE-funded research. They established an advisory panel to peer review the Kimbrough and other studies. The panel was made up of U.S. government and academic researchers led by the former head of the National Cancer Institute, Dr. Arthur Upton. Kimbrough studied virtually everyone who ever worked at those two GE plants in Hudson Falls and Fort Edward between 1946 and 1977. Private investigators were hired to track down some of them through payroll records and old telephone directories. Death certificates were examined. Some 7,075 current and former employees were involved in the research. In 1999, Dr. Kimbrough issued a striking report. The death rate due to all types of cancer for employees at our plants was at or significantly below the general and regional population rates. As part of its review of the Kimbrough work before their final decision, the EPA asked an epidemiologist at the University of Southern California's Norris Comprehensive Cancer Center for his opinion. In a letter to the chief of the EPA's Risk Methods Group, Dr. Thomas Mack had this to say: "I found the Kimbrough paper to be well designed, appropriately analyzed, and fairly interpreted. The follow-up was complete. My bottom line is that the summary statements in the paper are appropriate. I think it is appropriate to downgrade the priority given to PCBs." We know about Dr. Mack's opinion only because we got it from EPA files after a Freedom of Information request. His final sentence is telling. "I'm sure this has not been particularly useful for you, but it is the best I can do." I doubt this would have seen the light of day if we hadn't used the law to dig it out of the EPA. Through this long drawn-out controversy, GE has been portrayed as a none-caring big business that dumped PCBs from plants in Hudson Falls and Fort Edward, New York. The truth is, we never dumped PCBs and we never made them. Their use was dictated by fire and building codes because they solved a long-standing problem in electrical equipment. The prior insulating material caught fire and could explode. PCBs were viewed as a life-saving chemical. New York State approved our discharge and issued permits to us for it. What do our critics using PCBs as the foil say about us? First, they say GE has more Superfund sites than any other company. In 1980, Congress passed a law to address the cleanup of sites where wastes had been disposed in the past. This law was known as the Superfund Act. The implication is that we did something wrong. We do have a large number of these sites, 85 to be exact, but the number has everything to do with our longevity and our size. GE was founded in 1892 and has had more factories in more towns than any other company in the world. Like most other companies, we disposed of our wastes legally under government permits when required. At the majority of the Superfund sites, GE has less than 5% of the liability for what was put there. The remaining liability is shared by dozens of other parties, including municipalities, other companies, and waste haulers. GE has taken its responsibility for these sites seriously. We've spent almost $1 billion in the last decade on their cleanup. Criticizing us for having these sites is like criticizing someone for having gray hair. It says nothing about character and everything about age. Another common complaint is that we're challenging the Superfund law so we can get off the hook for our cleanup obligations. Yes, we have challenged a portion of the law. Americans are used to getting their day in court. This is true for everything from traffic offenses to murder. This isn't the case when the EPA issues a Superfund order. You really have only one choice under the law. Do what the agency tells you or else. Otherwise, you face treble damages and daily fines. The law gives the EPA power to issue orders of unlimited scope. You get no hearing before being ordered to do the work. You get no hearing until many years later, and then only when the EPA chooses to tell you the work is done. It's a shoot first, ask questions later law. We believe that's wrong. I'm a chemical engineer and not a constitutional lawyer, but I can't understand why in God's name this makes any sense under our Constitution. It denies you the basic right of due process. The EPA is using this law in their dredging proposal. Today, the EPA says the Hudson is safe for swimming, boating, wading, and use as a source of drinking water. Bald eagles and other wildlife are flourishing in the Hudson Valley. The government's proposal to dredge is based on a wild risk assessment. If a person eats half a pound of fish every week for 40 years, the EPA contends that the person's risk of cancer may increase by 1 in 1,000. In other words, you've got to eat 52 meals a year for 4 decades before the increase might go up by 1 in 1,000. Why doesn't a rational mind come to the conclusion that that risk is practically lower than breathing? Never mind that eating fish from the river has been banned for 2 decades, or that PCB levels in the water and fish have fallen 90% since 1977. More than 20 studies, most completely independent of GE, show no link between PCBs and cancer. At the end of the day, what happens in rats does not happen in humans when both are exposed to PCBs. Levels in fish are now down to between 3 to 8 parts per million. 2 is the level the FDA says is safe for sale at the fish market. Think about the magnitude of what the EPA's proposal would do. The agency proposes removing 8 billion pounds of sediment from the Hudson to get at probably 100,000 pounds of PCBs. It would take 24 hours of dredging a day, 6 days a week, for 6 months each year. Some 50 boats and barges would have to be in the river full-time, along with miles of pipelines to carry PCBs. The EPA proposes building plants along the river to dry the mud that would be carried away in tens of thousands of trucks or rail cars. After the EPA gets the sediment out, they're proposing to add 2 billion pounds of sand and gravel back into the river. Divers would also have to replace 1 million aquatic plants destroyed by dredging. After doing all this, dredging won't get PCBs out of the Hudson. It will cause resuspension of buried PCBs that will flow downriver. Imagine if someone came along with a commercial proposition to dredge anything out of the Hudson River, tear up the banks, destroy the ecosystem, knock the trees down to widen the roads through farmlands and backyards to remove whatever they were after. It would be an environmental disaster. Why would anyone rip up the Hudson? The EPA itself rejected dredging in 1984, saying it could be devastating to the ecosystem. Nothing has changed since then except the politics, and PCB levels in fish have been reduced by 90%. GE has spent more than $200 million on research, investigation, and cleanup. We've reduced the PCBs coming out of the bedrock under our old facilities from 5 pounds per day to 3 ounces. We think we now have the technology to reduce the daily seepage to 0. Source control, coupled with the natural sedimentation in the river, would reduce PCBs in fish to the same level as dredging might, without resuspension and without destroying the river. One of the puzzling things about the EPA's proposal is that it failed to analyze whether there were less destructive and less disruptive alternatives. This isn't about money. We'll spend whatever it takes to do the job right. To tell this story to the people in the Upper Hudson and explain why we oppose dredging, we've spent over $10 million on an information campaign. That caused a controversy as well. There was little argument over the information in the campaign. Activists think we should be quiet and do what we're told. We made some progress in getting the facts out. Polls show that by more than 3 to 1, the people in the Upper Hudson, from Washington to Dutchess counties, are against the EPA dredging proposal. More than 60 Upper Hudson River local governments and organizations oppose dredging. The EPA's final decision should take into account the views of those most affected by their proposal. Unfortunately, this issue is no longer about PCBs, human health, and science. This isn't about what's best for the Hudson River. It's about politics and punishing a successful company. Do you for a minute believe that if we thought PCBs were harming anyone, I or my associates would be taking these positions? There's just no way. Nothing is more important than a company's integrity. It is the first and most important value in any organization. It not only means that people must abide by the letter and spirit of the law, it also means doing the right thing and fighting for what you believe is right. On PCBs, we've assured ourselves that they are not harmful to our employees or our neighbors. We've spent hundreds of millions using the best science to clean up our sites and the Hudson in the most ecologically sensitive way, and we will continue to invest whatever it takes. I've seen a lot since that day I saw my mother crying over Franklin Roosevelt's death. Yes, I've become a skeptic, hopefully not a cynic about government. Only a company with great integrity and the resources to fight for what's right can afford to take on the government. Fortunately, we have both. Section 4. Game Changers. If you like business, you have to like GE. If you like ideas, you have to love GE. This is a place where ideas can flow freely from and through more than 20 separate businesses and more than 300,000 employees. Boundary-less behavior allows ideas to come from anywhere. We formalize our freewheeling style in a series of operating meetings that blend one into another. We can be doing a Session C review of managers and power systems, and someone will come up with an idea on sourcing in Hungary. The next day, we're in medical, bragging about what power has just done in Hungary. Before you know it, they have something new going in Eastern Europe. It's wild, sometimes humorous and informal. The net effect is powerful. The best practices and the best people are always moving across the units and driving our businesses. In effect, boundary-less behavior has given us a social architecture that thrives on learning. In the 1990s, we pursued 4 major initiatives: globalization, services, Six Sigma, and e-business. Every initiative started off with the seed of a smaller idea. Once put into the operating system, it had the chance to grow. Our 4 have flourished. They've been a huge part of the accelerated growth we've seen in the past decade. These are not flavors of the month. At GE, we defined an initiative as something that grabs everyone, large enough, broad enough, and generic enough to have a major impact on the company. An initiative is long-lasting, and it changes the fundamental nature of the organization. Regardless of the source, I became the cheerleader. I followed up on all of them with a passion and a mania that often veered toward the lunatic fringe. Initiatives come from anywhere and everywhere. Globalization grew out of Paulo Fresco's passion for it. Product services accelerated after a Crotonville Classes recommendation to define our markets more broadly for faster growth. Six Sigma sprang out of an employee survey in 1995. While our employees thought our quality was okay, they believed it could be a lot better. And e-business came, arguably late, because it couldn't be ignored. We jumped in and got wet in a revolution we didn't understand. We trusted our operating system to teach us what it was all about. To make the initiatives work, it took a passionate, all-consuming commitment from the top. Beyond the passion, there was a lot of rigor. Not only did we put the best people on each initiative, we trained them, measured them, and reported their results. In the end, each initiative had to develop people and improve the bottom line. The leaders of every business had to be the champion, and timid and rational advocacy wouldn't work. They made sure we got our A players to lead every initiative. We made sure the rewards, salary increases, stock option grants, and role model recognition at company meetings were highly visible. The organization judges an initiative's importance by whom they see getting the leadership assignments. Nowhere was this more important to GE's success than in Six Sigma. If we didn't get the best and brightest, it could have been perceived as just another quality program. We pounded all our initiatives in January at Boca, at every quarterly CEC meeting, at the Human Resources Reviews in April, the planning sessions in July, the officers' meeting in October, and the operating plan meetings in November. There was always a relentless drumbeat of follow-up. We used the annual employee survey to find out how deep in the organization the initiatives were taking hold. We started anonymously, polling 1,500 employees in 1995 and are including 16,000 today. We used the survey to help set our direction and as a BS detector. The survey got right at questions about the initiatives, whether or not our messages were getting through. When we launched Six Sigma in 1995, for example, we asked employees if they agreed or disagreed with the statement, "Actions taken by this business clearly show that quality is a top priority." Some 19% of our top 700 senior executives disagreed. In 2000, that dropped to 8%. In 1995, in our 3,000-person executive band population, a quarter disagreed. 5 years later, that number was down to 9%. Making initiatives successful is all about focus and passionate commitment. The drumbeat must be relentless. Every leadership action must demonstrate total commitment to the initiative. The initiative's impact showed up where it should have, in our operating results. Our top-line growth rate has doubled in the last 5 years, and our operating margins have increased from 14.4% in 1995 to 18.9% in 2000. Chapter 19. Globalization. GE has always been a global trading company. In the late 1800s, Thomas Edison installed the 3,000-bulb electric lighting system at London's Holborn Viaduct. At the turn of the century, GE built the largest power plant in Japan. Some of the company's earliest CEOs traveled by boat for a month or two to look for business in Europe and Asia. I had an early start in globalization. Reuben Gutoff and I formed 2 joint ventures in plastics in the mid-1960s. One with Mitsui Petrochemical in Japan, and the other with AKU, the chemical and fiber company in Holland. Mitsui and AKU were large chemical corporations, and our little project in specialty plastics turned out to be too small to get their attention. We had locked ourselves up in long-term agreements. We had to get out. I'll never forget my final negotiations with Mitsui. Tom Fitzgerald, the sales head of plastics, and I were having lunch at the Okura Hotel in Tokyo with the Mitsui officials. We were sitting on the floor with our shoes off. After a day or two of negotiations, I had drafted 2 letters of intent to significantly change our relationship. One copy spelled out a clear separation after a negligible payment. The other detailed Mitsui's staying in the deal and being diluted down. At lunch, it was clear that Mitsui wanted out of the agreement as much as we did. I couldn't have been happier. I was expecting a negotiation. I immediately handed them the staying in the deal document. It was only after looking at my copy that I recognized I had given them the wrong papers. I blurted out, "Oh my God, there's a typo." I grabbed the document back and pulled out of my briefcase the letter of intent that would end the deal. They signed it, and we were free to look for a new partner in Japan. Tom must have told that story 1,000 times to show what a dope his boss was. We also got out of the AKU deal without my screwing it up this time. AKU had built a pilot plant to produce PPO and had spent $20 million to $30 million on the project. Their principal interest in PPO was as a fiber. When the polymer turned out not to be useful for that purpose, they lost interest. However, their vice chairman met with me at his office in Arnhem and wanted a couple of $1 million to end the venture in order to offset some of the losses they had incurred. I told him it would take me months to get through the GE bureaucracy, and even then I had no idea if I could get approval. I said I had the authority to spend up to $500,000, however, and I could give him the money on the spot. He accepted it, and we set up our own wholly owned company in Europe. In Japan, we knew we needed distribution, and we wanted a relatively small partner. We looked at several and picked Nagase & Company, which at that time was principally a Kodak film distributor. I made the deal with the head of the Nagase family. We brought the product and technology to the partnership. They brought their knowledge of Japan's complex distribution market. Together, we invested in local plants to compound plastics for the Japanese market. Today, it's the heart of our Asian plastics business. We used the same model for a deal we did for medical systems in the late 1970s with Shozo Yokogawa of Yokogawa, an instrumentation company. Those relationships and the deals behind them have endured for more than 25 years and have thrived even as they have changed. GE may appear big, but it is made up of lots of small pieces. The success of our deals with Nagase and Yokogawa reinforce the idea that our most successful partnerships are with smaller companies that feel the project is critical to their operations. Whenever there was an issue to work out, our people could get to the top and not have to work through a massive bureaucracy. I remember being frustrated by how long the Japanese took to make a decision, but when they made one, you could bet your house on it. In over 35 years, almost every business relationship I had in Japan turned into an enduring personal friendship. When I became CEO, I spent the first several years doing only an isolated deal or two outside the United States, visiting Europe and Asia once a year to review current operations. Truth is, I didn't put much focus on the global direction of the company in the first half of the 1980s. I did eliminate a separate international sector and made the business CEOs clearly in charge of their own global activities. The international sector had been something of a hybrid between scorekeeper and helper. I always believed there was no such thing as a global company. Companies aren't global, businesses are. I've given that speech 1,000 times or more to make clear that the CEOs of each business were responsible for globalizing their businesses. In the early 1980s, the only truly global business in GE were plastics and medical systems. GE Capital had invested in only U.S. assets. Our other businesses had global sales of one size or another. 2, aircraft engines and power systems were very large. But these were primarily export businesses with facilities exclusively in the United States. In the 1970s, GE forged a joint venture with the French company Snecma on the aircraft engine that would power the most popular commercial airplane ever, the Boeing 737. It was Paulo Fresco who really got us going. In 1986, he was named Senior Vice President of International, based in London, and placed on an equal footing with all the business leaders, but without operating responsibility. Paulo epitomized the global executive. Tall, handsome, charming, and urbane, Paulo was known around the world. An Italian-born lawyer who joined GE in 1962, he had long dominated the old international organization. As Vice President for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, he also was one of the best negotiators in the company. Paulo became Mr. Globalization, the father of all our global activity. He got up every morning thinking about expanding the company outside our U.S. borders. At every meeting, he'd press his colleagues for their global expansion plans. At times, he was a nuisance, always bugging the business CEOs for details on their international operations and prodding people to do more deals that would make us truly global. He was a relentless globetrotter, comfortable in any time zone, always out of the country at least once a month. For 15 years, he and I traveled the world together. We'd go out for 1 or 2 weeks, 3 times a year. We had a ball together, and on most trips we took our wives with us. All 4 of us became as close as family. Fortunately, our wives became best friends. While we were building relationships and doing deals, they were out exploring the sights and cultures of the countries we visited. If there was a breakthrough year for globalization, it might have been 1989. It began with a phone call from Lord Arnold Weinstock, chairman of General Electric Company Limited in the United Kingdom. GEC had the exact same name as ours, even though there was never a connection between our 2 companies. It wasn't until 2000 when they changed their name to Marconi that we were able to buy the full rights to the GE name. Weinstock called me because his company was being threatened with a hostile takeover, and he wanted to see if we could help. Paulo, Dennis Dammerman, Ben Heineman, and I went to London to meet with GEC. The takeover attempt was front-page news, and business reporters followed our every move. As we got close to a deal, we broke and returned to our London offices while they mulled over our offer. We agreed that Weinstock would contact me using the code name of our vice chairman, Ed Hood. He called a couple of times and was told repeatedly by one of the office assistants that we were in meetings and would call him back. Weinstock finally reached Paulo's secretary, Lynn. She knew Ed Hood, but nevertheless came into the conference room and said, "I think there's a reporter on the line posing as Ed Hood. He has a strong British accent." "Oh, no," I said. "I forgot to tell anyone that Weinstock would be using Ed's name as his code." It probably looked to Weinstock as though we were playing it cool. Not that it helped. He was a cool customer himself, as shrewd, wily, and clever as anyone I ever met. In some ways, he was 2 different people. Outside the office, he was a great storyteller, charming and gracious. He had racehorses stabled with the Queen's thoroughbreds, had elegant homes filled with great art, and had a spectacular wife. He was a generous and entertaining host. Inside his drab office, he was the original green eye-shade accountant. GEC's headquarters in London reflected his tight-fisted ways. The lighting was dim, the furniture sparse, and the corridors so narrow that you had to walk sideways to get by an open door. The entrance to the bathroom was on a narrow landing in front of an open staircase. If you were waiting to enter, there was always a chance that someone coming out could knock you down 2 flights of stairs. At his desk, sitting directly under a hanging lamp, Weinstock in his suspenders seemed a formidable figure. He often peered over his glasses, hunched over massive financial ledgers. He'd mark them up in colored pencils, circling any numbers that were below expectation. Complex as he was, I found him fascinating on the whole. Our negotiations eventually led to a series of joint ventures and acquisitions with GEC in April 1989 in medical systems, appliances, power systems, and electrical distribution. The agreements gave GE a good industrial business, a foothold in power that kept us in the European gas turbine business, and a 50% share of GEC's appliance business. Later that same year, it was Paolo who helped to nail down our purchase of a majority interest in Tungsram, one of Hungary's largest and oldest businesses. We had been searching for a spot in Austria to build a lighting plant near the Hungarian border when we discovered that Tungsram might be for sale. Even under the communists, the company had a great reputation and a lot of technology. It was the biggest lighting company outside of the big three, Philips, Siemens, and us. Paolo went to Hungary with a small team and began to negotiate. After spending the day at the negotiating table, he'd call back from the Hilton Hotel in Budapest to fill me in on the details. It didn't take long for Paolo to notice some strange behavior during his negotiations. His counterpart seemed to begin reacting to things he had said privately to me on the telephone. Paolo tipped me off that he believed the Hungarians were intercepting our conversations. So we began saying some crazy things to see if there would be a reaction at the table the next day. Sure enough, there was. So Paolo and I began using the telephone calls to set up the next day's negotiations. He'd tell me they were asking $300 million for a majority interest. Listen, tomorrow, if they want you to pay more than $100 million, I want you to walk out. The next day, Paolo found them more realistic about the price. Whenever we had to make a secure phone call, a GE executive traveled by train across the border to Vienna or used the soundproof phone booth in the American embassy. Otherwise, we kept playing the game on the hotel phone. In the end, it didn't hurt. We closed the deal, paying $150 million for 51% of Tungsram and buying the remaining piece 5 years later. Paolo closed the deal at midnight over a bottle of vodka with the communists. The next day, the Berlin Wall fell. Without knowing it, we had done the first big deal in the new Eastern Europe. Since Thomas Edison put us in light bulbs, lighting had been almost exclusively an American business. The Tungsram deal, coupled with our 1991 acquisition of a majority of Thorn Lighting in the United Kingdom, made GE the #1 light bulb maker in the world, with over a 15% market share in Western Europe. Another memorable global event of that year was my trip to India during the end of September 1989. Paolo dragged me there for the first time, and I instantly fell in love with the people. Paolo had built a great relationship there with K.P. Singh, a prominent Indian real estate entrepreneur. K.P. Singh was a true ambassador for India. Tall, natty, and aristocratic, he was a perfect gentleman. He lined up 4 days of wall-to-wall business meetings and evening celebrations for us. After a day of meetings with business and government leaders in Delhi, including Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, a night had been arranged we would never forget. He had everyone who was anyone at his compound for a huge party. 2 bands played music while hundreds of people mingled among pools filled with flower petals and tables of food from every country around the world. What a welcome! We continued our business meetings for 2 more days. During the trip, we were scheduled to select a high-technology partner who could help develop the lower-end, low-cost products in medical systems. Chuck Piper, who had initiated the earlier Japanese deal, had been promoted to head GE Medical Systems in Asia. He had narrowed it down to 2 finalists, whom he brought in to see us at a hotel in Delhi. Both were successful Indian entrepreneurs. One was flamboyant, while the other was reserved. Paulo and I loved the first presentation from the more flamboyant guy who excitedly presented his plans. The quiet one, Azim Premji, came in after him and gave a thoughtful presentation as to why his company, Wipro, was the right partner for GE. Chuck was convinced that Premji was the one for us. KP, who sat in on all our meetings, was neutral. He thought both entrepreneurs were terrific. After we left, Chuck made his case for Wipro in writing. Paulo and I agreed to back off and go with Chuck's 50-50 joint venture with Premji. The medical venture flourished. Wipro went on to dramatically expand its software capabilities, becoming the poster child of India's high-tech industry. Premji was worth billions, becoming one of the world's richest businessmen. For our final day in India, KP had arranged a visit to the Taj Mahal. The night before, we flew to Jaipur. If we thought the first night in India was special, we hadn't seen anything yet. KP was about to outdo himself. We were greeted at the hotel, the former palace of the Maharaja, by colorful riders on elephants and horses. The entire front lawn of the hotel was done up in fresh flowers in the form of the GE logo. That evening in Jaipur, the Maharaja hosted a dinner at his palace. After dinner, just about the largest fireworks display I ever saw was put on in our honor. We walked up long, winding passageways to the roof where we sat on huge pillows and beautiful old carpets. This was pinch-me stuff. This was literally the royal treatment. They really wanted GE to love and invest in India and were pulling out all the stops. The next day, I was struck by the contrasts. Animals filled the dirt streets as our car wended its way to the Taj Mahal. The Taj exceeded my expectations in every way. It was a magnificent structure, glistening in the sun, which gave it an almost pinkish tint. Behind this beautiful creation, sitting across the river, was an enormous satellite communications dish, a picture of the old and the new in one glimpse. The efforts of KP and his friends worked. They showed us an India and a people that we loved. We saw all kinds of opportunities there. After that trip, I became the champion for India. At our annual officers' meeting the next month, I portrayed the country as a great place to make a bet. I wanted to gamble on India because it had a strong legal system, a potential market, and an enormous number of people with great technical skills. I saw India as a huge market with a rapidly growing middle class of 100+ million people out of an 800 million population. The Indian people were highly educated, they spoke English, and the country had lots of entrepreneurs trying to break the shackles of heavy government bureaucracy. Highly developed from an intellectual standpoint, India was an underdeveloped country from an infrastructure perspective. I thought the bureaucracy would fix the infrastructure problems and loosen some of the red tape. I was dead wrong. We tried to build lighting and appliance companies there. They went nowhere. Power generation has been a series of starts and stops. Financial services and plastics have had modest success. Only medical systems has flourished. I was also dead right. The real benefit of India turned out to be its vast intellectual capability and the enthusiasm of its people. We found terrific scientific, engineering, and administrative talent that today serves almost every business at GE. In the early 1990s, we kept pushing our global growth by acquisitions and alliances and by moving our best people into global assignments. In late 1991, we made 2 important moves. We appointed Jim McNerney, one of our best business CEOs, to a newly created position as president of GE Asia. Jim didn't go out there to run any businesses, but to promote the region and demonstrate to the business leaders the region's potential. His job was all about looking for deals, building business contacts, and being a champion for Asia. He was a hell of a persuasive guy and had a huge impact. 8 months after Jim's move to Asia, we sent Del Williamson from our power generation business in Schenectady, where he was head of sales and marketing, to Hong Kong as head of worldwide sales. Moving the center of gravity there was logical because no one was buying power plants in the United States. The business opportunities were in Asia. Psychologically, the impact on the organization of seeing a senior guy like Del managing the top line away from Mother Schenectady was enormous. The symbolism of these moves shocked the system. Suddenly, we heard people say, they really mean it. Globalization is for real. The numbers would prove it. Our global sales went from $9 billion in 1987, or 19% of total revenues when Paulo was named a senior VP, to $53 billion, or more than 40% of our total revenues today. Another key part of our strategy was taking a contrarian view of globalizing. We focused most of our attention on areas of the world that were either in transition or out of favor. We thought the best risk-reward activities were there. In the early to mid-1990s, when Europe was slumping, we saw many opportunities, particularly for financial services. In the mid-1990s, when Mexico devalued the peso and the economy was in turmoil, we made over 20 acquisitions and joint ventures and significantly increased our production base. In the late 1990s, our financial services business moved into Japan, which had long excluded foreign investment. These were opportunistic moves, but not in the traditional sense. We were there to build businesses for the long haul. Our acquisitions of CGR in France, Tungsram in Hungary, and Nuovo Pignone in Italy in 1994 involved taking over either unprofitable or barely profitable operations that had been state-run. They gave us new distribution or good technology that helped to globalize our medical, lighting, and power systems businesses. GE Capital began its global expansion in the early 1990s, mainly in Europe, by acquiring insurance and finance companies. The activity picked up when Gary Wendt hired Christopher McKenzie in London in 1994. With great support from Gary, Christopher spearheaded a massive European expansion. Gary led the way in a similar effort in Japan in the late 1990s. From 1994 until 2000, $89 billion of the $161 billion in assets bought by GE Capital were outside the United States. GE Capital Services took a while to globalize, but when they did, they really went after it. There was no overnight success. It took at least a decade to make the Thomson Medical deal work. The same was true of our acquisition of Tungsram. Yet one of our most satisfying accomplishments was taking over 3 government-owned companies, CGR, Nuovo Pignone, and communist-controlled Tungsram, and transforming them into highly energized organizations and profitable companies. Some ideas didn't pan out. When we picked a business to crack the Chinese market, we started first with lighting. We thought that our typical global competitors would be the players in China. Instead, it turned out that almost every local mayor was putting up light bulb facilities. Today, there are more than 2,000 light bulb manufacturers in China. Not all the global deals we tried to do got off the ground, and some experiences left a bitter taste. I can only think of one, maybe 2 times, when trust and integrity broke down. The worst example of that was in 1988, when Paulo and I went to Eindhoven in the Netherlands for a meeting with the CEO of Philips NV. We had heard that he was interested in selling the company's appliance business. That deal would have given us a strong position in the European appliance market. He had become CEO of Philips in the mid-1980s and had some bold ideas on how to change his company. Over a dinner discussion at Philips House, he told us that he wanted to sell his major appliance business, where Philips was the second largest European player, and would consider selling Philips's medical businesses. He wasn't even sure about staying in lighting, even though the Dutch company was our biggest competitor in light bulbs. He liked semiconductors and consumer electronics. After the dinner, we were driving to the airport in the rain when I turned to Fresco. Have you ever been in a room where you heard 2 totally different perspectives on the same businesses? We both can't be right. One of us is going to get our ass fired. Our meeting led to the start of a negotiation for Philips's appliance business. The CEO arranged for his president to negotiate with Paulo. We agreed to a price and thought the deal was done after spending weeks on due diligence. Then came the shock. Only a day after they shook hands, the president came back with a big surprise. "Sorry, Paulo, we're going to go with Whirlpool." I called the CEO. "This isn't fair," I said. He agreed. "Send Paulo down here and we'll work it out this week." On vacation in Cortina, Italy at the time, Paulo left his wife and flew immediately to Eindhoven. He spent all of Thursday negotiating a new deal, agreeing to pay more for Philips' appliance business. By Friday noon, the details were all worked out. The Philips team told Paulo to go back to his hotel. "We'll be over by 4 in the afternoon with the formal papers all typed so they can be signed," the president said. "We'll have a glass of champagne then." When he showed up at Paulo's hotel about 5, he threw the second bomb. "I'm sorry, we're going with Whirlpool. They came back and beat your offer." Paulo couldn't believe it. When he called me around midnight, I was shocked. Having Philips shake on a deal once and walk was bad enough. The second negotiation was beyond anything I'd seen in a top-level business deal. The nice thing is that in 20-plus years as CEO and literally thousands of acquisitions, partnerships, and deals, this happened rarely, and only once as blatantly as that time in Eindhoven. Like our other initiatives, the seed bloomed into a garden. We moved from thinking of globalization in terms of markets to thinking of it in terms of sourcing products and components, and finally, tapping the intellectual capital of countries. Take India. I was optimistic about the country's brainpower, but our use of it has far outpaced my wildest dreams. The scientific and technical talent in India to do software development, design work, and basic research is incredible. We opened a central $30 million R&D center in 2000, have gone to the second phase, and will more than triple our investment when it's complete in 2002. It will be the largest multidisciplinary research facility in GE worldwide, eventually employing more than 3,000 engineers and scientists. Today, we have over 1,000, including 250 PhDs. India has a wealth of highly educated people who can do many different things very well. GE Capital moved its customer service centers to Delhi, and the results have been sensational. Our Indian global customer centers have had better quality, lower costs, better collection rates, and greater customer acceptance than our comparable operations in the United States and Europe. All the GE industrial businesses have followed GE Capital there. We took Peter Drucker's advice. We moved the GE back rooms in the United States to the front room in India. We can hire a level of talent in India for customer service and collection work that would be impossible to attract in the United States. Customer call centers in the United States are plagued by heavy turnover. In India, these are sought-after jobs. Some contend that globalization hurts developing countries and their people. I see it differently. Globalization never looks better than when you see the bright faces of the people whose lives have been measurably improved for having these jobs. In recent years, our globalization initiative has increasingly put a global face on the company as more local nationals take on leadership roles. In the early years of globalization, we had to use U.S. expatriates. They were critical to our successful start, but we were having trouble getting off this crutch. We accelerated the development of a global face for GE by forcing a rigorous reduction of U.S. expatriates. We got two benefits from measuring the monthly reduction of expatriates by business. First, more locals had to be promoted faster to key jobs. Second, in the first year of doing this, we reduced our expenses by over $200 million. When we have someone from the United States and Japan on a $150,000 salary, it costs the company over $500,000. I constantly reminded our business leaders, would you rather have 3 to 4 smart University of Tokyo graduates who know the country and the language, or a friend of yours from down the hall? Globalization took a big step forward with an exciting promotion that showed our efforts are paying off. Yoshiaki Fujimori, a 1975 Tokyo University graduate, joined us in business development in 1986. Fuji was promoted in May 2001 from head of Medical Systems Asia to president and CEO of GE Plastics in Pittsfield. He is the first Japanese national to lead a global GE business, a long way from the plastics business I started in 40 years ago. Chapter 20. Growing Services. Like just about everything at GE, growing services was all about people. With the exception of our medical business, most of the people making the heavy hardware in the company thought of services as the aftermarket, supplying spare and replacement parts for the aircraft engines, locomotives, and power generation equipment we sold. Aftermarket, the name itself, puts it in the back seat. In our big equipment businesses, the engineers like to spend their time on the newest, the fastest, and the most powerful. They didn't think much about the aftermarket. They weren't alone. Our salespeople also focused primarily on the customer's new equipment needs. We had been pushing services without great success. When 3 Mile Island forced our nuclear business to stop building new reactors, they had to build a service company to survive. They did it and transformed the nature of their business, getting double-digit earnings growth in a virtually no-growth market. Medical has always had a strong service focus. The primary buyers were the radiologists, and they were also the ongoing users of the equipment. From the first introduction of our CT scanner in 1976, we sold our machines under the Continuum banner. That slogan was meant to show radiologists that a software upgrade would get them to the next generation model. They wouldn't have to throw away a $1 million machine and start all over again. The Continuum concept helped increase service revenues and equipment market share as customers got longer lives out of their investments. John Tranny, who became medical CEO in 1986, built on that early foundation. He was a strong leader with an obsession for making the numbers. John saw services as an even bigger opportunity. Medical Systems was the first business to introduce long-term service contracts. It was also the only business doing remote diagnostics. Medical set up global facilities to give 24/7 remote diagnosis of their installed equipment. Customers from anywhere in the world could get an answer and often a fix directly online from a technical rep in Paris, Tokyo, or Milwaukee, depending on the time zone. With an equal focus on service as original equipment, Medical got results. Overall medical revenues grew 12-fold from 1980 to 2000. Services were a big part of the growth, going from 18% of total medical revenues in 1980 to 31% in 1990 and to 41% of their $7 billion-plus revenues in 2000. Other than those two businesses, we weren't having much success. The Crotonville class that challenged us to redefine our markets in 1995 was a turning point. When other businesses defined their markets more broadly, the importance of services was self-evident. At Boca in January 1996, I made the point that we had been a new socket company to a fault. We might have scores of executives debating whether we'd sell 50 or 58 gas turbines or several hundred aircraft engines a year, while we routinely handle the service opportunities for an installed base of 10,000 existing turbines and 9,000 jet engines. That had to change. After the Crotonville class, we held a special Session C in November of 1995 to focus on services staffing. We made our first big unconventional organizational move in aircraft engines in January 1996. We created a new vice president of engine services and made the business a separate P&L center. We put a real change agent in the job, a true bull in the china shop, Bill Vareschi, who had been the chief financial officer of the aircraft engine business. Bill was loud, opinionated, and tough-minded, just what I thought might make the initiative come alive. He hired Jeff Bornstein, a young finance star from the audit staff who, like his boss, wasn't afraid to take a swing at anything in his way. Bill and Jeff spent most of 1996 putting all the services pieces together. They had several building blocks to work with. We had engine service shops located around the world. We acquired a large shop in Wales from British Airways in 1991 as part of a deal to sell BA our new GE90 engines. It was an unprofitable operation that primarily serviced and overhauled Rolls-Royce engines, and British Airways wanted out of it. This shop was our first significant foray into servicing other manufacturers' engines. In 1996, Bill, with Dennis Dammerman's help, acquired Selma, a former state-owned service shop in Brazil that had been privatized. It gave us the capability to service Pratt & Whitney engines. 2 years later, we'd buy Vairig's Brazilian service shop, which would give us the capability to service GE engines at a lower cost. In late 1996, the engine service business had $3 billion in revenues, up from $2.2 billion in 1994, and was on a good trajectory. However, the industry was starting to consolidate. In 1996, Greenwich Air Services in Miami had bought out Avial, a jet engine overhaul operation. I asked Bill and others why we didn't buy them. In mid-February of 1997, Greenwich was at it again, announcing their plans to buy another services company, UNC. I called Bill again and asked what the hell is going on. This new acquisition made Greenwich a big player. I wanted a hard look at them. 10 days after Greenwich announced its deal, I had a video conference with Aircraft Engine CEO Gene Murphy and Bill Vareschi to find out what it would take to buy Greenwich. Bill was digesting Selma and thought we had enough facilities and could grow the business on our own. But the more I thought about it, the more frantic I became. I didn't want to take the chance that one of our competitors would buy Greenwich before us. I urged Gene and Bill to think about it overnight and arranged a follow-up video conference the next day. At this session, they agreed to take a shot at it. Vareschi, who had known Greenwich founder and CEO Gene Canise for some time, agreed to call him to set up a Sunday morning meeting for us. When I left the video conference with Dennis Dammerman, I grabbed him by the arm and said, "We just have to get this thing." He was as enthusiastic as I was. On March 2nd, I flew down to Miami and went with Bill Vareschi to meet Gene Canise at his home. He was a gregarious bear of a guy, a clever entrepreneur who had built his company from scratch. As we sat down over coffee in his dining room, it was obvious he was interested in selling. Though Gene didn't say it outright, I had the feeling that after he had put this service network together, he was thinking, "Where the hell have you guys been?" That morning, we talked about a deal, and with Greenwich stock trading at $23 per share, I made an offer to buy the company for $27 a share. Gene countered at $35, and as you can imagine, we ended up at $31 after a couple of hours. Over the week, our teams did the due diligence. Dennis showed up at midweek to keep things moving. The next weekend, I went back down and we did the usual haggling on Friday and Saturday nights over last-minute details. The deal came to $1.5 billion. When I called Canise shrewd, I wasn't just casually throwing out a line. Gene wanted to be sure he got GE stock for his equity. He did, and since the deal closed, the price of the stock has tripled. The deal really put us on the map in aircraft services, increasing revenues by 60% overnight. With Greenwich, we now had a real business with over $5 billion in revenues. Bill had to take the business to the next level. To do that, he had to upgrade the overall organization. More specifically, he had to get the engineering mindset away from designing new engines to upgrading the installed base of engines. We moved one of the best design engineers in the business, Vic Simon, from his design job to head of engineering for services. We also gave Bill a young, high-potential manufacturing manager, Ted Torbeck from GE Transportation, as manufacturing manager for services and upgraded the position to corporate vice president. Both moves reinforced the message that services were important. Services went from under 40% of total aircraft engine revenues in 1994 to over 60% in 2000. We used this same model and had the same results in power systems and transportation. Now we needed to broaden our base. To spread the learning, we launched a council in 1996, bringing to Fairfield on a quarterly basis all of GE's service leaders. Either Vice Chairman Paulo Fresco or I would be at every meeting. Once again, it became immediately obvious who was delivering and who wasn't, and the next session usually corrected that. Idea sharing was particularly helpful in stirring up interest in acquisitions and structuring long-term service agreements. Acquisitions played a big role in service growth. From 1997 through 2000, Medical Systems acquired 40 service companies, Power Systems 31, and Aircraft Engines 17. Even transportation got into the acquisition game in 2000, paying $400 million for Harmon Industries, a Kansas City railway signaling and service company. 3 separate businesses, transportation, power, and aircraft, set up 50-50 joint ventures with Harris Corporation, a high-tech aerospace company. It was another great example of idea sharing. These information systems ventures let railroad companies know the location of a train or let a utility company learn where it was having grid problems. We've since amicably bought out Harris's 50% in 2001 in power and transportation. We pounded the idea of more technology investment at every step of the operating system. The businesses delivered, in most cases tripling our investments in service technology R&D to $500 million annually by 2000. Investing heavily in technology for services has changed the fundamentals of our service business. Long-term service agreements wouldn't be possible without these large investments in technology and our Six Sigma commitment. Taking on long-term agreements required sophisticated models to predict the reliability costs over 10 to 15 years. Since the business leaders have to eat any shortfalls if the equipment doesn't perform as predicted, these contracts also reinforce the push to allocate more dollars to services technology. These technology investments have greatly increased our intimacy with customers. The service upgrades that we provide today allow our customers to get increased productivity and longer lives for their installed equipment. Doing this, we've learned a lot. Some of our earlier technological upgrades were too sophisticated. Payback times for customers were measured in 3 to 5 years instead of the 1 to 2 or less that they needed to justify their investment. We've fixed that and now focus on rapid customer payback solutions across every business, whether it's increasing the life of a jet engine, improving the power output of a utility plant, or increasing the throughput of patients for a CT machine. For example, Southwest Airlines in 2001 placed an order with us for 300 upgrade kits at $1 million each to increase the life and fuel efficiency of engines on several older versions of their Boeing 737s. As always, the litmus test of how an initiative works is the numbers. Our product services business grew from $8 billion in 1995 to $19 billion in 2001 and should grow to $80 billion by 2010. Our long-term service backlog has grown tenfold, from $6 billion in 1995 to $62 billion in 2001. Today, we're spending as much time ensuring our installed sockets are increasingly productive as we are in finding new sockets. Chapter 21, Six Sigma and Beyond. In 20 years as CEO, I missed only one corporate executive council meeting. It was in June 1995, one of the most important meetings we ever had. I had invited my friend and former colleague, Larry Bossidy, then CEO of Allied Signal, to come to Crotonville to talk about Six Sigma quality. There was a good excuse for my not being there. I was home in bed recovering from open heart surgery. After returning from India in late January, I couldn't stop feeling tired all the time. I thought I'd just caught some kind of bug that was making me feel lousy. I never took an afternoon nap in my life, but I started taking them on the couch in my office. I went to doctors all over New York, and I must have had every test ever invented. They never found anything. My complaining continued, so much so that Jane went to my doctor, described the symptoms, and walked out with a prescription for nitroglycerin pills, just in case. One Saturday night in late April, Jane and I went out with our friends, the Lofriscos, for dinner at Spazzi's in Fairfield. We ate a lot of pizza and consumed plenty of wine. Jane and I got home late and went straight upstairs. While brushing my teeth in the bathroom, I felt a bomb hit me in the chest. I'd had chest pains in the past, and with my family history of heart trouble, I'd imagined heart attacks at least 20 times before. But this was like nothing I had ever experienced. This wasn't a little angina or a sore arm. This was the real thing. It felt like a massive rock sitting on my chest. I yelled for Jane, and she came into the bathroom and surprised me with the nitro pills. I slipped one under my tongue. Fairly quickly, I got some relief. Then my impatience took over. Instead of calling 911, I told Jane to get the car so we could drive straight to Bridgeport Hospital, where she served on the Board of Trustees. On the way, barreling up Route 25, I spotted a hospital sign and shouted for Jane to get off at the next exit. It turned out not to be for Bridgeport Hospital, but rather St. Vincent's Medical Center in Bridgeport. When Jane sped through a red light, a cop stopped us. After we explained what was going on, he escorted us to the hospital with flashing lights and siren. When Jane pulled up to the emergency room at 1 a.m., I rushed out of the car, ran through a crowded waiting area, and jumped onto an empty gurney. "I'm dying!" I yelled. "I'm dying!" That got the nurses' attention, and they had me on intravenous nitro quickly. The pain subsided. Tests confirmed I had suffered a heart attack. On Tuesday, May 2nd, Dr. Robert Caserta did an angioplasty to open up my main artery. Bob was a sports nut, a UConn and Yankees fan. Since I went to UMass and was a Red Sox diehard, we had a lot to argue about. Shortly after the procedure, I was back in my hospital room when the rock landed on my chest again. The vein had closed. I was having another heart attack. As they rushed me down to the cardiac room for another procedure, a priest wanted to give me the last rites. I watched on the monitor and saw Dr. Caserta having trouble trying to reopen the vein. The surgeon was standing by to do the bypass that I dreaded. "Don't give up," I shouted. "Keep trying." I was being a pain in the butt again, giving orders, but fortunately the doctor stayed with it. He got the vein open, and I didn't need the surgery at that time. When I left the hospital in 3 or 4 days, I called a number of people for advice, including Henry Kissinger and Michael Eisner of Disney, who both had had bypass operations. Michael was encouraging, telling me that surgery was no big deal. Henry strongly pushed for having it done at Massachusetts General Hospital. So did Dr. Saul Mills, GE's medical director, who flew to Boston with the films of my angioplasty. Saul was a saint and a wonderful doctor. For years I had bugged him with my chest pains and perceived heart attacks. Saul had to put up with 3 of the world's biggest hypochondriacs, Larry Bossidy, Paulo Fresco, and me. All of us carried a pharmacy of pills wherever we went, and were always ready to call the doctor at a moment's notice to complain about every ache and pain. Together, we probably have been more responsible for GE's increasing medical costs than 100 other employees. For the last several years, Saul's task has fallen to our current medical director, Dr. Bob Galvin, and his partner, Dr. Ken Grossman. On May 10, 1995, in the middle of a business meeting with Paolo and Bill Conity in my family room at home, Saul arrived with not-so-good news. He told me the films confirmed that I'd need open-heart surgery. He made an appointment for me to go to Mass General the next day and have the operation a day later. The suddenness of it all was actually a break. With my family's history and my angina over the last 15 years, I had been dreading this moment, but I didn't have much time to think about it. On Wednesday night, I called the kids and told them the news. On Thursday, I was in Boston with Saul and Jane to meet Dr. Kerry Akins, who would do the surgery. Jane remembers more about that Thursday night than I do. As she tells the story, at one point at 4 a.m. in the hospital, I turned to her and said, "If something goes wrong, don't let them pull the plug. Even if they can't tell, I want you to know I'll be fighting like hell in here." Nothing went wrong. In fact, everything went right. I was lucky to have a great surgeon. Kerry performed a quintuple bypass in 3 hours. Since then, he and I have become very good friends. We see each other once or twice a year outside the hospital. Bypass surgery knocks you for a loop at first. Every part of you hurts like hell. Fortunately, you feel a lot better every day. I returned to the office on July 5th, and I was back on the golf course by the end of the month. In mid-August, I won my first 3 matches but lost in the 36-hole finals of the Sankaty Head Club Championship in Nantucket. When I was home recuperating from the surgery, Larry Bossidy called and suggested that he withdraw from the CEC meeting in June. He was concerned it might look like he was coming back to GE with me on the sidelines. I appreciated his sensitivity and told him not to worry. Go give them everything you've got on Six Sigma. I sensed we might be at an important moment. I knew Larry was the perfect person to help. For years as colleagues, neither of us had been fans of the quality movement. We both felt that the earlier quality programs were too heavy on slogans and light on results. In the early 1990s, we flirted with a Deming program in our aircraft engine business. I didn't buy it as a company-wide initiative because I thought it was too theoretical. The rumblings within GE were unmistakable. In our April 1995 employee survey, quality emerged as a concern of many employees. The new Larry had become fervent about Six Sigma. He said for most companies the average was 35,000 defects per million operations. Getting to a Six Sigma quality level means that you have fewer than 3.4 defects per million operations in a manufacturing or service process. That's 99.99966% of perfection. In industry, things generally go right about 97 times out of 100. That's between 3 and 4 sigma. For example, quality like this means 5,000 incorrect surgical operations per week, 20,000 lost articles of mail per hour, and hundreds of thousands of wrong drug prescriptions filled per year. Not much fun to think about. By all accounts, Larry made a great pitch to our troops. He demonstrated that Allied got real cost savings, not just feel-good benefits. Our team loved what he said, and I received positive phone calls from several attendees. I came back to work and concluded Larry really loved Six Sigma. The team thought it was right, and I had the survey which said quality was a problem at GE. Once everything came together, I went nuts about Six Sigma and launched it. We put 2 guys on it, Gary Reiner, head of corporate initiatives, and Bob Nelson, my longtime financial analyst, ran a cost-benefit analysis. They showed that if GE was running at 3 to 4 sigma, the cost-saving opportunity of raising this quality to 6 sigma was somewhere between $7 and $10 billion. This amounted to a huge number, 10% to 15% of sales. With that opportunity, it wasn't rocket science for us to decide to take a big swing at Six Sigma. As with each of our major initiatives, when we decided to go forward, we did so with a vengeance. The first thing we did was appoint Gary Reiner as permanent head of Six Sigma. With his clear thinking and relentless focus, he was the perfect bridge to transmit our passion into the program. We then brought in Michael Harry, a former Motorola manager who was running the Six Sigma Academy in Scottsdale, Arizona. If there is a Six Sigma zealot, Harry's the guy. We invited him to our annual officers' meeting in Crotonville in October. I canceled our usual golf outing, a symbolic gesture if there ever was one, so that 170 of us could listen to Harry talk about his program. For 4 solid hours, he jumped excitedly from one easel to another, writing down all kinds of statistical formulas. I couldn't tell if he was a madman or a visionary. Most of the crowd, including me, didn't understand much of the statistical language. Nonetheless, Harry's presentation succeeded in capturing our imagination. He had given us enough practical examples to show there was something to this. Most left the session that day somewhat frustrated with our lack of statistical comprehension, but excited about the program's possibilities. The discipline from the approach was particularly appealing to the engineers in the room. I sensed it was a lot more than statistics for engineers, but I didn't have any idea just how much more it would become. The big myth is that Six Sigma is about quality control and statistics. It is that, but it's a hell of a lot more. Ultimately, it drives leadership to be better by providing tools to think through tough issues. At Six Sigma's core is an idea that can turn a company inside out, focusing the organization outward on the customer. We rolled out the Six Sigma program at Boca in January 1996. We can wait no longer, I said. Everyone in this room must lead the quality charge. There can be no spectators on this. What took Motorola 10 years, we must do in 5, not through shortcuts, but in learning from others. I thought the short-range financial impact alone would justify the program. Longer range, I thought it could be even bigger. In my Boca close, I called Six Sigma the most ambitious undertaking the company had ever taken on. Quality can truly change GE from one of the great companies to absolutely the greatest company in world business. Once again, I was going over the top. We left Boca that year really psyched to make Six Sigma a big hit. We told the business CEOs to make their best people Six Sigma leaders. That meant taking our people off their existing jobs and giving them 2-year project assignments to qualify them for what were called black belts in Six Sigma terminology. The first 4 months of the assignment would be taken up with classroom training and application of the tools. Every assigned project had to tie into the business objectives and the bottom line. Black belt projects sprang up in every business, improving call center response rates, increasing factory capacity, and reducing billing errors and inventories. A fundamental requirement in our Six Sigma program was that we measured it. We had a financial analyst certify the results of every project. We also trained thousands as Six Sigma green belts. Green belts underwent a 10-day training period to learn Six Sigma concepts and enough tools to solve problems in their everyday work environment. We also trained thousands as Six Sigma green belts. Green belts underwent a 10-day training period to learn Six Sigma concepts and enough tools to solve problems in their everyday work environment. They didn't leave their current jobs. Instead, they gained a methodology to improve everyday performance. In the top management classes, which I called Six Sigma for little folks, we did all kinds of experiments to capture the concept. We made paper airplanes, flung them across the room, and measured where they landed. I said to the black belt teacher that I hoped our employees weren't looking in the window to see us playing with paper airplanes. Watching them land all over the room was our introduction to variance. As with every initiative, we backed it up with our reward system. We changed our incentive compensation plan for the entire company so that 60% of the bonus was based on financials and 40% on Six Sigma results. In February, we focused our stock option grants on employees who were in black belt training. These were supposed to be our best. When the request for option recommendations went out in February, the phone calls started coming in. A typical phone call went something like this. Jack, I don't have enough options. We didn't get enough for the business. What do you mean? You got enough options to make sure all the black belts were covered? Yeah, but we couldn't give options exclusively to our black belts. We had to take care of a lot of other people. Why? I thought the black belts were your best people. They're the ones that should be getting the options. Well, they aren't all our best, I'd say. My reply was, get only your best people in the Six Sigma program and give them the options. We don't have any more to give you. I always wanted the reward system to make sure we were getting the best people into every initiative. No one wants to give up their best talent on a full-time basis. They've got high targets to reach and need their best managers to make them. We got pushback on the Six Sigma initiative. At first, only a quarter or perhaps half of the black belt candidates were the best and brightest. They faked the rest. One of the more notable experiences came in an SI strategy review with GE Capital's commercial finance business headed by Mike Gaudino. This is a transaction business that deals mostly with non-investment grade companies. Finding a Six Sigma leader among these dealmakers wasn't easy. This became apparent at the SI in 1996. We asked all the CEOs to bring in their Six Sigma leaders to show their progress on the initiative. Mike had found someone to fill the job. Now he had to sit through and watch his guy give an airball presentation. It was clear to everyone in the room that Six Sigma wasn't going anywhere in this business. The standard joke was that the Six Sigma leader decided to leave before the elevator reached the ground floor at headquarters. The next time, Mike wasn't going to take any chances. He put in one of his stars as a replacement. Steve Sargent took over and did a great job, later becoming GE Capital's Six Sigma leader. In 2000, he was promoted again to be CEO of our European equipment finance business. The SI review process worked. Mike got a better quality program, and 5 years later, GE had a new CEO for one of its businesses. We also used the stock option program for black belts to smoke out the weakest links. If this or any initiative was going to be successful, it had to start with the best. I became a fanatic about it, insisting that no one would be considered for a management job without at least green belt training by the end of 1998. Even with my constant cheerleading and a lot of pounding in Session C's and everywhere else, it took us 3 years to get all the best people into Six Sigma. At one review, the nuclear business gave us the name of a candidate, Mark Savoff, to head up the services side. Their recommendation didn't make his Six Sigma credentials clear. Bill Conity, our human resources head, phoned out to California and said, "We'd like to have him come in and talk to us about his Six Sigma qualifications." Mark flew from San Jose to Fairfield and convinced us that he was deeply committed to Six Sigma. He got the job and has since been promoted to run the total GE nuclear business. Today, the Six Sigma qualifications are made clear before anybody is recommended for anything. In the first full year, we trained 30,000 employees, spent about $200 million on the training, and got somewhere in the neighborhood of $150 million in savings. We had some good early success stories. GE Capital, for instance, fielded about 300,000 calls a year from mortgage customers who had to use voicemail or call us back 24% of the time because our employees were busy or unavailable. A Six Sigma team found that one of our 42 branches had a near-perfect percentage of answered calls. The team analyzed its system, process flows, equipment, physical layout, and staffing, and then cloned it to the other 41. Customers who once found us inaccessible nearly 1/4 of the time now had a 99.9% chance of getting a GE person on the first try. GE Plastics gave us another great example. Lexan polycarbonate had very high purity standards, but it didn't meet Sony's requirements for its new high-density CD-ROMs and music CDs. 2 Asian suppliers were getting all the Sony business, and we were out in the cold. A black belt team solved the problems and designed a change in the production process that gave us the color and static qualities Sony demanded. We went from 3.8 Sigma to 5.7 Sigma and earned Sony's business. In the first year, we used Six Sigma all over the company to attack costs, improve productivity, and fix broken processes. One business, admittedly an extreme, found that by using Six Sigma, it could increase the capacity of their factories, eliminating the need for any capacity investment for a decade. The next phase was to use Six Sigma's statistical tools to fix and design new products. Nowhere did this prove to be more important than in power systems. In the mid-1990s, when demand for power plants was modest, we were having forced outages in our newly designed gas turbine power plants. Rotors were cracking due to high vibration. 1/3 of the 37 operating units in the installed base had to be removed in 1995. Using Six Sigma processes, we reduced the vibrations by 300% and fixed the problems in late 1996. Since then, with a fleet of more than 210 units today, we haven't had a single unplanned removal. Better than Six Sigma. Solving this problem put us in the lead of the new technology gas turbine market just in time for the power surge that would come in the late 1990s. It gave GE the major share of the global market for new power plants. In new product design, our medical systems business took the lead. The first major Six Sigma design product to hit the market was a new CT scanner called the Lightspeed, which came out in 1998. A chest scan that took a conventional scanner 3 minutes to perform took only 17 seconds with this new product. Even better, I got a letter from a radiologist who wrote that he was amazed that a $1 million machine could be taken out of a box, plugged into a wall, and it would work immediately. That was Six Sigma at its best. In the last 3 years, Medical launched 22 new Six Sigma design products. In 2001, 51% of Medical's overall revenues will come from Six Sigma designs, and every new product that hits the market has it. Today, all our businesses are aiming to do this. We went from 3,000 Six Sigma projects in 1996 to 6,000 in 1997, when we achieved $320 million in productivity gains and profits, more than double our original goal of $150 million. The benefits were showing up in our financial results. By 1998, we had generated $750 million in Six Sigma savings over and above our investment, and would get $1.5 billion in savings the next year. Our operating margins went from 14.8% in 1996 to 18.9% in 2000. Six Sigma was working. We liked the results, but too often we were hearing that our customers weren't feeling the difference in quality. We thought the problem was that many of the products in the field had been in development for years before Six Sigma was started. It took a trip to Spain to find a solution. In June 1998, I was thinking of hiring a full-time vice president of Six Sigma, the first and only new staff job I created as CEO. I was visiting our new plastics facility in Cartagena, Spain for a project review with Pete Vanabelen and his team. Pete was global manager of manufacturing for plastics and had demonstrated the power of Six Sigma in one of his factories in Bergen op Zoom on the coast of the Netherlands. Using Six Sigma, Pete and his team doubled Lexan output from 2,000 tons per week to 4,000 tons without adding significant investment. Pete had the best practical handle on just what Six Sigma could do and the skill to explain it in the simplest terms. We were having lunch on the back porch of a hacienda on our Cartagena site. I asked Pete if he would be interested in coming to Fairfield to take a new staff job I was thinking about creating. I told Pete he would have a very small group, 2 to 3 people, established to teach and transfer Six Sigma learning across the company. The teacher in him, and there is a lot of it, found the job appealing despite the fact that he was currently running a huge global manufacturing operation with thousands of employees. Fortunately, he signed on. It was Pete who came up with the answer to why our customers weren't feeling our Six Sigma improvements. Pete's reason was simple. He got all of us to understand that Six Sigma was about one thing: variation. We had all studied it, including me, in the class with the paper airplanes. But we never saw it the way Pete laid it out. He made the connection between averages and variation. It was a breakthrough. We got away from averages and focused on variation by tightening what we call span. We wanted the customer to get what they wanted when they wanted it. Span measures the variance from the exact date the customer wants the product, either days early or days late. Getting span to 0 means the customers always get the products when they ask for them. Internally, our problem was that we were measuring improvement based on an average, a figure that calculated only our manufacturing or services cycle without regard to the customer. If we reduced product delivery times from an average of 16 days to 8 days, for example, we saw it as a 50% improvement. Foolishly, we were celebrating. Our customers, however, felt nothing except variance and unpredictability. Some customers got their orders 9 days late, while others got them 6 days early. We used Six Sigma and a customer-oriented perspective involving span to guide us. That reduced the delivery span from 15 days to 2. Now customers really felt the improvement because orders arrived closer to their want dates. Sounds simple, and it was, once we got it. We were 3 years into Six Sigma before we got it. Span reduction was easy for everyone to understand and became a rallying cry at every level of the organization. It was just what we needed to take the complexity out of Six Sigma. Our plastics business reduced their span from 50 days to 5, aircraft engines from 80 days to 5, and mortgage insurance from 54 days to 1. Now our customers noticed. Span also helped us focus on what we were measuring. In most cases, we were using promised dates of delivery made by a salesperson negotiated on both sides with the customer and with the factory. What we weren't measuring was what customers really wanted and when they wanted it. Today, we take it a step further. We measure span from our requested delivery date to our customer's first revenue. A CT scanner delivery cycle from the request date by the customer to the first scan of a patient. The turnaround time in jet engine service shops from the time it leaves the wing of an airplane to the time it takes to get back in the air. And power plant delivery cycles from the time of the order to the first generation of electricity. Every order is tagged with the customer's startup dates, and charts tracking the variation are put up in every facility. Visibility is clear to everyone. Using these measurements makes variation come alive. Customers see and feel what we do. Six Sigma is a universal language. Variation and span are as understandable in Bangkok and Shanghai as they are in Cleveland and Louisville. We expanded the initiative further by taking it directly to our customers in what we called Six Sigma, at the customer, for the customer. ACFC. This means taking GE black belts and green belts and putting them in customer shops to help them improve their performance. When we have customer receptivity, it really works. In 2000, aircraft engines had 1,500 projects at over 50 airlines, helping customers earn $230 million in operating margin. Medical systems had close to 1,000 projects, creating over $100 million of operating margin for their hospital customers. By aligning what we measure internally with our customers' needs, Six Sigma has given us better customer intimacy and trust. We found out that Six Sigma isn't only for engineers. A common misperception made in quality programs is thinking that it's only for technical minds. It's for the best and brightest in any function. Plant managers can use Six Sigma to reduce waste, improve product consistency, solve equipment problems, or create capacity. Human resource managers need it to reduce the cycle time for hiring employees. Regional sales managers can use it to improve forecast reliability, pricing strategies, or pricing variation. For that matter, plumbers, car mechanics, and gardeners can use it to better understand their customers' needs and tailor their service offerings to meet customers' wants. While it's worked in many functions at NBC, it hasn't improved our batting average in picking sitcoms. I must admit I have trouble getting examples for lawyers and consultants. It's probably difficult for them to apply it because they make a living off of variance. Overall, Six Sigma is changing the fundamental culture of the company and the way we develop people, especially our high potentials. We've always had great functional training programs over the years, particularly in finance. But the diversity of the company has made it difficult to have a universal training program. Six Sigma gives us just the tool we need for generic management training, since it applies as much in a customer service center as it does in a manufacturing environment. In 2000, 15% of GE's executive band population were black belt trained. By 2003, that number should hit 40%. The high probability is that Jeff Immelt's successor will be a Six Sigma black belt. At my Crotonville sessions in the last couple of years, I used to joke that the reason I was so slow in the uptake for e-business was that we were perfecting Six Sigma first. When I eventually write my book, I told the class, I'll write that we knew we had to adopt the Six Sigma initiative at GE before we tackled e-business. E-business relied on speed and accurate fulfillment. Six Sigma gave us that. The class would roar with laughter. They were younger and wiser, and knew I had been slow to understand the impact of the Internet. That transformation was next. Chapter 22. E-Business. The Internet revolution nearly passed me by until Jane made me comfortable with it. She had been using the net for years to keep up with friends. Many nights I'd be going through my work papers while she would sit across from me, plugged in and typing away. Jane started buying and selling stocks online in 1997, keeping track of her portfolio on the Internet. She was doing so well that I asked her to watch over mine. Wherever we went, Jane's laptop came along with us. Whenever she tried to convince me to use a laptop on my own, I resisted, thinking my inability to type hardly made it worth it. "Jack," she protested, "you can teach a monkey to type." In late 1998, however, I began to hear about people at work doing their Christmas shopping online. Finally, I took it seriously and developed my Boca remarks over the Christmas holidays around the importance of the Internet. Those were words that would get us going, but the Internet would really get into my blood 3 months later. Jane and I were at a resort in Mexico in April of 1999 to celebrate our 10th wedding anniversary. This time, she wasn't any more romantic than I was in Barbados. Jane was absorbed by her laptop. One afternoon, she told me that people online were talking about the possibility of a GE stock split in my succession plan. She called me over to look at the GE message boards on Yahoo, and I was taken in by what people were saying about the company. "It's okay to look," Jane said, laughing, "but you can never answer." She coaxed me into writing a few emails and took me through a few sites. As our vacation continued, I began to get the urge to go online to check the news and latest comments about GE. Once, I even skipped out on Jane at poolside, returned to our room, and flipped on the computer. She walked in 20 minutes later, only to find me hunched over her laptop. She knew I was hooked. It was Barbados all over again. I came to the E-party late, but when it hit me hard. I finally saw what impact this new technology could have on GE. I was not exactly sure what, when, and how. I only knew we had to dive in with a vengeance. In the dot-com atmosphere of the late 1990s, everyone was quick to write off the big old companies. Everything was focused on anyone starting a new Internet business. One thing I never fell for was the popular line, old versus new economy. People were only buying and selling goods over the Internet, just as they did 100 years ago from a wagon. The only difference was the technology. Yes, this new buying and selling was faster and more global, and it had profound ramifications on business. The big insight for us came when we realized creating business sites on the Internet was not Nobel Prize work. We saw this when transportation showed everyone how easily and inexpensively an auction site could be developed. Once we knew digitizing was easy, it became obvious that big companies that got the message had little to be afraid of, and in fact had nothing but upside. I drew a chart that helped me understand the Internet and its implications for GE. At the time, the world was gaga over anything that had .com next to it. I used the chart all over the company and with the investment community. It generated a lot of conversation and was helpful to calm any employees who thought they might be playing yesterday's game. It also reassured investors that GE had a winning game plan. In the .com model, expenses increased rapidly to cover the costs of Internet development, brand advertising, and fulfillment. Losses increase in direct proportion to those expenses. The break-even point is uncertain and is almost always revenue-dependent. In the big old gets-it category, the only extra expense is for Internet development. The big company already has strong brands and the systems to fulfill orders. Quickly, the cost savings from Internet productivity kick in. There's a shorter time to break even and a bigger, more certain payback, and the benefits are generally independent of revenue. The chart captured GE's advantages over the .coms. We didn't have to increase advertising. We had established brands. We didn't have to create fulfillment organizations or build warehouses to ship goods. Six Sigma was in place to improve our operations. We could use digitization to focus on its main benefit, taking out the low-value added work in the guts of the company. Every process can be improved and productivity increased. The efficiencies from this technology are enormous for big companies. E-business allowed us to expand our markets and find new customers. GE's supplier base became more global. Our size leveraged technology investments so that being big actually helped. For me, the bottom line in the Internet world was the productivity and market share gains in the old economy companies dwarfed the growth opportunities of the new economy models. The skeptics, thinking that we couldn't find any more efficiency at GE, used to ask me if there was any juice left in the lemon. The net gave us a whole new lemon, a grapefruit, and perhaps even a watermelon, all on a platter. We saw the Internet opportunity in three pieces: the buy, the make, and the sell. The buy, what we as a company purchased, was $50 billion of goods and services every year. Transferring some of this activity to online auctions gave us access to more suppliers and lower costs. Even getting a sliver of this online would bring us significant savings. Initially, we were hearing about savings of between 10% and 20% on nearly everything we bought. By the time it dropped to the bottom line, the savings turned out to be more in the 5% to 10% range. In many cases, new suppliers brought with them new costs: quality qualification costs, duties, taxes, shipping, and other charges. There were still enormous savings on the $6 billion we auctioned in 2000 and the $14 billion we expect to buy online in 2001. For GE, the make improvements from digitization were the hidden jewel. Big companies have what I call scud works, massive backroom operations that generate mounds of paper. Digitization eliminates much of this and other tedious work, improving job quality for many. In 2000, we had $150 million of benefits. In 2001, we expect to save $1 billion from the make piece of digitization, even after $600 million of implementation costs. On the sell side, the net allowed us to improve service. We could fulfill faster. New and existing customers could get input on their shipments without multiple phone calls. This was the end of the expediter falsely reassuring a customer that the order was on the way. Combined with Six Sigma, the Internet could help us give our customers better service. We had $7 billion in online sales in 2000 and $14 billion to $15 billion in 2001. Digitization took off once it got into our operating system. At our management meeting in Boca in January of 1999, I asked our business leaders to offer up their best thinking on e-business at the strategy sessions in June. In March, I invited the first of 4 outside e-business guests to the CEC: Joe Lemont of Trilogy Systems, Lou Gerstner of IBM, Rich McGinn of Lucent Technologies, and John Chambers of Cisco. It was Joe who scared the hell out of us with the dot-com threat. Lou brought us back to earth with his more practical views of the net and the role of dot-coms. Rich described how the new technologies were in their infancy and laid out a vision of what the Internet could eventually become. John demonstrated that the biggest cost benefits would come from using the Internet to streamline our internal processes. Joe Lemont helped galvanize us. I had known him since he was a child in Pittsfield. His late father was my strategic planner during the early plastics days. Joe described in no uncertain terms that there were thousands of young kids out there just waiting to pick us off. He told us, in effect, "You're big, fat, and dumb. You're sitting ducks." His outrageous predictions were just what we needed to energize the place. We put together separate teams, in many cases housed in different buildings, to analyze potential Internet-based models that could do to us what Amazon.com was trying to do to bookselling. With typical revolutionary fervor, we designated these units as DestroyYourBusiness.com, DYB teams. The goal of the DYB teams was to define a new business model for our existing businesses without getting interference from those in the business who had been doing it the old way. The next chapter in my own education came on a business trip in the spring of 1999. I met the 36-year-old CEO of our consumer finance unit in London. He happened to mention during our business review that he had just met with his mentor. I asked him, "Your mentor? Why aren't you mentoring the high potentials?" "No, this is something different," he said. "I have a 23-year-old spending 3 to 4 hours a week teaching me how to use the Internet. I am the mentee." I immediately fell in love with the idea, particularly when a guy that young was using a mentor. The next day, I was giving a luncheon speech in Budapest to a group of Hungarian entrepreneurs. As usual, I thought I was imparting all kinds of wisdom. After the speech, several members of the audience rushed up to me with the obligatory great speech comment. Then they said, "You had one great thought that we'll all remember." I was quietly disappointed that my eloquent remarks had been reduced to one idea. They confirmed that the mentoring idea really hit a nerve. When I returned home, I immediately asked our top 500 leaders to get Internet mentors, preferably under the age of 30. The mentors, many less than half our age, worked with us Neanderthal types for 3 to 4 or more hours a week. I had 2. My formal mentor was Pam Wickham, who worked in GE's public relations department. She really loved the Internet and knew everything about it. She had been a key player in setting up the first GE website at Plastics and later was promoted to headquarters. My assistant, Roseanne, was my day-to-day savior. Every time I'd get stuck, I'd yell out the door, "Ro, help!" She knew that it was time to come in and get me out of the trouble I had gotten myself into as I tried to be more advanced than my skills. She was always able to solve my problem. In early 2000, we expanded the program to the top 3,000 managers in the company. It was a great way to turn the organization upside down. We had bright, energetic young managers meeting with the top management in the organization. Yes, they were teaching them about the Internet, but through many casual conversations during these Internet learning sessions, managers were also discovering new talent and gaining a better understanding of what was really going on in the company. We even recruited a mentor for the board. In October 1999, I asked Scott McNeely, CEO of Sun Microsystems, to become a director. We've used him to challenge all our thinking. He has, and in his outspoken way, Scott gave a great presentation that got everyone's attention at our 1999 officers meeting in Crotonville. Scott has not only been a terrific constructive critic, he's also become a golfing buddy. At my age, his chances of winning are improving. Scott also has a great sense of humor. I got an email announcing that he and his wife Susan are having their 4th baby. "I shouldn't be surprised," Scott wrote. "We've been playing hockey without the goalie." At GE, we were learning a lot, but there still was tremendous pressure on us to mimic the dot-com buy and sell model and jump into things that could be counterproductive. A good example was the third-party electronic exchanges. We, like others, almost forgot a cardinal rule of business. Never allow anyone to get between you and your customers or your suppliers. Those relationships take too long to develop and are too valuable to lose. A good example of what we avoided was PlasticsNet, an online aggregator in the plastics business. It had no product other than what they could source and were taking a cut of everything they sold, becoming a middleman at a time when the net was supposed to get rid of people who stood between the maker and the buyer. On our side, we had PolymerLand.com. Gary Rogers, then CEO of Plastics before being elected vice chairman in June of 2001, was on the leading edge of e-business in the company. Unlike PlasticsNet, he knew we had the product to sell and the information to sell it. At the time, Polymerland was doing less than $10,000 a week in online sales. Not much to speak of, but more than PlasticsNet was doing. To build this business, Plastics changed their incentive sales plans to encourage online sales and put full-time e-business specialists in the regions to get customers comfortable buying online. I became a fanatic about the Plastics model, hounding the management team with phone calls and emails. I'd get their numbers daily. It was a great learning experience and lots of fun. Everyone got tired of hearing me talk about the Plastics site and started swarming all over the Polymerland people. The learning was spreading. We originally thought plastics might reach $500 million in online sales in 1999. The business hit $1 billion. We underestimated the opportunity. We hadn't dreamed big enough because we had thought it was brain surgery. It wasn't. Today, Polymerland sells $50 million a week and will reach $2.5 billion in annual sales in 2001. Plastics wasn't alone. In 2000, we did $7 billion in online sales across the company. While most of these revenues were from existing customers who moved online, we also gained new customers and increased share from existing customers. Another folly of ours during the height of the dot-com frenzy was our desire to build sites, any sites. It was a reflection of our enthusiasm and energy, but by early 2000 it was getting out of hand. Our appliance business developed a fun new site called MixingSpoon.com. It was great. It had recipes, discussion boards, coupon downloads, shopping tips, everything a cook could need for the kitchen. Problem was, it didn't sell any appliances. It became the poster child for what we called dot-com dust, sites that were created to look pretty but never had a financial reason for existing. We learned that if you couldn't monetize the screen, either directly with products or indirectly with better service, you shouldn't have built it. Our DYB teams were quickly concluding that the Internet presented more opportunities than threats. We redefined their mission, and they became GYB, or GrowYourBusiness.com teams. They were no longer separated from the mainstream business. The digitization teams were integrated into the existing business models. In June 1999, I sent out my first company-wide email. I know I was late. Within 48 hours, I got nearly 6,000 replies to a separate site we had set up. Employees from every business in operations around the world, from factory workers to upper-level management, were emailing me back their thoughts, impressions, responses, complaints, concerns, and excitement. Everybody was getting into the game. Our e-business initiative led to many new ways of doing business. Plastics put electronic sensors in the storage silos of some of its major customers. They automatically alert GE warehouses when material levels drop, triggering a new order via the Internet to replenish the product. GE Capital is using the net to monitor the daily flow of cash in and out of a loan customer's income statement. The business knows instantly when the customer might be short, reducing the potential for losses. Most GE business leaders now have digital cockpits on their computer screens that update in real time all the important data to help them manage their businesses. Every Friday, everyone in top management shared the buy, sell, and make numbers for GE's 22 largest businesses. The figures were a snapshot of what each business purchased online, how many auctions it ran, how much deflation occurred in the auction, and what the target for the year was or what it has increased to. By being so visible, these weekly numbers energized everyone to do more. E-business is the only activity I've seen where targets set only 30 days earlier can look ridiculous 30 days later because the learning curve is so steep. We were always shocked when we looked back at what we thought we knew. Another important lesson came from John Chambers of Cisco. He urged us to shut down the parallel paths of online and offline workflow processes. Until we did that, people would still rely on paper and wouldn't really use digitization to drive productivity. Within months of John's presentation, more than 150 GE managers were crawling all over Cisco. Everyone wanted to know what Cisco was doing to digitize workflow. Soon we were taking out printers and networking copiers, moving online all travel and expense reports, benefits information, and every internal financial report. Everyone began to think digitally. Today, it's not uncommon to have GE business leaders say that no paper is allowed in their office. It was a great mindset shift for the entire organization. That spring, I sat and listened to an e-business review presentation from our mortgage insurance business. Their business leader outlined a strategy to remove from workflow what he called touch points. The steps of the approval process where paper had to be handled by an employee. If they could do it, they estimated that as much as 30% of their overhead costs would come out of the business. It was the beginning of our eMake strategy. We figured out that workflow digitization could create huge savings. $10 billion, or 30% of our total overhead expenses. The opportunity was staggering. We always fought to be more efficient. In digitization, we'd found the holy grail of overhead reduction. Ultimately, e-business will improve many jobs. Take sales. Today, 30% to 35% of a salesperson's face time is spent with the customer. Salespeople spend too much time on administering, expediting orders, arguing over receivables, and finding late shipments. The Internet can do all this more efficiently. We're increasing the face time salespeople have with customers, transforming their roles from order takers and expediters to true consultants. In our medical systems business, it's now possible for doctors or radiologists in Denver to call up their home pages and compare their patients' throughput with thousands of others unnamed around the world. This relative performance data allows them to see how they compare with other hospitals. Online, we have service offerings that can fix any shortfalls they see. In our power systems business, it's possible for the chief engineer of local utilities to go to their home pages and compare the heat rate and fuel burn of their turbines with those of nearly 100 other unnamed utilities. With just another click, they can order service packages from us to get up to world-class performance levels. E-business and GE's installed base are made for each other. E-business became part of the DNA of the company because we eventually came to see it as a way to reinvent and transform GE. As for me, I'm still struggling with my own computer. Hey, Ro, come help. I'm stuck. Section 5. Looking back, looking forward. Chapter 23. Go home, Mr. Welch. We were flying to Brussels on Thursday, June 7, 2001, hoping to gain final approval from the European Commission for GE's $44 billion acquisition of Honeywell International. Honeywell chairman Mike Bonsignori and I had announced the deal 8 long months earlier at NBC's Saturday Night Live studio in New York. Since then, thousands of people from both companies had worked feverishly to put the merger plans in place. When Mike Smith, Honeywell's head of avionics, and I boarded the plane in New York, our team in Brussels had already taken an important step toward resolving issues raised by the European Merger Task Force. Earlier in the week, we'd offered to divest about $425 million in Honeywell's aerospace sales, one of the larger divestitures proposed to secure approval of a merger by the European Commission. Those concessions included the divestiture of Honeywell's new aircraft engine for regional jets and Honeywell's engine starters, whose customers included GE and our largest engine rivals, Rolls-Royce and Pratt & Whitney. We felt the concessions were meaningful and sufficient since antitrust officials in the United States and 11 other countries had already considered both divestitures unnecessary. I had been surprised the night before we left when Competition Commissioner Mario Monti's office called while I was in Boston speaking at a Harvard Business School class day to cancel a face-to-face meeting scheduled for that Friday. This obviously wasn't a good sign. Nevertheless, as we were flying toward Brussels, our team remained at the negotiating table assessing the task force's reaction to what we had proposed. These negotiations were difficult because the task force asks you to keep coming up with solutions. In effect, you're negotiating against yourself. Despite the obstacles, I was hoping to finish the negotiations and close the deal. On the plane, I was going through a briefing book with Mike Smith. In the likely event the Commission would demand more than our earlier offer, Mike was helping me understand the strategic implications of each piece of his avionics business. I was trying to find some $30 million to $50 million in sweeteners that might satisfy the demands of the commission. It was a painful process. Mike and his team had built many of these businesses from scratch. As we were talking about possible product line divestitures, I felt like I was taking his children away. If some boss had sold a piece of my plastics business, it would have torn out a part of my stomach. All of a sudden, I got a telephone call on the plane from Dennis Ammerman and Ben Heineman in Brussels. The task force was asking for billions, not millions, more in additional concessions. Mike and I closed our briefing books. Tweaks weren't going to get this deal done. The deal the media called the biggest industrial acquisition in history started off innocently enough. On October 19, 2000, I was on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange with an old friend. Azim Premji, the entrepreneur I met 11 years ago on my first trip to India, was in town to celebrate the listing of his company Wipro on the New York Stock Exchange. I came along to help Azim get his new listing off to a fast start. After Azim rang the closing bell at 4 p.m., we went on the exchange floor. A CNBC reporter interviewing Azim turned and stuck a microphone in my face. The journalist, Bob Pisani, asked what I thought of a breaking report that United Technologies might buy Honeywell. "It's an interesting idea," I managed to say. "What are you going to do about it?" he asked. "We'll have to go back and think about it." Fact is, I damn near fell on the floor. I looked up at the ticker and saw that Honeywell's stock was up nearly $10 a share. The news from Bob Pisani came as a complete surprise, and it really grabbed me. We had looked at Honeywell earlier in the year. I thought it might be a good fit with GE. Honeywell's business was complementary to our own in three key areas: aircraft engines, industrial systems, and plastics. At the product level, there was no direct overlap. Honeywell, for example, is a leader in the small business jet engine field. GE is the leader in large jet engines. In total, the deal would add $25 billion in revenues and 120,000 employees to GE. In early February of 2000, after our staff took a close look at the financial picture, no one liked it at the price we then thought would be necessary to acquire Honeywell. The stock was then trading in the $50 to $60 range. Since February, however, a lot had changed. Larry Bossidy, who had merged Allied Signal with Honeywell in late 1999 and become chairman, retired in April. The next quarter, Honeywell announced it wouldn't make its earnings estimates, and the stock fell. The day before my visit to the exchange, Honeywell's shares were down to $36. Overall, the company's weak quarter had driven its market value down to $35 billion from over $50 billion in early 2000. I left the exchange dying to know more. Before going to dinner that night, I started making telephone calls. I reached board member Cy Cathcart and reminded him that we had looked at this deal before. At the current stock price, it looked attractive. I asked Dennis Ammerman to come to New York the next morning with a team to work on a possible acquisition. We were in the middle of choosing my successor, so I called all three of the final candidates to bring them up to speed on what we might do. All of them wanted to go for it, especially Jim McNerney, CEO of our aircraft engines business. In the past few weeks, in fact, McNerney and Dave Calhoun, his chief operating officer, had been working with a team of outside bankers looking at a possible Honeywell deal. They were proposing we do the acquisition. I also knew that Lloyd Trotter, CEO of GE Industrial Systems, liked Honeywell's industrial business. Even before Honeywell's merger with Allied Signal, Lloyd had looked at it favorably. The next morning, on Friday, teams of GE people piled into a couple of helicopters in Fairfield loaded with data from the previous internal reviews and came to New York. I called Bill Harrison, chairman of Chase Manhattan, and asked if his vice chairman and head of investment banking, Jeff Boise, would be available as an advisor. He was, and soon rushed over to GE's offices in Rockefeller Center to go over the numbers with our team. We brought Jim McNerney and Dave Calhoun into the discussion by video conference. They believed the high-tech avionics piece of Honeywell fit perfectly with our aircraft engine business, with no overlap at all. Honeywell's small engine business put us into a market where we had no offerings to compete with either Rolls or Pratt. Lloyd Trotter's analysis on the industrial side showed the same thing, virtually no overlap with GE's products. Toward the end of our video conference, we concluded that we could make a modest increase in the offer and make a more compelling case for Honeywell than UT. The United Technologies deal had greater product overlap and more potential for antitrust issues. We realized we had to act fast. We heard that the boards of both companies were meeting to give their final approval to the merger. We had one advantage in making a counteroffer. The terms of the UT acquisition had been leaked. We knew what we were up against. UT planned to buy Honeywell using its stock. The transaction valued Honeywell at a little over $50 a share, or $40 billion in total. I thought United Technologies was getting a good deal, and I knew we could offer more. Dennis and I discussed the impact the deal might have on my retirement. I had planned to leave on April 30th, 2001, 5 months after my 65th birthday. If we did the deal, I'd have to stay a little longer to see it through. I couldn't throw an acquisition like this on top of a guy in a brand new job. On the other hand, I couldn't sit on my hands and let the biggest deal in GE history go by. If we got Honeywell, I'd stay a while, but we wouldn't delay our decision on who would replace me. That person would be chairman-elect several months longer than originally planned. Dennis agreed, as did the board members when I reached them by phone, that we should proceed with an offer. Around 10:30 a.m., I called Honeywell's headquarters in Morristown, New Jersey, to speak with CEO Mike Bonsignore. He was already in executive session with his board discussing the UT offer. Mike's administrative assistant didn't want to interrupt the board meeting. Luckily, my executive assistant, Roseanne Badowski, knew Mike's assistant, who had been Larry Bossidy's backup administrative assistant. Ro called and convinced her it was urgent. She relayed my message that I would put out a press release immediately making an offer for Honeywell if she didn't break into the meeting. Mike Bonsignore came to the phone and said the board was 5 minutes away from closing the deal. "Don't," I said. "I want to make you a better offer." I told Mike I'd jump in a helicopter and meet with him and his board in Morristown within an hour. He said that wouldn't be necessary. If we were serious, Mike added, he would need something in writing. "No problem. I'll fax you something in a few minutes." I scrawled the basic outline of our offer on a sheet of paper, and he had it in his hands 10 minutes later by 11:20 a.m. I was proposing an exchange of 1 GE share for each Honeywell share. "Mike, I really want to come to Morristown ASAP to clarify any and all issues on your mind," I wrote. After my fax and further phone discussion, the Honeywell board recessed and put UT on hold. The UT board had already approved the deal and was waiting to hear from Honeywell. By getting Mike to postpone the decision, we opened the door to a negotiation. After the market closed, United Technologies put out a statement saying it had ended merger talks, and word began leaking that we were in the deal. When I left the office Friday night, it looked like we were going to be able to do it. I went downtown to meet NBC News president Andy Lack, his wife Betsy, and my wife Jane for dinner at Campagna, an Italian restaurant on 21st Street off of Park Avenue South. I had been unable to reach Jane during the day. I excitedly told her the news over the table that night. She didn't take it well, but she understood. She was looking forward to my retirement in April. We had begun designing a new smaller house in Fairfield, and only a week earlier I had signed the lease for an office in Shelton, Connecticut. We also were planning a 10-day vacation in Capri, Italy for June. If we did the deal, it obviously meant our holiday plans might change. The newspapers that morning reported that we were negotiating with Honeywell. Saturday afternoon, Dennis Damerman, Ben Heineman, and Keith Sharon, our new CFO, who had replaced Damerman, and I, met with Mike Bonsignore, Peter Krendler, Honeywell General Counsel, and Richard Wallman, their CFO, in New York. We gathered at the offices of Honeywell's law firms, Skadden, Arps, Slate, Marr, and Floam in Times Square. After negotiating for a couple of hours over the price, we hit a standstill. Our offer, all in GE stock, was a tad under $45 billion, nearly $5 billion more than United Technologies had agreed to pay. I offered 1 GE share for every share of Honeywell, Mike wanted 1.1 shares and wouldn't budge. We became unstuck when I agreed to go to 1.055 shares. We shook hands and agreed to the deal. After Mike reviewed it with his board, he asked me to confirm to them that I would stay on through the transition of the merger. I did. I rushed back to our offices so our lawyers could work out the fine print. It was now 6:20 p.m. I celebrated the deal by riding the D train to Yankee Stadium later that night for the opening game of the World Series between the Yankees and the Mets. I made it to the game on time. On Sunday, the lawyers and investment bankers were working to finish up the terms. To an outsider, this might have looked like a deal that turned on a dime. In truth, over the last 3 years we had looked at Honeywell. When Allied Signal was still an independent company, Jim's aircraft team had studied the numbers. When Honeywell was on its own, Lloyd's industrial team had looked at it. Once Allied and Honeywell merged and the stock dropped, an opening occurred. United Technologies' bid made our own offer appear spontaneous. This felt a lot like the RCA deal. Here, the strategic centerpiece was aircraft. Acquiring Honeywell would double the size of our aircraft business, giving us a broader range of engines and something we didn't have at all, the high-tech avionics, the brains of the aircraft. The acquisition would also double our industrial businesses. It gave us some new product lines and chemicals and added nylon to our plastics business. Like the RCA deal, it also offered some niche businesses, like turbochargers that we could use as chips going forward. There was one notable difference. In the RCA deal, we paid 19% of GE's market value to get 14% of earnings. In Honeywell, we were paying 8% of our market value to get 16% of earnings. I felt we could do so much more with Honeywell's assets by doing what we've done with GE, pushing more aggressively into services and adding Six Sigma and e-business initiatives to Honeywell's operations. We figured on $1.5 billion in savings from these initiatives and other productivity measures. Moreover, we were doing the deal at a time of great strength. We'd finished the year 2000 with record earnings of $12.7 billion, up 19%, and record revenues of $130 billion. We had enjoyed 5 straight years of double-digit growth on the top and bottom lines. Throughout Sunday, working with Beth Comstock, head of public relations for GE, we fleshed out the details of how to disclose the news of the deal to both Wall Street analysts and the news media. Beth is a star. I found her at NBC, where she first headed up public relations for news and then served as PR head of the network under Bob Wright. She was by far the highest-ranked talent that came to GE from NBC. As more details leaked, Beth fielded the rush of telephone calls from reporters on Sunday morning and made all the plans for the press conference to announce the deal. I knew the media would make a big deal out of my staying as CEO. I didn't want this to be a story about me hanging on to my job. The easiest thing in the world would have been to walk out with a drum roll. At one point, I suggested to Beth that at our press conference we show a slide of a guy holding on for dear life by his fingertips. I thought we might as well poke fun at that news angle. It turned out we couldn't get the slide together quickly enough. In any event, we had all the papers signed late Sunday night. The next morning, Mike Bonsignori and I had a quick breakfast together. Then we did 4 solid hours of media and analyst interviews. It started with a 9 a.m. press conference before a packed house in NBC Studio 8H, where Saturday Night Live is broadcast. Mike and I sat on stage in director's chairs fielding the questions. I'd like you to meet my date for the last 72 hours. He's right, Mike said. I've spent more time with Jack than I've been with my wife in the past 72 hours. We laid out the rationale for the deal. I tried to lay to rest any notion that we did the acquisition so I could stay in the job longer. This is not a story of the old fool who can't leave his seat, I said. Don't worry. I'm not going to do another $50 billion deal to hang around another 6 months. When someone asked about getting approval from the regulatory agencies, I said there should be no problem at all. I predicted the deal would close sometime in February. This is the cleanest deal you'll ever see. I still believe that, and so did just about everybody except the European Commission. That night, I was feeling pretty good about myself. The day had gone well, from our media interviews to our sessions with Wall Street analysts. It was a long day, so I stayed in New York rather than return home to Fairfield. While taking my contact lenses out, I scratched the cornea of one eye. I was in bed trying to get to sleep, but the pain was overwhelming. I called my doctor, who suggested that I immediately go to New York Hospital. As luck would have it, I got a taxi driver who couldn't speak English. He ended up taking me first to the wrong address. When I finally reached the hospital's emergency room after midnight, it was crammed with people. It took me 2 hours to get in to see a doctor who relieved the pain quickly. I went back out on First Avenue trying to get a taxi. It took a little while to get one. I didn't hit the sack until after 3 a.m. Talk about being brought up short. My escapade in the middle of the night brought me back to reality fast. In retrospect, it might have been a bad omen. The last thing I ever expected was a long antitrust review by the European Commission. The Commission's approval of the Allied Signal and Honeywell merger in the last year gave me confidence that we wouldn't have a problem. Honeywell only had to make a few behavioral remedies and a minor, roughly $30 million, concession to Thales, a French electronics company, to get approval. It's true the European Commission had derailed a big telecommunications merger between WorldCom and Sprint, along with a merger between Time Warner and EMI. Those deals had product overlaps. The first inkling of trouble for us came in January. We began hearing that Thales was back again, lobbying the Commission to press for all kinds of Honeywell divestitures. I flew to Brussels on January 11th for a get-acquainted meeting with Commissioner Monti and his staff. John Vassallo, GE's liaison for the European Union, and our outside lawyers joined me for this session. I was asking the Commission to give us what they called a Phase 1 decision by March 6th. If they didn't, a lengthy Phase 2 proceeding would take us into July. Commissioner Monti opened the meeting making the point that the cooperation between the staffs was excellent and highly appreciated. After some discussion of the procedures, I emphasized the urgency for a Phase 1 approval, acknowledging that every company that shows up there does the same. In this case, we had a strong reason to get Phase 1 approval. Honeywell and Allied Signal had been together only a year, and they hadn't been fully integrated. Any undue delay would further exacerbate their problems. I said I would do everything I could to be sure that we would respond quickly to Commission concerns. I told the Commission I was hearing that some competitors were viewing the European review process as a way to extort a goodie bag of Honeywell assets. We knew their mouths were watering to get these businesses. Commissioner Monti responded that our rivals wouldn't affect the deal. I assure you that extortionist aspects will remain outside this investigation, he said. When I later asked if he would give the same weight to the comments of customers and competitors, Commissioner Monti and Enrique González-Diaz, the head of the Commission's merger case team, said both sources were important and necessary to the process. González-Diaz said competitors were a good source of factual information, and he had to listen to their concerns. But, he added, I take these most often with a pinch of salt. I'd learn the full meaning of that phrase later. Do any of you think I should be doing anything differently, I asked. I have not been personally through this type of process before. I think you are doing everything that is expected, Commissioner Monti replied. We will be very frank and look for all ways to improve and to speed up the process. I guarantee that. After the meeting, I had a private 2.5 hour lunch with Commissioner Monti. I found him gracious, smart, but somewhat formal. We had a broad-ranging conversation, and I felt good chemistry between us. Nevertheless, he insisted that he call me Mr. Welch. Mr. Monti, please call me Jack, I said. I'll only call you Jack when the deal is over, he replied. Nevertheless, I left our lunch optimistic about getting an early decision. However, by mid-February, we were getting bad vibes. It looked like the task force was going to launch a more extensive investigation of the deal, something that would take up to 4 more months. I decided to fly back to Brussels, hoping to prevent any further delay. I left my home in Florida on a sunny Sunday afternoon, February 25th, and flew straight to Brussels. We touched down early on Monday morning in a light snow. Ben Heineman and a team of lawyers came aboard for a strategy session before all of us drove over to the headquarters of the European Commission. Right off the bat, Commissioner Monti read from notes and appeared to have made up his mind to push the deadline back to July. I argued my case for an hour and thought I was making some progress. I built the argument around GE's European performance, its remarkable success energizing former state-owned companies, its strong European presence with 85,000 employees, and the lack of any overlap between Honeywell and GE. We offered non-divestiture remedies like those made earlier by Honeywell Allied Signal to address any problems. Again, I emphasized the importance of a quick decision. Commissioner Monti seemed moved by these arguments and suggested we go back to our hotel while he and his staff met to consider the points I had made. We got a call to return about 6:30 p.m. only to learn they hadn't changed their view and were going to Phase 2. More troublesome, they raised some unusual objections to the deal that went far beyond traditional antitrust concerns. They wanted to study the range effect of combining GE's and Honeywell's overall presence in the aircraft industry. I found Commissioner Monti pleasant, but I couldn't move him. It was disappointing, but I guess it could be expected. There was nothing in it for the commissioner to approve the deal quickly. Some of the loudest complaints were coming from his European constituents, particularly Rolls-Royce and Thales, and they weren't alone. Our U.S. competitors, among them United Technologies and Rockwell Collins, were also a loud part of a negative chorus. I was still optimistic that it would work out. Despite the regulatory hurdles in getting the deal completed, thousands of people on both sides were working to make sure that all the major integration decisions would be made by the time we closed the deal. We got some good news on May 2nd when the U.S. Justice Department approved the deal, after we agreed to sell Honeywell's military helicopter engine business and open up our servicing business on small jet engines and auxiliary power units. 6 days later, the European Commission put out a 155-page statement of objections. It was similar to what they'd said to justify a Phase 2 look, but in much more detail. The final stage in the Phase 2 process comprised 2 days of hearings in late May. This was where things really began to break down. The case team and the commissioner, after acting as investigator and prosecutor for several months, became the judge and the jury. They ended up making the decision on their own proposal. The hearing itself is priceless. The first day, we made the case that the commission's arguments were flawed. We had outside economists, customers, and our own legal team tearing down the commission's arguments. During the hearing, Enrique Gonzalez-Diaz, who would eventually make the recommendation to the commissioner, frequently walked in and out of the hearing, sometimes for more than 30 minutes. The second day, the competitors showed up. There were a couple of noteworthy incidents here. United Technologies had to pull an affidavit that was factually incorrect. Rockwell Collins, which was spinning off Collins in an IPO, made a different case in front of the hearing officer than it was making to potential investors. During this session, Gonzalez-Diaz rarely left his seat. After listening to our competitors all day, the hearing officer gave us a total of 15 minutes to rebut the charges and claims they made. What a process! A hearing where the prosecutor also serves as judge. After the hearing, as the Commission's merger task force moved closer to a decision, I made what would be my last trip to Brussels on June 7th. On the flight over with Honeywell's Mike Smith, I had gotten the bad news that the Commission's demands were increasing. We arrived in Brussels at 8:30 p.m. and went immediately to the Conrad Hotel, where Honeywell and GE teams and outside lawyers were reviewing what they had learned that day. We were also agreeing to what we would propose in our next meeting scheduled for Friday morning, June 8th. I worked with the teams until midnight to put together a mutually agreed-upon submission that raised our offer threefold to $1.3 billion and included for the first time some critical avionics products. I did not go to the Friday morning meeting with Mr. Monti because he felt the parties' positions were too far apart and suggested our staffs meet instead. The teams did meet, and Honeywell and GE put our new $1.3 billion proposal on the table. I left Friday night and joined my wife for the weekend in Capri with Marlene and Paolo Fresco. Paolo, my former partner and GE board member who had become chairman of Fiat, was always a helpful advisor. I returned to Brussels Monday evening for dinner with the GE teams. Dennis told me of an earlier meeting that day with the task force to review the Commission's unfavorable reaction to the GE Honeywell $1.3 billion offer. He also had a beaut of an anecdote to tell. In the $1.3 billion offer we had made on the preceding Friday, we had added significant concessions, including some attractive avionics pieces. On Monday morning, a task force staff member asked our team why the offer excluded an obscure component made in a specific building on Honeywell's property in Redmond, Washington. Dennis was shocked. No one on our side even knew what component they were talking about. Only a competitor with a detailed knowledge of Honeywell's business and the manufacturing site could possibly figure out that something as small as this was missing. So much for Gonzalez-Diaz's pinch of salt. Our teams went back to the negotiating table on Tuesday morning, June 12th, and increased our offer to $1.9 billion. Honeywell General Counsel Peter Krendler, who provided key guidance on our offers, made the principal presentation to the task force. He argued that adding Honeywell's best avionics to the package should satisfy any Commission concern. The task force staff asked a lot of questions and appeared interested. Later that Tuesday, Ben, Peter, and I agreed on the final GE Honeywell offer. Peter wrote Ben a letter defining what dollar level and specific divestitures would satisfy our obligations under the merger agreement. It had been a struggle for us to go that far, but we felt we could still make the deal work at this level. The agreed $2.2 billion list of divestitures was what we would propose by June 14th, the final deadline for submitting a proposal under the Commission's rules. Peter's letter gave us another $340 million sweetener that I could offer Commissioner Monti the next day in an effort to close the deal. That would bring us to the $2.2 billion of concessions. Everyone suggested I go alone to that session on June 13th, not knowing if I'd meet with Commissioner Monti by himself or with others. I walked into Mr. Monti's office on Rue de la Loi and was greeted by his assistant, who seemed surprised that I had shown up by myself. "Where's your staff?" she asked. "It's only me. I'm here to listen to the official response to our latest offer." Mr. Monti came out and escorted me into his office. After a brief and cordial exchange, we entered a conference room filled with officials of the merger task force and their staff members. After laying my briefcase on the table, I took a seat on one side of the table. Across from me sat 8 to 10 government officials. Besides Commissioner Monti, there was Enrique Gonzalez-Diaz, the head of the merger task force investigation team, Alexander Schaub, Director General of Competition, and Getz Drowse, Director of the merger task force. Commissioner Monti opened the meeting by reading a statement that thanked our team for its good efforts. He concluded his remarks by saying our proposal was inadequate, and then continued reading a scripted series of demands. I took notes as Commissioner Monti suggested we divest one Honeywell business after another. The divestitures he was suggesting added up to somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 billion to $6 billion and basically took any notion of a merger between GE and Honeywell off the table. "Mr. Monti, I'm shocked and stunned by these demands," I said. "There's no way I could consider this. If that's your position, I'll go home tonight. I've got a book to write." Across the table, Alexander Schaub, a heavy-set, round-faced German, broke out laughing. "That can be your last chapter, Mr. Welch," he said. "Go Home, Mr. Welch is a perfect title." The remark broke the tension in the room. Everyone had a good chuckle, but my heart sank. There was a brief additional discussion about a full or partial sale of GE Capital Aviation Services, GCAS, our aircraft financing and leasing business, plus significant other divestitures. This went nowhere. I had a second meeting with Mr. Monti that evening. This session lasted no longer than 20 minutes. I told him we had gone just about as far as we could go and Honeywell was in agreement. I told him we would submit our final offer the following day. He nodded, and I left. The next day, June 14th, we spoke briefly on the phone. I included the final Honeywell divestiture of $340 million that took our offer to $2.2 billion. I was embarrassed to bring it out last night because we were billions of dollars apart, I said, but it will be in our final submission. He thanked me for letting him know, but showed no interest in the offer. We went to our lawyers' offices where the teams from Honeywell and GE had gathered for weeks. We were all devastated. While I had only several meetings with the task force, both our teams had spent countless hours slugging it out with them. The formal GE Honeywell submission was sent late that day to the Commission's offices, describing the full divestitures of $2.2 billion. Prior to leaving Brussels, Commissioner Monti called to wish me well. He told me our dealings had been pleasant, and for the first time, he called me Jack. I thanked him and said goodbye to Mario. Now that the deal is over, he said, I can say to you, goodbye, Jack. Well, goodbye, Mario. At that moment, I couldn't believe that they'd pass up all these goodies. Along with our U.S. divestiture, it brought the total amount of concessions to about $2.5 billion, about 40% of the key aerospace product lines. I hoped the merger task force would have to think twice about what was on the table. The task force's decision got a lot of attention. Many newspapers and magazines were critical of the Commission's rejection of our deal. Some politicians in Washington publicly attacked the decision and urged the Commission to reconsider. After public pressure began to build, we agreed with Honeywell to make one last try. So on Monday, June 25th, Dennis, Ben, and I met in New York with Mike Bonsignori and Peter Krendler. We agreed to offer to sell 19.9% of GCAS in a private placement to one or more third-party investors of GE's choice and to invite one independent director on the 5-person GCAS board. We said we would never accept having our competitors as minority shareholders in GCAS. Mike and Peter agreed. We discussed aerospace divestitures and agreed to couple the 19.9% GCAS sale with an offer to divest Honeywell properties with $1.1 billion of sales, half the $2.2 billion offer on June 14th. Mike and Peter agreed this was the last step we needed to take. The following morning, I called Mr. Monti and asked if he would see Mike Bonsignori and me in Brussels so that we could submit our latest proposal. He thought it was inappropriate to see us now, preferring that our European lawyers present the new proposal. I asked him to convey the same message to Mike Bonsignori. Mike and I said we were ready to go to Brussels if we got the signal from Commissioner Monti. Our lawyers did as instructed, and Commissioner Monti got back to us quickly. On Thursday, June 28th, in an afternoon conference call with Mike and me, Mr. Monti called our last offer insufficient. He said that if we had submitted it 2 months earlier, it wouldn't have been enough. We tried to be responsive to what we were hearing, and after all we put into it, this is obviously disappointing, I told him. Mike Bonsignori echoed similar feelings. Mike called me back about 5:30 p.m. and told me he was going to send over a last request in the morning. I suggested that we had given it everything we had, and all we'd do now is irritate the Commission. Jack, I've got to give it one last desperate shot, he said. The next morning, I received a new proposal from Honeywell. In a 2-page letter that Mike also released to the public, he asked me to return to our June 14th proposal of $2.2 billion of divestitures. But he also asked us to modify our GCAS proposal so that the European Commission would have to approve the minority investor and independent board member. In short, in response to the Commission's position, Honeywell was proposing all the previous divestitures plus a onerous GCAS concept. In exchange, Mike proposed a revision of the merger agreement. He lowered the price for Honeywell, reducing the exchange ratio from 1.055 shares of GE for every Honeywell share to 1.01 shares of GE for every Honeywell share. It was unacceptable. Jeff Immelt, who had been involved in every Honeywell decision since becoming chairman-elect in December, agreed with me and our vice chairman that the proposal didn't make sense. We all felt terrible for the people in both companies who had devoted months to the deal, working on the details of the integration plans. But we couldn't go along with Honeywell's proposal. I then called the GE board, explained our position, and got its approval to turn down Honeywell's proposed revision of the merger agreement. This was not a hard decision. The Commission had destroyed the strategic reasons for doing the deal. What the Commission is seeking cuts the heart out of the strategic rationale of our deal, I wrote in a letter to Mike. The new deal you propose in response to the Commission makes no sense for our share owners for the same strategic reasons. The Commission's rejection of the Honeywell acquisition was unfortunate for both partners. It made so much sense. All of us tried very hard to make the deal work. For me, if this deal had come along in the middle of my career, it would have been another swing and miss. Coming at the very end, after I had postponed my retirement, the loss of GE's biggest deal seemed to loom larger. It was never a personal battle between Commissioner Monty and myself. He and I always had cordial dealings, and our teams made many efforts to overcome our differences. Unfortunately, we were operating under a set of rules that allowed the Commission to function as both the opposing team and the umpire. Once the merger task force struck at the strategic rationale for the deal, it wasn't in the interest of our share owners. This wasn't about me. It was about them, and our employees are our largest share owners. Over the weekend, I was having cocktails at a post-wedding reception on the porch of the country club of Fairfield, looking out over the golf course and Long Island Sound. This is a gorgeous piece of property surrounded by water. My friends were asking me what happened to the Honeywell deal. I pointed out to the grounds and said, just imagine if you bought this beautiful golf course, and in order to close the purchase, the city officials demanded that holes 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8, the best holes along the water, must be given to another golf course in the area. And then they ask you to give up part of your own house. Understanding that helped them understand my Brussels experience. In today's highly regulated and litigious world, where corporations are easy targets, the dangers of unchecked bureaucracy are a constant thorn in the CEO's side. In our case, we've had 2 instances where we've been denied any kind of reasonable due process. With the EPA's use of the Superfund law, the rule is you either do the cleanup they demand or face treble damages and a $27,500 a day penalty. Your right of appeal only kicks in after all the work is completed, years later. That lack of due process is why we've challenged the constitutionality of this law in federal court. With the European Commission's rejection of the Honeywell acquisition, again, there was no viable review process. The bureaucrats can take the most extreme positions and not have any incentive to compromise. In the United States, antitrust authorities have to get a court order to stop a deal. Not in Europe. Companies should have the right to a fair and public hearing in a reasonable time by an impartial tribunal. Only governments can tackle this inequity. Going forward, companies must fight for the same rights as someone contesting a traffic ticket, their timely day in court. Chapter 24. What this CEO thing is all about. Being a CEO is the nuts. A whole jumble of thoughts come to mind. Over the top, wild, fun, outrageous, crazy, passion, perpetual motion, the give and take, meetings into the night, incredible friendships, fine wine, celebrations, great golf courses, big decisions in the real game, crises and pressure, lots of swings, a few home runs, the thrill of winning, the pain of losing. It's as good as it gets. You get paid a lot, but the real payoff is in the fun. Like any job, though, it has its pluses and minuses, but the good sure overwhelms the bad. The schedule is packed with many hours blocked out a year in advance, yet every day manages to bring new crises that butcher your calendar. The days are crazy long, yet the hours race by because you're always fighting for more time. The job never leaves you, no matter what you're doing. What's on your mind is always so absorbing. There are all kinds of boring external functions, but none internally. Well, at least not for me, because I set the agenda. I was invited to a lot of black-tie dinners and industry association meetings. The best thing is, I didn't have to go. Some of the dinners are real special, like the White House state dinners you wish your parents were alive to see. I got to meet lots of bright people I'd otherwise only read about, and I found most of them self-effacing and fun. There's no such thing as a typical day. While I was working on this book in late May, I happened to have a day that was packed wall to wall with meetings from 8:30 in the morning until 8:30 at night. The next day, Warner Books CEO Larry Kirschbaum was ragging me about why I hadn't gotten more done on the book. "For Christ's sakes, Larry, there was no way I could do anything yesterday. I had a crazy day." "What happened?" he asked. When I told him, he insisted I put it in the book. The day started at 8:30 a.m. with what we often called Deal Day, when the GE Capital Board met for its monthly session. This time we had a full plate to review, ranging from a bid for a bankrupt life insurance company in Japan with $5.5 billion in assets to a $500 million loan for a power plant in Mississippi. Dennis Naden, CEO of GE Capital, introduced the rationale for each deal before the business leaders and their teams came in to pitch. GE Treasurer Jim Bunt is responsible for analyzing the deals with the GE Capital teams. The day prior to the meeting, he circulated via email a 1- to 2-page summary of each deal along with his personal recommendation. A GE Capital board member for years, Jim has always been the resident cynic, a brilliant madman who manages to find humor and hidden perils in the numbers. In the fall of 2000, I made a deal to keep him a couple of extra years because his brains and total irreverence are an absolute treasure. I wanted our new CEO to have the benefit of his sharp and witty insights. At this latest meeting, he gave Jeff Immelt and me a real zinger for leaking our approval of a deal before he had opined. He wrote derisively, "Since the chairman and chairman-elect, per attributed statements reported by Reuters on Thursday, May 17, 2001, appear to want this. If anyone has an objection at this point, please speak now or forever hold your peace." It took us over 4 hours to go through 11 deals, 5 of them from outside the United States. 9 got approved. One $4 billion acquisition was sent back for a further look, while a $111 million deal to finance 4 office properties in New York City was killed. We've been burned in real estate cycles at least twice. With cranes going up all over New York, everyone was worried about a glut except Bunt, who did like the deal's structure and conceded, "P.S. I know I'm at risk of Bunt, are you nuts?" It was one of the few times we didn't go with one of his recommendations. When the meeting broke up, I grabbed a sandwich in the hall and brought it back into a conference room for a strategizing session on our pending acquisition of Honeywell. Dave Calhoun, CEO of our aircraft engine business, had flown in from Cincinnati, and several Honeywell guys had come in from Phoenix for the meeting. We were in the midst of a hearing before the European Commission, which was studying the impact of the deal on competition. Although I had never felt there were any antitrust issues, we were anticipating having to give up some chips to the Commission to get approval of the deal. We needed to know Honeywell's views on the strategic value of each piece. The Honeywell meeting took 2 full hours, pushing back our next scheduled meeting from 1 p.m. until after 3 p.m. This next session was one I always looked forward to because it was all about people, a wrap-up of the Session C field visits over the previous 6 weeks. Human Resources head Bill Conity prepared the material for the 5-hour meeting. Jeff Immelt took the lead here, and I tried with some success to restrain myself. During our field visits, we often discover 3 or 4 stars in every business and excitedly think up new opportunities for them. When we finally get to this wrap-up meeting, we inevitably find that we've slotted each new star in at least 3 to 5 different jobs. So among other things, this session helps us sort through what we promised in the field and leads to an intense discussion about just which executives will shift from one business to another. We went over the leadership succession plans in each of GE's businesses and discussed plans for executives ranked in the bottom 10%. Sometimes the bottom 10 in one business are better than some of the people ranked in the middle of another business. This always creates a lot of heat. This time, we reviewed the Honeywell integration, including the new organizations proposed for aircraft engines, industrial, and plastics. We spent an hour discussing which positions Honeywell executives would occupy in the post-merged company and who from GE were going to move. We selected the 35 or so managers for the 2001 Top Executive Development Course, EDC, from a nomination pool of about 50. This is a big deal because in essence we're signaling to every one of our leaders of the future. For many years, a key part of these sessions had been diversity. This year's detailed summaries showed that women and minorities in management have increased by over 70% since 1996. Over 30% of our 3,000-plus executive band employees are diverse. The number of diverse vice presidents was up to 25% in the last year and now represents 16% of GE VPs. That's not Six Sigma yet, but over $30 billion of GE revenues are now being managed by women and minority executives. Our pipeline is building rapidly. Our mentoring program is working. In the last half hour of the meeting, we reviewed the 2 or 3 best practices in each initiative found during the field visits that Jeff would highlight at our CEC meeting in June. The meeting didn't end until after 8 p.m., and the last thing I was thinking about was going back to the damn book. Every day, of course, wasn't this hectic. There's no pat formula to this CEO thing. Everyone does it differently, and there's no right or wrong way to go about it. I certainly don't have a magic formula, but since I was presumptuous enough to write this book, I'll take a shot at sharing some of the ideas that worked for me. I hope some might be helpful. Pick and choose among them, or just toss them all. Integrity. A freshman at a Fairfield University Business School forum recently asked me, "How can you be a good Catholic and a businessman at the same time?" I answered emphatically, I am. The simple answer is, by maintaining integrity. Establishing it and never wavering from it supported everything I did through good and bad times. People may not have agreed with me on every issue, and I may not have been right all the time, but they always knew they were getting it straight and honest. It helped to build better relationships with customers, suppliers, analysts, competitors, and governments. It set the tone in the organization. I never had 2 agendas. There was only one way, the straight way. The corporation and the community. Everybody has a view about a corporation's role in society. I do too. I believe social responsibility begins with a strong competitive company. Only a healthy enterprise can improve and enrich the lives of people and their communities. When a company is strong, it not only pays taxes that provide for important services, it also builds world-class facilities that meet or exceed safety and environmental standards. Strong companies reinvest in their people and their facilities. Healthy companies provide good and secure jobs that give their employees the time, the spirit, and the resources to give back to their communities 1,000-fold. Weak and struggling companies, on the other hand, are often community liabilities. They have little or no profits and pay few, if any, taxes. They're tempted to take shortcuts to save a buck, investing little in the development of their employees and workplaces. The constant threat of layoff breeds insecurity and fear in employees whose worries about their own future affect their ability to volunteer time and money to help others. I saw this firsthand in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, where I spent almost all of my first 17 years in GE. In Pittsfield, I saw 2 types of businesses, one healthy and one failing. We had a vibrant, growing plastics business. We were hiring great people and building new central laboratories. We had an engaged workforce that could give back to the community. Down the street, GE's transformer business had struggled, losing more and more money every year for over a decade. The business had become non-competitive, and we had to close the plants in the 1980s. That money-losing business could provide no long-term help to the community. The town of Pittsfield was angry when we had to shut down the transformer facilities. But this was never about GE or me liking plastics more than transformers or liking one town more than another. This was all about the health of a business and the implications its sickness had on the community. That's why a CEO's primary social responsibility is to assure the financial success of the company. Only a healthy, winning company has the resources and the capability to do the right thing. Setting a tone. The organization takes its cue from the person on top. I always told our business leaders their personal intensity determined their organization's intensity. How hard they worked and how many people they touched would be emulated thousands of times over. The CEO sets the tone. Every day I tried to get into the skin of every person in the place. I wanted them to feel my presence. When I traveled to remote locations, Europe, Asia, or wherever, the days were 16 hours long, allowing me to touch hundreds, if not thousands, of people. At Crotonville, I've led exchanges with more than 18,000 managers. At every human resources review, I met with the union leaders to understand their concerns so they could understand mine. I didn't want to be a picture in the annual report. I wanted to be someone whom everyone in GE knew. Maximizing an organization's intellect. Getting every employee's mind into the game is a huge part of what the CEO job is all about. Taking everyone's best ideas and transferring them to others is the secret. There's nothing more important. I tried to be a sponge, absorbing and questioning every good idea. The first step is being open to the best of what everyone everywhere has to offer. The second is transferring that learning across the organization. Workout drove boundary-less behavior and developed the ideas. We rigorously evaluated everyone on this value to reinforce its importance. Connecting all the meetings, operating system, from HR to strategy, gave new ideas increased momentum and helped refine them. Crotonville helped share the learning and brought out the best in everyone. Searching for a better way and eagerly sharing new knowledge has today become second nature at GE. People first, strategy second. Getting the right people in the right jobs is a lot more important than developing a strategy. This truth applied to all kinds of businesses. I sat in rooms for years looking at promising strategies that never delivered results. We had great plans for ultrasound, but we could never make them happen until we found the perfect person with ultrasound in his veins. We had service strategies in aircraft engines, power, and transportation for years. Service was always a second-class citizen until we put leaders in place who had the courage to kick ass and break glass. We learned the hard way that we could have the greatest strategies in the world. Without the right leaders developing and owning them, we'd get good-looking presentations and so-so results. Informality. Bureaucracy strangles. Informality liberates. Creating an informal atmosphere is a competitive advantage. Bureaucracy can be the ultimate insulator. Informality isn't about first names, unassigned parking spaces, or casual clothing. It's so much deeper. It's about making sure everybody counts and everybody knows they count. Titles don't matter. There aren't epaulets on shoulders or stiffs in corner offices making all the calls. Just a wide-open spirit where everyone feels they can let it rip. Covering your ass is ridiculed. Passion, chemistry, and idea flow from any level at any place are what matter. Everybody's welcome and expected to go at it. Self-confidence. Arrogance is a killer, and wearing ambition on one's sleeve can have the same effect. There is a fine line between arrogance and self-confidence. Legitimate self-confidence is a winner. The true test of self-confidence is the courage to be open, to welcome change and new ideas regardless of their source. Self-confident people aren't afraid to have their views challenged. They relish the intellectual combat that enriches ideas. They determine the ultimate openness of an organization and its ability to learn. How do you find them? By seeking out people who are comfortable in their own skin, people who like who they are and are never afraid to show it. Don't ever compromise being you for any damn job in any institution. Passion. Whenever I went to Crotonville and asked a class what qualities define an A player, it always made me happiest to see the first hand go up and say, passion. For me, intensity covers a lot of sins. If there's one characteristic all winners share, it's that they care more than anyone else. No detail is too small to sweat or too large to dream. Over the years, I've always looked for this characteristic in the leaders we selected. It doesn't mean loud or flamboyant. It's something that comes from deep inside. Great organizations can ignite passion. Stretch. Stretch is reaching for more than what you thought possible. I've always used the annual budget process as the best example of stretch. You know the drill. There's a business team in the field working for a month on a presentation at headquarters, trying to develop the case for the minimum number they think they could sell. The headquarters team comes to the same meeting armed to squeeze out the maximum. The field team comes with all kinds of charts on the weak economy, the tough competition, and says, "We can produce 10. The top management comes in that morning wanting 20. The presentation usually takes place in a windowless room. No customers are present. You know what happens. After mountains of PowerPoint and hours of give and take, the budget is set at 15. It's an enervating exercise in minimalization. The field team flies back, high-fiving one another. They didn't have to give all they had to headquarters. Top management thinks it had a great day, ratcheting the objectives to new heights. Why is this game played? Over the years, people everywhere have learned that if you made your number, you got a pat in the back or better, and if you missed your budget, you'd get a stick in the eye or worse. Everyone plays by these rules. In a stretch environment, the same field team is asked to come in with operating plans that reflect their dreams, the highest numbers they think they had a shot at, their stretch. The discussion revolves around new directions and growth, energizing stuff. The team leaves with everyone on both sides of the table having a pretty good understanding of what the business will do and what they'll try to do. An operating plan is put together reflecting that reality. The team knows they're going to be measured against the prior year and relative performance against competitors, not against a highly negotiated internal number. Their stretch target keeps them reaching. We've never yet made a stretch operating plan, yet we've always done a hell of a lot better than we ever thought we'd do, and more than Wall Street expected. A stretch mentality isn't easy to get, and by no means does GE have it throughout the company. Sometimes we found cases where managers at lower levels took stretch numbers and called them budgets, punishing those who missed. I don't think it happens much anymore, but I wouldn't bet on it. Nevertheless, we'll never stop stretching. Celebrations. Business has to be fun. For too many people, it's just a job. I always found celebrations were a great way to energize an organization. From my first day in plastics, I was always looking for ways to celebrate even the smallest victories. At Crotonville, I'd often get frustrated by the answer to the simple question, "Are you celebrating enough?" The students turned silent or would murmur, "No." I loved to push back on this one. "Don't look at me. I can't celebrate for you. We're not going to have a vice president of celebrations at GE. You have to consider yourself the manager of celebrations. You've got the authority. Go back and make it happen. You don't have to hand out a new Mercedes. It can be a keg of beer or a dinner for two. Your job is to make sure your team is having fun while they're being productive." Aligning rewards with measurements. You have to get this one right. One time, I was surprised to see a great fourth quarter revenue line and no income to go with it. I asked, "What the hell happened here?" "Well, we had a fourth quarter sales contest and everyone did a great job. Where's the margin?" "We didn't ask for a margin." That's the simplest example of a universal problem. What you measure is what you get. What you reward is what you get. Static measurements get stale. Market conditions change. New businesses develop. New competitors show up. I always pounded home the question, are we measuring and rewarding the specific behavior we want? By not aligning measurements and rewards, you often get what you're not looking for. Differentiation develops great organizations. No one likes to play God and rank people, especially the bottom 10%. Differentiation is as tough an issue as any manager faces. I thought it was my job to talk about it, to force it every day, to demand it from everyone. From my first days, I thought it was the key to building a great organization. For us, the vitality curve made differentiation work. We used it relentlessly to push leaders to continually upgrade their teams. Year after year, forcing managers to weed out their worst performers was the best antidote for bureaucracy. Our surveys showed the lower we went in the organization, the louder the concerns about our weakest performers. The lower-level executives, more than senior managers, bore the brunt of laggards. Differentiation is hard. Anybody who finds it easy doesn't belong in the organization, and anyone who can't do it falls in the same category. Owning the people. We always told our business leaders, you own the businesses, you're renting the people. Bill Conity and I felt we had personal responsibility for the top 750 managers. We looked after their development, their rewards, and their advancement. We ran the people factory to build great leaders. Our business CEOs knew they would be rewarded for teeing up high potentials. Our boundary-less culture changed the game from hoarding your best people to sharing your best. Of course, I'd sometimes hear a groan on the other end of the phone when I'd call a business leader and say, sorry, you just lost X. Giving up the best is not a natural act. Within minutes, we'd be talking about the backup slate to fill the new hole we created. With our bench, the backups sometimes turned out better than the starters. Appraisals all the time. Appraisals to me were like breathing. In a meritocracy, nothing is more important. I was giving appraisals all the time, whether I handed out a stock option grant or gave a raise, or even when I'd bump into someone in the hallway. I always wanted everyone to know where they stood. Every year, I'd send a handwritten note with the annual bonus to my direct reports. I'd write 2 to 3 pages outlining what I was looking for in the coming year. I'd attach it to the prior year's letter, which I would mark up in red to give continuity to the process. These notes did a couple of things. I had the chance to reflect on each business and what I thought was important. My direct reports realized that there would be follow-up and that I cared a lot. The process was time-consuming, and sometimes late on a Sunday night, I would wish I hadn't started it, but it was great discipline for me. Culture counts. Kidder sure as hell taught me that. I saw it in the Honeywell Allied Signal merger. A year after those two companies merged, factions were still arguing over whose culture would dominate. When Daimler-Chrysler came together as a merger of equals, it appeared to lead to confusion. Setting the culture straight on day one minimizes this. The resistors have to go quickly. An organization that truly believes in maximizing intellect can't have multiple cultures. During the Internet craze of the late 1990s, we had some people in an equity group at GE Capital who suddenly thought they were geniuses. They decided they should have a piece of the action in the companies where they invested GE money. We told them to take a hike. In our shop, there's only one currency, GE stock with GE values. Culture is the reason we passed up a couple of high-tech acquisitions in the late 1990s in California. I didn't want to pollute GE with some nutty stuff going on in the midst of the dot-com craze. That doesn't mean that at GE people can't be individualists or can't get paid extravagantly for great performance. When it comes to personal style and pay, our culture will bend, but we won't break it. Strategy. Business success is less a function of grandiose predictions than it is a result of being able to respond rapidly to real changes as they occur. That's why strategy has to be dynamic and anticipatory. Bob Nelson, my longtime financial analyst and GE's resident history buff, exposed me to this thinking when he passed on an article about the Prussian general Helmut von Moltke. Von Moltke's beliefs brought us to a series of questions that were much more useful to me over the years than all the data crunching in strategic plans. 5 simple questions brought strategic thinking to life for me. What is the detailed global position of your business and that of your competitors, market shares, strengths by product line, and by region today? What actions have your competitors taken in the past 2 years that have changed the competitive landscape? What have you done in the last 2 years to alter that landscape? What are you most afraid your competitors might do in the next 2 years to change the landscape? What are you going to do in the next 2 years to leapfrog any of their moves? Competitors. 2 truths I've learned to challenge over time dealt with competition. One old chestnut is we're losing market share because our competitors are crazy and they're giving the product away. I heard that more than 100 times in my career. Usually it turned out to be BS. The real truth was that a competitor had a better cost position or a strategic rationale for what it did. It took me a while to figure out that I should have been asking, what was wrong with us, not them? The other beauty goes something like this. A team comes in with a proposal to leapfrog the current position of its leading competitor. The implicit assumption is the competition will be sleeping while we're developing the new product. Doesn't usually happen that way. Take our effort to build the GE90 aircraft engine. The engineers convinced me that if we developed this brand new engine for Boeing's new short to medium range 777 jets, we'd meet their requirements for a 90,000-pound thrust engine. They said Pratt & Whitney and Rolls-Royce couldn't stretch their existing technology to get to 90,000. Didn't happen. Pratt & Rolls found ways to get their engines to deliver as much as 94,000 pounds of thrust. Fortunately, the project had a happy ending. Our new engine was capable of getting to 115,000 pounds, which was what Boeing needed when it later came out with a long-range version of the 777. Our engine got us a major contract on these planes. It was tough, but we tried like hell to look at every new product plan in the context of what the smartest competitor could do to trump us. Never underestimate the other guy. The field. I never really felt headquarters was the place to be, and becoming CEO reinforced my point of view. From my first job as an officer in February 1972, I wanted to be out with the people who really made things happen. I'd spend at least a third of my time with the GE businesses. I have no idea how much time CEOs should spend in the field. I do know I fought every day to get my butt out of the office. I always reminded myself, headquarters doesn't make anything or sell anything. Banging around the field was my best shot at getting some idea about what was really going on. Markets versus mindsets. Markets aren't mature. Sometimes minds are. Nowhere was that more truthful than our pursuit with almost religious fervor of a number one or number two fix, sell, or close strategy. Looking at the same businesses from a different share perspective changed our mindset. When we asked each business to redefine its market so they could have no more than a 10% share, what had looked like mature markets became growth opportunities. Even a few field horses started looking like thoroughbreds. With the same portfolio of businesses, our revenue growth rate more than doubled in the last half of the 1990s. Initiatives versus tactics. In 20 years, we really had only 4 initiatives: globalization, services, Six Sigma, and e-business. Initiatives live forever. They create fundamental change in a company. They build on one another. Everything in the GE operating system reinforces them. On the other hand, short-term tactical moves are needed to revitalize and energize a function or company. Here are 3 examples. We upgraded sourcing leadership in globalized suppliers. That saved millions. We reduced foreign service employees, FSE, by bringing U.S. expatriates home. That saved millions by forcing the businesses to promote local nationals and put a global face on the company. We reduced internal travel using the Internet. That saved millions and addressed the work-life balance issue. Our people got fewer frequent flyer miles but stayed home and had better lives. Understanding the difference between the fundamental and the quick fix helps an organization stay focused. The communicator. I was an outrageous champion of everything we did, from our early need to face reality and change the culture to our major initiatives that reshaped the company. Whenever I had an idea or message I wanted to drive into the organization, I could never say it enough. I repeated it over and over and over at every meeting and review for years until I could almost gag on the words. I always felt I had to be over the top to get hundreds of thousands of people behind an idea. Looking at my handwritten notes from my Boca speeches over 21 years only reminded me of how many times I said the same things from different angles and with different emphasis. Boundaryless was a clumsy word I could barely get out of my mouth, and I butchered it 1,000,000 times, but I never stopped saying it. My behavior was often excessive and perhaps obsessive. I don't know if that's the only way, but it worked for me. Employee surveys. We used all kinds of ways to get employee feedback. Crotonville, Session Cs, vitality curves, and stock options. These tools forced management to deal with employees in a straightforward manner. Making employee surveys meaningful was a big breakthrough for us in 1994. We didn't ask about the quality of cafeteria food or the benefit plans. We asked questions that got at fundamental issues around the theme, is the company you read about in the annual report the company you work for? We didn't run the company by polling, but the candor of our employees in these anonymous online surveys really helped us put the right emphasis on the right initiatives. We showed the results not only to our employees, but also to our board members and to the security analysts. The analysts were shocked the first time I did it, but it put a hell of a lot more beef behind the charts I was presenting. Knowing and confronting what was on the minds of our employees was a key part of our success. Upgrading a function. Whenever I thought a corporate function wasn't as strong as it should have been, I would appoint myself the unofficial head of it. Take sourcing, the process of buying billions of parts, products, and services. Sourcing was once a place to park people who hadn't quite made it in manufacturing. In the mid-1980s, when our purchasing costs weren't coming down fast enough, it was clear we needed to change things. I set up a council that brought the business's sourcing leaders to meet with me in Fairfield every quarter. Some of the business CEOs nearly died when they realized whom they were sending. I usually saw the weak ones once. We did the same thing with service leaders, Six Sigma leaders, and e-business advocates, anything that really mattered. Putting the councils together and bringing leaders to Fairfield to meet with me or a vice chairman helped surface the best and brightest from within our organization. Once we had highly energized leaders in place, ideas flowed like water downhill to the rest of the company. The advertising manager. Managing image and company reputation is one of the more obvious jobs of a CEO. I might have taken it to an extreme. For 20-plus years, I looked at thousands of storyboards for corporate and product ads. I never allowed one advertisement on the air that I didn't like. We had great two-person advertising teams, led first by Len Vickers and then by Richard Costello. When Len set up a runoff among several agencies for a new GE slogan in 1978, BBD&O won the business. Phil Dusenberry, BBD&O's creative head, came up with GE, we bring good things to life. I loved it the moment I heard it. Sometimes I drove the agency and our guys nuts with my micromanaging of the process. I liked playing with the ads, had a strong point of view, and wanted to be proud of everything GE put on the air. I thought that Sunday morning TV news programs were the place to reach the country's thought leaders, and most of our ad spending went there. My micromanaging continued. Just months before my retirement, I was reviewing storyboards for TV ads for a new line of energy-efficient refrigerators. Image mattered. I was convinced it was my job. Managing loose, managing tight. Knowing when to meddle and when to let go was a pure gut decision. Although I dove into the tube problem at Medical Systems, I had no involvement in the planning or pricing of our biggest breakthrough in cancer detection, a $2.7 million scanner. A lot of this is pure instinct. I managed tight when I sensed I could make a difference. I managed loose when I knew I had little, if anything, to offer. Consistency was not a requirement here. Sometimes being an undisciplined, unmade bed got the job done faster. You pick and you choose your opportunities to make a difference. I loved to go on the field when I thought I could play, and I loved cheering from the sidelines when I didn't think I belonged in the game. Chart maker. In December of 2000, I was probably the only 65-year-old guy still drawing business charts for analyst presentations. I've always thought that chart making clarified my thinking better than anything else. Reducing a complex problem to a simple chart excited the hell out of me. For every analyst meeting, I'd sit for hours with my finance and investor relations teams, sketching out and tearing up chart after chart. I loved doing charts and got so much out of them. The crazy thing about it was that we always felt the last presentation was our best one ever. Investor relations. Wall Street is a big part of the job. We changed who we put into investor relations. We always had good people, but the old model was a career-ending job for financial types. They were generally at headquarters, expected to respond passively to questions from analysts and investors. The model changed in the late 1980s when we picked young, high-potential financial managers with a marketing sense. Each one of them became the chief marketing officer for GE stock, constantly on the road visiting investors and selling the GE story. The job went from defensive linebacker to offensive halfback. All those who held the job got up every morning and felt they were measured by the price of GE stock. Already on a fast track because of their financial acumen, they used the job to improve their sales and presentation skills. The position went from a dead-end assignment to one of the most sought after. It became a terrific training ground. Warren Jensen, the first of the new model in 1989, went on to become CFO of NBC, then Delta Airlines, and now Amazon.com. Mark Begor followed him, and he's now CFO of NBC. Jay Ireland was next, and he's now president of the NBC Station Group, and Mark Vachon has held the job for the past 3 years. He's been a great sport, agreeing to stay beyond the typical 2 to 3 year run to give us continuity through the CEO transition. Our entire IR team consists of 2 people. That's because our rising stars are supported by a fabulous constant, Joanna Morris, a graduate of our audit staff. Joanna, who always gets teased about training these stars, is married with 2 kids and wanted to settle down in Fairfield without heavy travel. We need only 2 people to tell the GE story, fewer than we had 20 years ago, and now it's launching careers, not ending them. Wallowing. Let's wallow in this was a phrase I often used. It meant getting people together, often spontaneously, to wrestle through a complex issue. The sole ticket for admission was know-how, not titles or positions. We wallowed in public relations problems, environmental issues, BOCA agendas, and big M&A deals. The idea was to get fresh thinking without paper and memos, then sit on the conclusions for a night, wallowing some more. From wallowing came some of our best decisions. It was all about breaking down the concept of hierarchy. Everyone knew they were equal partners at the table, where their ideas could be thrown out with informality and candor. Your back room is somebody else's front room. Peter Drucker gets credit for this one. We practiced it. Don't own a cafeteria, let a food company do it. Don't run a print shop, let a printing company do that. It's understanding where your real value added is and putting your best people and resources behind that. Back rooms, by definition, will never be able to attract your best. We converted ours into someone else's front room and insisted on getting their best. That worked for us so many times. This is what outsourcing is all about. It's also what many of our layoffs were about in the early 1980s as these jobs migrated elsewhere. It always made me mad when some politicians and economists claimed that all the job creation in America was coming from small entrepreneurial companies. Much of that, in fact, was the conscious transfer of work out of big business. Speed. At Crotonville, a frequent complaint, even in my final days as CEO, is that we weren't fast enough. I learned in 100 ways that I rarely regretted acting, but often regretted not acting fast enough. I could scarcely remember a time when I said I wished I'd taken 6 more months to study something before making a decision. I think acting decisively on people, plants, and investments was one of the reasons I got out of the pile very early at GE. Yet 40 years later, when I retired, one of my great regrets was that I didn't act fast enough on many occasions. When I asked myself, how many times should I have held off on a decision versus how many times do I wish I'd made that move faster, I inevitably found that the latter won almost every time. Forget the zeros. In a big company, what's small tends to get lost. As businesses and companies grow, their size can become an inhibitor rather than an enabler. The disadvantages of size, the difficult communications, the layers, and the lack of informality all work against the creation of an energizing atmosphere. The entrepreneurial benefits of being small, agility, speed, and ease of communication, are often lost in a big company. Plastics taught me the value of being small, of feeling like you owned it. I came to the CEO job knowing that isolating small projects and keeping them out of the mainstream was the way to grow. We've had many great successes by breaking these projects out and focusing on them as separate smaller businesses in larger entities. We did this everywhere: neural and plastics, CT scanners and ultrasound and medical, and vendor financing and commercial finance in GE Capital. It didn't always work, but in every case one thing was clear. Breaking out businesses created people who were high-spirited, energized, and backed by the right resources. The smaller ventures got high visibility and created heroes, celebrating both those who won and those who missed, and driving home the value of taking risks. We were aware of what size meant. The worst thing a company can do with size is to focus on managing it. Size either liberates or paralyzes. We tried every day to remember that the benefit of size was that it allowed us to take more swings. Just some thoughts, things that worked for me, along with a lot of luck. For the past 24 years, I have had a lucky charm, a brown leather briefcase that has come with me everywhere. My assistant, Roseanne, has nicknamed it Mr. Lucky. I won the briefcase in an Atlanta golf tournament in 1977, the year I first came to Fairfield. It has seen better days. It's battered and bruised, or as Roseanne liked to say, it's disgusting and looks diseased. I've done extremely well with Mr. Lucky. It's been good to me, and I never wanted to give it up. The only time it's been out of my sight is when Roseanne took it home for a night to stitch a torn seam back in place. It's not that I have never been superstitious. I just never wanted to push my luck. The last day I left headquarters, Mr. Lucky came with me. As my friend Larry Bossidy always said about my briefcase, it's Jack. He doesn't need a new one. That's the one he came with. That's the one he's going out with. Chapter 25. A short reflection on golf. Being CEO of GE was the greatest thrill of my life. If I had another preference, I would have loved to have been a professional golfer. Ever since I picked up the game as a caddy at the Kernwood Country Club in Salem, it's been one of the true passions of my life. My father, who got me started in the game, was right. Unlike the hockey or football I played as a kid, golf was a game I would have all my life. It is a sport that combines what I love, people and competition. The most enduring friendships of my life have been formed on and around the golf course. Every golfer who's ever hit a solid tee shot or has sunk a 14-foot putt knows the seductive power of the game. I was pretty much a self-taught player. I started when I was 9 years old, playing with the older caddies at Kernwood. With a bag filled with half a dozen taped-up clubs, I was lucky to shoot below 120. If I wanted more playing time beyond a few hours on Monday mornings, caddy time, I had to sneak onto the course. In golf, everything seems to happen backward. I would have given my right arm for 5 good clubs back then. Now, people send me free sets of the best clubs, and I've been lucky enough to play on some of the greatest courses in the world. I guess I never lost my touch for caddying. In the summer of 2000, I found myself lugging a bag all over again at the age of 64 for my 7-year-old grandson Jack in a junior tournament at Sankaty Head Golf Club in Nantucket. Little Jack had a better swing than I had first time out. I grew up with a typical caddy swing, flat, without much style, and with the wrong grip. I just sort of hockeyed the ball around. I never practiced much and just wanted to go out and play. I was co-captain of the team at Salem High and played as a freshman in college. My golfing buddies joke that I take golfing tips from everyone I meet, players, caddies, a locker room attendant, even a waiter at a club. Every tip is worth a try. I'll get the latest ball, the newest driver, anything to get a little more distance. For professional advice, I'd go to Jerry Pittman, the former pro at Seminole, the great Florida course. I'd ask him, how do I get 10 more yards in my drive? How old are you now, he'd ask. How old were you last year? Why don't you realize it? I don't want to recognize that because I'm convinced I can get better. That's always been the case. Golf is a game where you constantly seek the illusion of perfection. If you enjoy the give and take of a match, and I certainly do, the game is a real high. I can't think of a more social sport. I've met some of the world's greatest human beings playing golf. Many became lifelong friends. John Krieger at the Berkshire Hills Country Club in Pittsfield 40 years ago. Anthony Lofi LaFrisco and Carl Warren at Silver Spring Country Club in Ridgefield, Connecticut 25 years ago. And Jacques Woolschlager at Sankaty Head 15 years ago. At work, I've had a great foursome over the years in Chuck Chadwell and Dave Calhoun from Aircraft Engines and Bill Madoff from GE Supply. We all play about the same and compete like hell, at least 36 and sometimes 54 holes a day. Some years their bonus checks have had to be reduced for unspecified reasons. Being CEO of GE gave me access to lots of interesting people on the golf course. The outings made not only for great mornings and afternoons, they made for great stories. I remember one match in Nantucket with Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, and my friend Frank Rooney, who had sold his wife's shoe company to Warren. Bill and I paired up against Warren and Frank. We got to the end of the first hole, and Warren sank a putt for par. Well, said Bill, the match is over. What's this all about? I asked, confused. Bill explained that he and Warren have an ongoing bet. The first one who gets a par wins $1. If they get to the 9th hole without a par, the lowest score wins. Here I was with two of the richest guys in the world, and they were betting $1 on the game. For a second, I thought they were going to walk back to the clubhouse. I had another funny incident that involved Frank Rooney, former chairman of Melville. For years, he's had a contract with Warren to work a day a week. I think he spends every one of those days playing golf. One day, I played with Frank and he shot 78, almost his age, and kicked my butt. Afterward, I sent Warren a note about the game and complained that his employees obviously weren't working hard enough. Warren sent one back. No Berkshire Hathaway employee can break 80, and I have no recollection of a Rooney on my payroll, he wrote. Golf even got me a GE board member. About 3 years ago, Golf Digest put out a list of CEO golfers and ranked Scott McNealy of Sun Microsystems at number 1. Somehow, I was right behind him. Scott soon sent me a challenge. If I'm going to be number 1, I want to be sure I'm number 1. Jack, you name the place, anytime, anywhere, mano a mano, and we'll settle it once and for all. I called him the moment I saw his message. We set a date, and Scott was generous enough to come to Nantucket that summer for a 36-hole match, which I won. Within 2 weeks, Scott sent me a trophy inscribed with the words Welch Cup. I beat him again at Augusta the following year over 36 holes to keep the trophy. Last year, he won an abbreviated 18-hole match, and the trophy is now in California. It kills him that I call it an abbreviated match. Only after beating him the first time did I invite Scott on the GE board. It was good timing, just as we were about to launch our e-business initiative. I was lucky. Scott showed up as my game was getting better. Most of my years in golf, I just worked the ball around the course, grinding through 18 holes, surviving only because of my good short game. It wasn't until after I married Jane in 1989 that my game went to a different level. I was up to about a 10 handicap then, but in the process of teaching her the game, I made myself a whole lot better. At one point, I got down to a 2 or 3 handicap and won 2 club championships at Sankaty Head. Before meeting Jane, I'd get knocked out in the first or second round. I wasn't aware of it, but when I began teaching her for the first time in my life, I actually slowed myself down and analyzed my own swing. When I was telling Jane to take a longer backswing, I realized that I had to do the same myself. So I worked on getting it back farther, and I worked on learning how to finish. Until then, I never finished off my swing. Now I keep saying to myself, Fred Couples, Fred Couples, Fred Couples, when I get ready to take a whack at the ball. I thought Couples had a great finish, and I always try to picture that swing in my head when I'm following through. Teaching Jane helped me to break down each element and focus on the mechanics. By being more aware of the technical stuff, I found that I stopped choking late in the round. I started to play better and began to like the game even more. In 1992, I played 36 holes a day for 10 straight days at Sankaty Head before the tournament. I worked my handicap down to a 2 to win the championship. 2 years later, I managed to win again. It went right down to the wire in a final with my friend Jack5. He's a terrific golfer. For the past 16 years, we've played 40 to 50 rounds a year together. He can beat me 99 times out of 100. Fortunately for me, my 1 in 100 chance occurred in the 1994 Club Championship. I won in sudden death, dropping a 15-foot putt on the 37th hole for a birdie. Jacques is someone very special. After losing to me, he spent days carving a wooden Sankaty lighthouse and gave it to me as a memento of the occasion. The most celebrated game I've ever played was in the spring of 1998 at the Floridian, Wayne Huizenga's course in Florida. Matt Lauer, co-host of the Today Show, knew golf pro Greg Norman and asked him to join us. It was a friendly match, and Greg was a great sport playing with a bunch of average players. Greg, just fooling around, shot 70, 2 under par. Matt had a 78. I actually had a lower score than Greg, 69 from the back tees versus his 70 from the pro tips. It was an exciting day for me. I think I told everyone in the world, faxing the scorecard to anyone I knew. At the business council meeting a week later, whenever anyone asked me about my golf game, I said, "Wait a minute," and pulled the scorecard out of my pocket. Greg had a lot of fun with it himself. He signed my scorecard and allowed me to show off, even though it was only a casual game. I told him that by the time I got through telling this story, he will have played the ladies' tees and I will have played the tips. I might have been taking it a little too far, especially after my victory showed up in magazines and newspapers, and even Don Imus began talking about it on the radio. At one point, Greg called and asked jokingly, "Jack, have you told everybody in the world?" "Have you found anyone I haven't told?" I said, laughing. "If so, send me their address." Chapter 26. New Guy. To keep him anonymous, NG is what we called him. It was our code for the new guy. Keeping the choice of my successor a secret was the easy part, but that was the only easy thing about it. Making the pick was not only the most important decision of my career, it was the most difficult and agonizing one I ever had to make. It damn near drove me crazy, causing many sleepless nights. For at least a year, it was often the first thing I thought about each morning and the last thing on my mind at night. What made it so hard was that we had 3 sensational final candidates. Jeff Immelt, who led our medical systems business, Bob Nardelli, who ran power systems, and Jim McNerney in aircraft engines. All 3 exceeded every expectation we set for them. Their performance was off the charts. Any one of the 3 could have run GE. Not only were they great leaders, they were my good friends, and I knew I had to disappoint 2 of them. I knew it was going to be one of the hardest things I ever had to do. The decision ended a long and obsessive process. Having gone through this myself 20 years ago, I knew what I liked and didn't like about it. If I had run a succession process a few years after getting the job, it probably would have been identical to what Reg did to pick me. His succession was thorough and thoughtful, and it got praise from the academics. Over 20 years, the company had changed so dramatically that I could do it a little differently. From the business-centric model of years ago, GE had evolved into an informal and more tightly integrated organization supported by strong values and rewards. The candidates were all products of this social architecture. They thrived on change and had self-confidence to spare. And our processes, from the quarterly CEC meetings to the day-long Session C reviews, brought us together much more often and in much greater depth. I approached the whole process with these thoughts. 1. I wanted my successor to be GE's unquestioned leader. I was concerned about sticking him with disappointed guys who could screw up the spirit and values we worked so hard to create. 2. I wanted to take the politics out of the process. Leadership transitions are an enormous distraction to organizations that need to focus outward, not inward. When I went through the last succession, things became highly political and divisive. Reg didn't intentionally cause the politics, it was the process. By bringing all the candidates to headquarters, he got a closer look at everyone in the race. Tough politics was a heavy price for that look. 3. I wanted to be sure the board was deeply involved in the decision. Going forward, our directors needed to be united behind one person. I had that support in my critical early years. It was a godsend. The board's coaching and support during my down periods, when I was called Neutron Jack and when I struggled with our problems at Kidder Peabody, was incredibly valuable to me. And 4, I wanted to pick someone young enough to be in the job for at least a decade. While a CEO can have an immediate impact, I always felt people should live with their decisions and especially with their mistakes. I certainly had. Someone with less time might be tempted to make some crazy moves to put his stamp on the company. I've seen too many examples of that. Some companies have run through 5 or 6 different CEOs during my years as chairman. I didn't want that to happen at GE. That's what I was thinking about when we started on this road in the spring of 1994. I was 58 then, with 7 years to go. I felt we needed that much time to make the right choice. Picking your successor is hard. Your bet is all about what's ahead, not what's behind. We needed to pick the person who could thrive in a change environment and take the company to the next level 5, 10, even 20 years out. When I appointed Bill Conity, our new Senior VP for Human Resources, in November 1993, I told him that our biggest job was to select the next CEO for the company. The thing you and I will both live with for a long time is getting the right person in this job. It was. Little did either of us know it would almost consume us. A few months later, in the spring of 1994, the wallowing began. We always had our hit-by-a-truck succession plan, a short list of people who could take over if something happened to me. Now, for the first time, we looked beyond an emergency and cast a wider net to get at those with the potential to take over in 2001. Before jotting down names, Chuck Okoski, our Vice President for Executive Development, put together a list of the stuff an ideal CEO should have. The specs were filled with skills and characteristics you'd want: integrity, values, experience, vision, leadership, edge, stature, fairness and energy balance, courage. Chuck's list included such attributes as having an insatiable appetite for increasing knowledge and demonstrating courageous advocacy. I tossed in a couple of things I wanted, like being comfortable operating under a microscope and having the stomach to play for high stakes. The exercise wasn't very helpful. When you get down to it, Christ couldn't have filled the job we described. By wallowing with our Session C books, Bill, Chuck, and I did come up with 23 candidates. The list included the obvious people in big senior vice president jobs, and for the first time, 16 high-potential long shots in a broader consensus field, including the 3 people who would ultimately become the final players. The youngest was 36, the oldest was 58, obviously one of the emergency candidates. The field included CEOs of several of our businesses, as well as young vice presidents. These were the best prospects we had in 1994. We mapped out developmental plans for each of the candidates, plotting promotions for everyone until the year 2000. We wanted to give the younger ones broader, deeper, and more global exposure in several businesses. Bill and I made our first formal pitch on succession to the Management Development Committee of the board in June 1994. We showed the directors the ideal CEO list, the names of all 23 candidates, with specific plans for the 16 high-potential long shots. From that moment on, all the key decisions in their careers were made with succession in mind. Despite our best-laid plans, looking at the results today is sobering. Only 9 of the 23 people on that first list are with GE today. 1, obviously, is the new CEO. 3 are vice chairman, and 5 run big GE businesses. 11 left for various reasons, including 7 who are now CEOs of other public companies. 3 retired, including 2 as vice chairman. Over the years, we watched these guys like hawks. We kept throwing new tests in front of them. The 8 who remained contenders by June 1998 had moved through 17 separate jobs. We moved Jim McNerney from his job as president of GE Asia Pacific, where we had put him to demonstrate our commitment to globalization. Jim already had experience in manufacturing, information services, and financial services. He became CEO of our lighting business. 2 years later, we moved him to be CEO of aircraft engines. Bob Nardelli, who had worked in our appliances and lighting businesses, was at the time CEO of Transportation Systems. He became the head of Power Systems. Jeff Immelt had spent most of his career in plastics, got a taste of the tough competition in the appliance industry, and moved back to plastics. He became CEO of Medical Systems in 1997. After our first board presentation in June 1994, we began formal board reviews on succession every June and December. I also gave real-time assessments every February when I went through the incentive payouts to our top executives, and every September when we discussed stock option grants. To help the directors form judgments outside the boardroom, they played golf with the candidates every April at Augusta and got together every July for golf or tennis in Fairfield. We had an annual Christmas party with spouses. Before each event, my assistant Roseanne and I would work out the golf foursomes and the dinner seatings, making sure board members always got a chance to spend time with different candidates. In 1996, I wanted the comp committee members of the board to take a closer look, without me being around. I asked Cy Cathcart, the chairman, to take his committee to each of the businesses. Cy has been a terrific friend, a great board member, and a personal counselor. He is wise and tough, was always eager to give me a tweak when I needed one, and generous with an attaboy when he thought I deserved one. 2 directors, Cy and Gigi Michelson, had been on the board when Reg named me chairman. For continuity, I wanted them and a 3rd member, Frank Rhodes, who also was a committee member, to remain through the transition. All 3 had been scheduled to retire. I asked the board to waive their mandatory retirement dates so the company could benefit from their experience. Gigi and Frank were on Cy's committee with Claudio Gonzalez, CEO of Kimberly-Clark's Mexico operation, and Andy Sigler, the retired chairman of Champion International. They spent a day with each business leader and his team, including dinner or a ball game at night. Nothing was staged by me. Early on, a few of the candidates called and asked, "Jack, what's the drill?" "This is your show," I replied. I wanted the board to see how each business leader handled things. Some gave elaborate presentations, others had few papers. Some brought their entire staffs, some did it with 1 or 2 associates. After each trip, Cy would drop me a note with the committee's impressions. 4 years after the first list, after retirements, departures, and people who fell out, the original 23 had been narrowed to 8 serious candidates. We were still playing around with that ideal CEO list, adding and dropping things, but it still had a Superman feel to it. Much more helpful to me was a list of 8 basic objectives Bill, Chuck, and I put together in 1998. 1. Pick the strongest leader. 2. Look for the best complementary mix of corporate executive officer skills. 3. Retain all contenders through transition and into the next administration. 4. Minimize dysfunctional competition. 5. Create opportunities for up-close and personal view of the contenders before the final decision. 6. Provide the necessary transition time given the company's breadth and complexity. 7. Anticipate backfill requirements for concurrent selection announcements. 8. Keep options open as long as possible, consistent with the 4th and 5th objectives. This was a wish list, but it was a pretty good one. We wouldn't meet all these objectives. I became convinced number 3 was unrealistic. We weren't going to retain all the candidates, and I had come to the conclusion we shouldn't. 4 and 5 turned out to be in conflict with each other. Getting an up-close view by bringing them to Fairfield would risk dysfunctional competition. The other objectives held up. The most important lesson I took from my own succession was the need to take out all the internal politics. This may be hard to believe, but that's the way it turned out. After it was over, the finalists told me they saw it the same way. Our values had become so important that if any one of the candidates played games, their colleagues would have thrown them out. Even when we settled on the final three by the end of 1998 and the media began cranking up the pressure, not one of them did anything to undermine the other. In fact, if anything, it was the opposite. Keeping all three in their field and their current jobs, Bob in Schenectady, Jim in Cincinnati, and Jeff in Milwaukee, allowed each to focus on nothing but his business, not politics, not second-guessing the business their friends once ran, and not maneuvering in a new bureaucratic layer in the organization. The downside was obvious. I wouldn't get that one-on-one personal view of each candidate Reg gained when he brought us all to Fairfield. I didn't need a close-up view. I had been hanging around with these three for years, but I did create opportunities for a better look without bringing them to headquarters. In 1997, for instance, I put all three on the GE Capital board. After every monthly meeting, I had lunch with them. I tried to take any formality out of these Fairfield luncheons. We'd fool around, and I'd get to hear their opinions on the deals that GE Capital was proposing. This worked for a while, but as we grew closer to the end, it became too awkward for everyone, so we stopped doing it. I did something else. It was a little like Reg's process, but handled outside the office. I began having private dinners with each of the 11 major business CEOs in the spring of 1999. Over a meal, I asked them for their opinions about our businesses, what we ought to keep, which ones we should throw out, and who should make up the leadership team at the top. I asked them to pick 3 leaders, not wanting to force anyone into the box of picking one winner. These sessions were helpful for putting a team together, but didn't do much to pick a clear successor. I repeated the process again in the spring of 2000. This time, I focused more on things outside their own businesses. I wanted to know their thoughts on our current union negotiations and environmental issues. I had a candid exchange about what they thought of one another. Again, no surprises. They all liked and respected one another. I also asked a lot of questions about our processes and values, what they liked about them, and what they'd jettison. One of the most important questions I asked 3 of them was probably the most challenging to answer. If you weren't picked as CEO, would you leave? 2 of them, one more directly than the other, made it clear they would leave. One said he wanted the job, he loved the company and the people so much that he would stay to see how it played out. I discounted that because the headhunters would have been all over him. With the enormous visibility they all got, that turned out to be a pretty good assumption. By this time, I had made up my mind that it was unrealistic to think we could keep all of them. From the start, I always saw the process as more than just naming a CEO. I also wanted to create a broader team, using the vice chairman positions to help the new guy. I didn't want disappointed candidates or those who wouldn't be able to work with my successor in these roles. I thought the perfect choices were Dennis Damerman, then CEO of GE Capital, and Bob Wright at NBC. The 2 of them always came up as big players with everyone in my dinner conversations. Dennis was named a vice chairman in late 1997 and Bob in July 2000. Dennis was involved in the selection process almost from the beginning, while Bob played a role after becoming vice chairman. As the media heated up in 2000, the uncertainty mounted. At my Crotonville sessions, classes began asking how I would keep all 3 at GE and who would replace each of them as business CEOs. The analysts on Wall Street were asking the same questions. I've had plenty of ideas, good and bad, but I got a really good one during a weekend in June. It came in the shower. I often do some of my best thinking there. Because I was sure 2 of the 3 would leave, I decided to lose them on my terms. Instead of waiting to name their replacements after one moved up or left, I decided to put their successors in right away. Bob, Jim, and Jeff might have 5 uncomfortable months left in their jobs, but new leaders in their businesses would be well-trained and ready to go. Their organizations would know who the next boss was going to be, and that would lessen the rumors and gossip. I also thought it would reassure Wall Street. During our session Cs, every business leader has to name his or her successor. It's often a rote exercise. In April 2000, with the CEO decision pending in December, I wrote all of our business leaders and asked each of them to spend at least an hour this time discussing their replacements. Those discussions flushed out who the 3 candidates in particular liked and wanted. On Monday morning, I excitedly told Bill and Dennis about my idea developed over the weekend. They were enthusiastic. We could now put people in new chief operating roles who we knew were compatible with the CEOs. Since the board was up to speed on all the people, it was easy to get the directors on the phone that week and take them through this new thinking. They liked it. Now I had to explain this decision to Bob, Jeff, and Jim. I acknowledged that it might seem unfair, but I made the case that it was in the best interest of their employees and our share owners. Nonetheless, it came as a surprise to them. "Well, are you telling me I'm either up or out?" asked one. "Yeah, that's it. You threw the gauntlet down by telling me you were going to leave if it didn't work out. I'm saying, okay, here's the guy who's going to replace you. Now you train him for 6 months. "What finality?" he replied. "Look, I know this is a little cruel because it seems so final, but I have to make this call." None of them thought it was the greatest thing that ever happened, but they understood it really was in the company's best interests. If the People Factory ever needed validation, we certainly got it in June of 2000. We were ready with 3 great people as new chief operating officers. All were 43 years old. Dave Calhoun had been head of the audit staff and then went through a series of CEO jobs in Plastics Asia, transportation, lighting, and then reinsurance. He is bright, fun, quick, an avid sportsman, and a strong relationship builder. Dave was perfect to be COO under Jim McNerney at Aircraft Engines. I first met John Rice during a luncheon with young auditors in Schenectady. He had a great personality, an incisive mind, and I liked him instantly. I told him, get out of finance and get into operations. John did and went directly into appliance manufacturing. After a series of promotions, he eventually replaced Dave Calhoun first as CEO of GE Plastics Asia and then as CEO of GE Transportation. This experience made him a natural as COO under Bob Nardelli at Power Systems. Joe Hogan worked in plastics in many global assignments before becoming CEO of GE Fanuc. Joe is 43 and looks about 15. He probably gets carded at every bar. He might look that way, but he's a mature manager with terrific interpersonal and natural leadership skills. We had brought him into medical systems as head of e-business several months earlier to get ready for his next job as COO under Jeff Immelt. Putting these 3 stars into these new jobs was a game-changing event. While 300,000 employees, including me, still didn't know who their chairman was going to be, the people in 3 of our biggest businesses knew exactly who their new CEOs would be. Publicly, I said the changes were a natural step in our leadership succession plan. I continued to turn away reporters who wanted to talk about these moves or anything else involving succession. So did Bob, Jeff, and Jim. None of us wanted to help the media make a circus of it. If anything, though, I was naive to think I could hold off the press completely. After all, the first stories about my succession had cropped up as early as 1996. As we moved into September, 2 months before naming my successor, it seemed that all the media could focus on was the succession at GE. In the space of 3 or 4 days, stories cropped up in Business Week, the Wall Street Journal, the Financial Times, and the Sunday Times of London. The articles not only named the frontrunners, they also handicapped and profiled them without any help from us. When the stories broke, I was at the Olympics in Australia. Reading the faxed articles in my hotel room, I was surprised at how much attention our succession was getting. I also felt terrible about it, knowing how much more pressure it was putting on the 3 of them. I sat at my laptop in the hotel room at 1:30 in the morning typing emails to all 3. Jeff, Jim, Bob, I'm sorry that you have to go through all of this press nonsense. I thought I could do it better than Reg by leaving everyone in the field. It turns out the press will make every succession into some sort of conflict. Thanks for being such great guys. The company's lucky that you've stayed with the process. Your great results and tremendous attitude in every way have made the process even more challenging for me as well. Thanks for truly being so special. I meant every word of it. One response was typical of those I received. The bottom line, Jack, is that we're all pretty lucky to have been part of it all, and that feeling overwhelms any discomfort with the public scrutiny. Growth, challenge, and fun have made it all unforgettable, no matter what happens to whom next. You're doing the right thing for GE, and I'm certain we all support the process. Your favorite contender. The replies were typical of the quality of the people who made it this far, and that only made it harder for me. There were times I joked that I wished one of them would do something dumb or crazy. A scandal would have made the decision easier. When I reviewed the process again with the board, I took the directors through how hard it had become for me. Sam Nunn, the former U.S. Senator from Georgia, who had been on our board since 1997, had a great response. "Jack," Sam said, "stop feeling sorry for yourself about picking one of these guys. You've made them all famous. They're going for the best job in America, and it's not clear which one of them is going to get it. That means they're all great. Putting them in this position, you've done more for their careers than ever would have happened if they remained hidden." That was some consolation for me, but I knew that it didn't make things any easier for them. As those stories popped up, all three were at a Prudential Securities Investment Conference in Stowe, Vermont, having breakfast together. They were the focus of everyone in the room. A few days later, I bumped into John Blystone, who had been at the same conference. John left GE in 1996 to become CEO of SPX. "You should really be proud," he told me. "Those guys joked and teased each other from the stage. They were totally supportive of each other. The shareholders sitting there saw the top of the company operating as one team. You have to feel very good about that." Ironically, John didn't know that he was among the 16 stars on our first list in 1994. Truth is, I was so proud of all three. Everyone is a little different here or there, but all of them are terrific human beings. All were running their businesses at record margins, at record market shares, and with the highest employee morale ever. Bob had been given a business in 1995 that had power turbines failing all over the field. The business's net earnings had gone down for 3 straight years. He drove the technical fix for the turbines and then got the benefit of a shortage in power capacity that caused demand to skyrocket. He put terrific operating mechanisms in place to take advantage of that surge. He made dozens of global acquisitions. He was taking the business from a base of $770 million in operating income in 1995 to $2.8 billion in 2000. Even more important, he was projecting net income growth of $1 billion every year from 1999 to 2002. There are only a few companies in the world that make $1 billion after taxes, and Bob was on track to add an incremental $1 billion annually for the next 3 years in a row. Jim was turning in great results, too. In the 3 years that he led our aircraft engine business, it contributed more profit to GE than any single unit in GE's top 20 businesses. He pushed the business's top-line growth to $10.8 billion in 2000 from $7.8 billion in 1997, while growing earnings 21% per year. He drove services to the point that they had become more than half of the business's total profits. And getting the GE90 engine, the largest and most powerful jet engine, for Boeing's long-range 777 jet, was a terrific strategic accomplishment. Jeff had likewise taken our medical systems business to new levels. He came up with the concept of a global product company that will be a model for almost every business in the company, sourcing intellect, components, and finished products from every corner of the world. He made numerous acquisitions and integrated them well. He was making medical as much an information company as a hardware business. In 3 years, he led the business to record profit and revenue, growing sales from $3.9 billion in 1996 to $7.2 billion in 2000, also increasing net income 21% per year. Jeff made us a much stronger competitor in Europe and took us to #1 in Asia. In addition, medical had brought out more new products using Six Sigma technology than any business in the company. It wasn't just their great performance that was making the decision so hard. I went way back with these 3 guys. They had been in my classes at Crotonville. Long before they became business CEOs, I had spent hours and hours with them in all kinds of reviews. I had promoted them and watched them grow, often through very tough jobs, into incredibly self-confident executives. I had first met Jeff while he was still an MBA student at the Harvard Business School in 1982. When he picked GE over Morgan Stanley, a Morgan partner tried to talk him out of it. GE? Listen, if you come to work for Morgan Stanley, you're going to be presenting to Jack Welch in the first 6 months. If you go to GE, maybe, just maybe, you'll get a glimpse of him in your 10th year. 30 days after joining the company, Jeff was sitting around a table with me and 5 others from our corporate marketing group. Like so many strong executives, he went through his lumps, and I was in his knickers during the worst of them. We had moved him to appliances in 1989 to broaden his experience in a tough industry. It gave him more experience, a lot faster than we expected. He got right in the middle of a massive recall when a compressor failed on a new line of refrigerators. Jeff had 7,200 employees fixing 3 million compressors. I saw him up close in the monthly operating reviews we had during this crisis. Another time I was all over Jeff was when he had a really tough year at Plastics in 1994. As general manager of GE's Plastics Americas, he had agreed to a number of fixed-price contracts at Plastics and was caught between rising material costs and his commitments to our customers. He missed his net income number by $50 million. As Jeff tells the story, when he came to Boca in January 1995, he tried hard to avoid me. He was coming to dinner late and going to bed early. I finally caught up with him the last night as he was rushing off to the elevator in his room. I grabbed him by the shoulder and turned him around. Jeff, I'm your biggest fan, but you just had the worst year in the company, just the worst year. I love you, and I know you can do better, but I'm going to take you out of it if you can't get it fixed. Look, he said, if the results aren't where they should be, you won't have to fire me because I'm going to leave on my own. Of course, he fixed it, and then just nailed every job he held after that. There are similar stories I could tell about Bob or Jim. For me, this was an emotional decision. There was a lot of blood, sweat, family, and feelings to it. I never had trouble making decisions. This one was different. At the July 2000 board meeting, we spent 3 hours with the comp committee, wrestling with the pros and cons of each candidate. It was a wide-open meeting. Throughout the session, I was fighting not to make up my mind. I wanted to keep my options open until the very end. After the morning session, we had the usual golf outing with the CEOs of our businesses. I asked the committee to come back an hour early the next morning after they had a chance to sleep on our 3-hour discussion. It wasn't until a Sunday night, October 29, 2000, that I made my recommendation. We were in Greenville, South Carolina for a board visit to a power turbine plant. This board trip had been scheduled a year in advance. It probably wasn't the smartest move I ever made. It would place more pressure on Bob Nardelli than he deserved, but I liked to show the board stuff that was hot. Thanks to Bob, nothing was hotter than power systems, and the next morning he put on a great show. After a weekend golf outing at Augusta with many of our current and former directors, a tradition that dates back at least to Reg's years, we flew to Greenville for dinner in a private room at the Poinsett Club, a beautiful old southern mansion. That Sunday evening, there was a bit of a sideshow prior to our succession decision. As it happened, 60 Minutes was to air a profile of me. Bob's team from Power Systems was there along with our board members watching any one of several television screens in a dining room. When the football game delayed 60 Minutes by nearly half an hour, I got really nervous. My interviews with Leslie Stahl had gone well, but you never know what to expect. They had over 23 hours of tape for a 15-minute profile. When you're that exposed, almost anything could happen. In fact, Leslie treated me very well. I was relieved to have it over. After the dinner, our directors were driven to the nearby Hilton Hotel. We had reserved an upstairs conference room at the Hilton for a special board meeting. To ensure privacy, GE security was stationed outside. The only non-board member there was Bill Conity, who had worked the process with me from day one. Bob and his team went to their rooms or home. Shortly after 10 p.m., I opened the session. We've come to a conclusion. For the next 15 minutes or so, I told the board why I thought Jeff should be the new guy. He had done great things in our medical business that would be a model for the future of GE. I felt Jeff had the perfect blend of intelligence and edge and epitomized the trait that's so important to me. He was really comfortable in his own skin. While it was obviously close, I thought he was the perfect selection. Dennis Dammerman and Bob Wright had their say. Dennis recalled how he first interviewed Jeff at the Harvard Business School in 1982. He focused on his leadership skills and customer focus. Bob commented on his runway. Then every member of the board weighed in, all in unanimous approval. At the end of the table, Frank Rhodes spoke eloquently about Jeff's capacity to learn and grow. In his mind, he said, Jeff had the intellectual bandwidth and was clearly the right choice. It was one of the best meetings I had ever been in. Everyone wanted to say something. We had all been carrying the same burden. At least 2 directors raised the possibility of trying to keep at least one of the 2 other candidates. It killed them to lose so much talent. "Are you sure you don't want to try to keep one?" asked one board member. "I've been there," I said. "I know what it's like. Whoever becomes chairman of this company has to be filled with self-confidence and full of enthusiasm. I want him to feel bigger than life. I don't want him looking over his shoulder." I then asked Bill Conity, who had favored keeping one of the 2, to share his views. Bill said that he had initially thought the experience and skills of the other candidates were so great that we should try to keep one of them, but he had reluctantly come my way. In the end, all of us felt that the 2 who weren't picked deserved to run their own shows as CEOs. I ended the meeting by saying, "We don't want to make a final decision now. Take 3 weeks to think about it. Call me with whatever concerns you might have." I told the board I'd call the committee members the Wednesday before Thanksgiving to go over the decision and ask for their final endorsement. We ended our 2-hour session in Greenville at midnight as my assistant Roseanne came into the conference room and cleared away all the papers. Only 6 days before the October meeting in Greenville, something happened that changed my own timetable for leaving the company. We announced our acquisition of Honeywell, and I agreed to stay in the job as CEO longer to oversee the integration instead of leaving in April as planned. The deal, our largest ever, triggered lots of media talk that it would impact our succession. Inside, however, none of us thought the deal should change anything. It didn't. And I'd ultimately leave in early September 2001, 4 months later than the original plan we had created in 1994. Over the next 3 weeks, I received phone calls from at least half a dozen of the directors who all said favorable things about the decision and the process. They also were trying to buck me up. I was thrilled with the decision, but still agonizing over telling Bob and Jim that they weren't going to get the job. On Wednesday before Thanksgiving, I called the comp committee members and got their approval to recommend to the full board on Friday the appointment of Jeff as chairman-elect. By making the decision over the Thanksgiving holiday, we'd minimize the publicity of another round of succession stories. Most people expected us to announce our choice after the regular December 15th board meeting. I called the full board after the market closed on Friday for the official vote at 5 p.m. After the board unanimously and wholeheartedly approved Jeff as chairman-elect on November 24th, I called him at 5:30 p.m. in South Carolina, where he and his family were spending the holiday. The board made a decision. "It's great news for you. I'd like you to come down to Palm Beach tomorrow. Bring your family and we'll meet you at noon for lunch." I reviewed the carefully planned logistics. Instead of using one of GE's corporate jets, we arranged a charter to pick up Jeff, his wife Andy, and their daughter Sarah in Charleston at 10:30 a.m. To assure security, Jeff was listed as James Cathcart, Cy's son, and the plane was booked in his name. Cy also sent a car from his club to pick up the Immels and bring them to my home. As a final precaution, the plane flew into Stewart Airport rather than West Palm, where GE's planes normally landed. As the car pulled up, I was in the driveway, waiting to greet him and give him the great news. We went to lunch at Carmine's, an Italian restaurant in North Palm Beach. After lunch, Jane drove Jeff's wife and daughter to a condo I had in East Point. Jeff came back with me to prepare for the Monday press conference in New York. Bill Conity, who was in Florida for the weekend, came over to help. We went over the already drafted press release announcing the appointment, tossing out NGs for new guy, and putting in Jeff's name. Dennis Damerman, Bob Wright, and their wives flew down that night so all of us could congratulate Jeff over dinner at my house. We had a great night together, but I had a knot in my stomach because only half of my job was done, the easy half. I was dreading the next day when I had to tell Bob and Jim that they weren't getting the job. On Sunday, I waited until 2 p.m. to make my calls. I had gotten the schedules of all 3 candidates through the end of the year, so I knew where to reach them. Both Bob and Jim were home when I called. The board and I have made a call. I'd like to come out and review the decision and the rationale behind it. I wasn't about to tell either candidate that he was not going to be CEO over the telephone. I owed each one the opportunity to look me in the eye as I told them the news. Yet I didn't want to falsely raise their hopes. I practiced these words at least 10 times to get them right, even going through the routine with Jane before making the calls. I reached the West Palm Airport at 3 p.m. in the middle of a torrential downpour. The Thanksgiving holiday air traffic was compounded by severe thunderstorms that rocked the entire eastern half of the country. Many airports were closed, the planes grounded. When I told our pilots that we weren't going to Westchester Airport as planned, but rather to Cincinnati, they were shocked. They had to change all the flight plans and weather that made any departure doubtful. The pilot said the bad weather would keep us grounded for at least a couple of hours, so I lay on a couch thinking over what I had to say. I hated what I had to do. It was like having to pick one child over another. It seemed so unfair. They had all busted their butts for the company. They had never played unfair with me or with each other. They had given 1,000%. In this case, I had asked these 3 people to do this, and they all did this, and then this. They had vastly exceeded our expectations. Now I had to give 2 of them the worst news of their careers, and I had nothing else to give them, other than encouragement that they would make great CEOs somewhere else. The afternoon grew dark early. We left Palm Beach through black skies at 5:30 p.m. and arrived at Lunken Aviation in Cincinnati around 7 p.m. The place was soaked, dreary, and dark. It was a bone-chilling night. I walked across the tarmac through a light fog toward the barely lit private airport hangar. I felt really alone, carrying only my old leather briefcase. No one was in sight. When I reached the door, Jim was already there. I greeted him, and we quickly went into a small meeting room. Obviously, I said, this is going to be the toughest conversation of my life. Jim's disappointment wrapped his face. I picked Jeff. If there's anyone to be mad at me. Put my picture on the wall and throw darts at it. I can't even tell you why. It's my nose and my gut. We had 3 gold medal winners and only 1 gold medal to give. Jim joked about there being no recount. It was during the Florida presidential election mess. He couldn't have been more gracious. I want you to know I wanted the job, but I also want to tell you I think the process was fair because you played it straight and you gave us every chance. For the next 40 minutes, we had a good conversation. We talked about his life, his dad, and his 18 years at GE. I told Jim that I had seen tremendous growth in him since our first meeting in 1982. I recalled how he'd been hired out of the consulting firm of McKinsey by one of my old Pittsfield associates, Greg Lamont. From his first job in business development in our information services division to his last, he had done great things for us, none greater than his transformation of our aircraft engine business. Your last 2 years have been your best, and you're getting better every day. You're going to be a great CEO wherever you go. I walked back to the plane only to surprise our crew again. We're not going to Westchester. We need to fly to Albany now. They scrambled to make changes, and we flew through heavy clouds into a deserted airport in Albany around 9 p.m. It was still wet and cold. We arrived earlier than expected because of heavy tailwinds, and Bob wasn't there. I actually felt relieved by his absence. It would be especially difficult to tell him he hadn't gotten the job. Of the 3, I had known Bob the longest, meeting him as a GE plant manager in the late 1970s. His dad had worked a lifetime at GE just as Jeff's father had. When Bob quit GE to join the Case Corporation in 1988, he was one of the few executives I ever tried to persuade to stay. I couldn't talk him into staying, but he did come back 3 years later. Since then, I had watched and admired his operating performance. The numbers he was delivering were the best I had seen in my 40 years at the company and could well be the best operating performance of any business in GE history. Bob showed up on time, 10 minutes after I arrived. We sat together on a couch in the corner of a large, empty lounge, just the two of us. I told him the news, and his disappointment was visible. "What more could I have done?" he asked. "Bob, you've done more than I ever would have dreamt. You've done a great job. Everyone loves you, and you're going to be a great CEO, but I can't answer this question for you. I can't give you satisfaction on it. You did everything and more that was ever asked. I believe Jeff is the right guy for this company going forward. There's only one person to blame here. It's me." Bob and I had a long, probing discussion. I wasn't able to satisfy his need for more information. His great operating results made the decision hard for him to accept. Again, I tried to soften his disappointment. "Bob, you're going to be an all-star CEO. There's a big, lucky company out there waiting to get you." We shook hands and hugged. Back on the plane, I ordered a large vodka on ice and finally flew back to Westchester. I stared out the window that night, sipping my drink, caught in lots of conflicting emotions. I was relieved it was over. I was thrilled for Jeff and totally confident we had picked the best candidate. I felt really sad to disappoint two friends who had done so much for the company. I vowed to be their agent, to help them in any way I possibly could. We had an exciting press conference on Monday. I couldn't have been more pleased with Jeff's performance. He demonstrated all the self-confidence and qualities that I knew he had. The only obvious mistake we made, and we both made it, was not checking on each other's wardrobe. We both showed up wearing blue shirts and blue blazers. The media had some fun with that. After it was over, I spent the next few days talking to my friends Jerry Roach at Hedrick and Struggles and Tom Neff at Spencer Stewart about the jobs Bob and Jim were considering. At one point, Tom was actually lobbying me to get one of the guys to go to his client, Lucent Technologies. I told Tom I didn't think it was a good idea. Within 10 days, Jim was chosen to be CEO of 3M, and Bob was picked to be CEO of Home Depot. One of our directors, Ken Langone, had a strong hand in Bob's move because he had been an active player in the succession and couldn't wait to call Bob and recruit him to Home Depot, where Ken was a founder and large shareholder. Nothing said more about the GE values than when Jim and Bob and their wives joined Reg, Jeff, and me at our annual Christmas party at the Rainbow Room of the GE building. When I mentioned them during my remarks, our directors and executives gave them standing ovations. No one clapped harder than I did. I would really burst with pride a few weeks later in Boca. By that time, I was looking forward to Jeff's first presentation as the new chairman-elect. President-elect George W. Bush, however, had asked a number of CEOs, including me, to go to Austin to meet with him for an economic briefing. I gave a brief opening at Boca and then left our operating managers meeting for the first time in 33 years. It was an unexpected but lucky break because it gave Jeff the chance to do his own thing without me sitting in the front row. When I returned that evening, a videotape of his presentation was waiting in my hotel room. Seeing him take command of the company was exhilarating. Jeff was witty, smart, visionary, and incredibly powerful. He was the CEO. In my closing remarks at Boca, I told the crowd that I watched Jeff's opening on the TV screen in my room and felt as proud of him as a first-time father. His performance triggered one of my happiest memories, the day I walked into the lab on Plastics Avenue in Pittsfield 39 years earlier with a box of candy under my arm to celebrate the birth of my first child, Catherine. At Boca, I was figuratively vying with Jeff's own dad, who had spent 38 years working in GE's aircraft engines business to see whose chest could pop out the most. I was sure the new guy was the right guy. Epilogue. Almost 20 years ago, I stood behind a podium at the Pierre Hotel in New York and gave my vision to Wall Street analysts for what I wanted GE to become. As high as my expectations were on that day, I never imagined that the company and the people in it would be able to achieve so much. We took a bureaucracy and we shook it. We created a world-class organization whose excellence is accepted on every continent. I believe the GE I'm leaving is a true meritocracy, a place filled with involved and excited people with good values and high integrity. It's a company that lives for great ideas, a place where the people do get up every morning searching for a better way. The journey has been a great one. Yet what GE became in 20 years is a small snapshot of a company's lifetime. We built on the 100 years that came before us. What excites me even more is what the organization might become in the next 20 years. I know that its future will be guided by a spectacular team that will take the company to greater things. At times, the first 10 years of my journey felt like a war. We were changing ahead of the curve, and we took our lumps for it. There are no modest revolutions. There are no modest transformations of organizations either. Contrary to reputation, I've often been too cautious. I waited too long to get rid of managers who weren't willing or able to face reality. I was hesitant with some acquisitions, slow to embrace the internet, even timid about blowing up all the rituals and traditions of what once had been a bureaucracy. Almost everything should and could have been done faster. Nonetheless, GE has become an organization that relishes change, uses its size to take more risks, and is focused outward on its customers, not itself. I've always believed that when the rate of change inside an institution becomes slower than the rate of change outside, the end is in sight. The only question is when. Learning to love change is an unnatural act in any century-old institution. But the GE I'm leaving does just that. Our passion to learn and share new ideas was facilitated by an operating system that allowed diverse businesses to grow faster and perform better than they would if they were on their own. Great people, not great strategies, are what made it all work. We spent extraordinary time recruiting, training, developing, and rewarding the best. Our reach and our success would have been limited without the best people stretching to become better. Globalization was one logical outcome of stretch. We've searched the globe for the best products and intellect. Our new Proteus radiology system from Medical Systems is a perfect example. The system, now being made in Beijing, is a product of an intercontinental supply chain that takes advantage of the best quality and lowest cost for every one of its 719 parts. The components are made in the United States, Canada, Mexico, North Africa, Morocco, Bangalore, Korea, Taiwan, and countries in Western and Eastern Europe. The scanner's generator is built in India, its suspension system is made in Mexico, and the tube mechanism is produced in the United States. Those parts and many other components are then shipped to Beijing for assembly. Six Sigma ties all the pieces together. Books like this are supposed to end with predictions. Predictions are difficult. When I became chairman, the conventional wisdom could be distilled in three inevitable trends. Oil was at $35 a barrel and going to $100 if you could get it. The Japanese manufacturing juggernaut was going to take over America, and inflation, at 20%, would be in double digits forever. So much for predictions. There clearly are forces, however, that will change the way many of us think about markets, organizations, and management. The capitalist genie is almost out of the bottle in China. This country will have enormous influence in the new century. Chinese entrepreneurs are open to change like never before. China's leaders are managing their society as they unleash their economy. For those of you sitting in conference rooms drawing pie charts of the competitive landscape, leave half the pie open for the Chinese. There are companies in China today you've never heard of that will emerge as competitive giants in the next decade, threatening your very existence. China is a lot more than a market. It is rapidly becoming a massive competitor. The country's increasing economic power will complicate relationships among Europe, the United States, and Japan. Trade tensions will increase. I don't know what form protectionism will take, but I do know the discussions over it will be long and heated. Hierarchy is dead. The organization of the future will be virtually layerless and increasingly boundaryless, a series of information networks in which more electrons and fewer people will manage processes. Information will become transparent. No leader will be able to hoard the facts that once made the corner office so powerful. Most of the information a manager will need to run a business will reside on a computer screen in a digital cockpit. It will contain every piece of real-time data with automatic alerts spotlighting the trends requiring immediate attention. While information will be available as never before, it will always be human judgment that will make the organization go. One evening, just a few months before I left GE, I was in a store on Fifth Avenue in New York to buy a new sweater. When the salesman helping me went downstairs to find my size in the stockroom, the manager of the store came up to me. "Mr. Welch," he said, "can I talk to you?" He was a young African-American who said he'd seen me being interviewed by Charlie Rose on television the night before. He said he had enjoyed my comments but wanted to ask me a follow-up question. During the Rose interview, I had noted how important it was for organizations to continually remove the bottom 10% of their employees. The store manager brought me to a secluded section under a staircase where no one could hear us. He explained that he had 20 people in his sales force. "Mr. Welch," he asked, "do I really have to let 2 go?" "You probably do, if you want the best sales staff on Fifth Avenue." I had to laugh over the fact that I was hearing my words come back to me not from someone inside GE this time, but from the floor manager of a Fifth Avenue clothing store. I think he understood that if you want to become the best at what you do, it's hard, really hard. It takes self-confidence, courage, and a willingness to take the heat when you make the tough calls. On a lighter note, the hookup between Bob Nardelli and Ken Langone at Home Depot has sparked a lot of funny banter among all of us. Ken is a larger-than-life figure. He's big, loud, generous, opinionated, and smart, an ideal director. But I brought him on the GE board in 1999 because he knows everyone, absolutely everyone. I wanted Jeff to have in Ken what I had in Walter Wriston 20 years earlier, a cheerleader telling everyone that Jeff is going to be the best CEO in America. It almost worked. A few weeks after Bob joined Home Depot, however, I heard Ken was going around New York bragging about the job Bob was doing. I called him on it. "You caught me," he said, laughing. "From now on, it'll be Jeff, Jeff, Jeff." Only a few weeks later, Fortune reporter Patty Sellers called on another story and mentioned she had interviewed Langone for an upcoming article in Home Depot. I asked her what Ken said about Jeff. She replied that he was full of praise for Bob, but never mentioned Jeff. I had a witness now. I called Ken and gave him hell. "You SOB," I joked, "I heard that you're still selling Bob. You promised me it's Jeff, Jeff, Jeff." I know Ken justifiably has mixed emotions. As a founder of Home Depot and a director of GE, he gets to see 2 great CEOs. I just have to keep him honest. Before leaving GE in September 2001, I had many opportunities to say goodbye. One of the more memorable farewells was the last meeting of GE's 550 top leaders in Boca Raton in early January. After 33 years of attending these meetings, more than half my lifetime, this one would be my last. I had taken over a very good company in 1981 that a lot of people had made better. I believed my successor would take over a great company and make it much greater. That's what the chairman's job is all about. I wanted to make sure that the message got through in my closing remarks. I jotted down my thoughts on a yellow legal pad, just as I always did. It took me 2 days to develop what I wanted to say. I didn't want to be maudlin or sentimental. I wanted everyone to know that GE had to change more in the next 2 decades than it had in the past 20 years. What I told them that morning could apply to any business. The message was simple. Forget what we've achieved together. Forget about yesterday. I got this job 20 years ago, and together we changed a lot, I said. It has been a fun, wonderful journey filled with great memories and lasting friendships. For much of what we've done, forget it. Today's clippings wrap yesterday's fish. This will be a whole new ball game. Change as you have never seen it, at speeds you've never seen. What fun for those who relish it. What fear for those who don't grasp it. I ended by telling everyone to turn the organization upside down, shake it up, and go blow the roof off. The speech got a warm reaction. The ending was emotional for me and for many of my longtime friends. The custom at Boca is that on the last of the 3 nights, Joyce Hergenhan, my former head of public relations and now president of the GE Fund, announces the afternoon's golf and tennis scores. It had been a windy and cold day on the course. Some actually quit after 4 holes because it was so cold. Joyce reported my score for the day and said, "I'm sure everyone here has a favorite Jack Welch story, but since I have the microphone, you're going to hear mine." I thought, not another farewell. 13 years ago, she said, I was in the hospital in New Haven for major surgery. The day after the operation, I received a phone call from Jack saying he was coming to visit me. Instead of being thrilled, I told him I didn't want to see him because my hair was a mess. His response was pure Jack. "I can't believe you. I'm coming to cheer you up, Joyce, not to jump into bed with you." That kind of sums up Jack. There I was, thinking I was dying, but worrying about my hair. Jack's humor, candor, and friendship very quickly brought me back to reality. The 550 people in the ballroom roared, and my face turned a little red. What she said was certainly true. I guess it was something only the chairman of a really informal company, a corner grocery store, could ever say to an employee. Jeff Immelt took over next as a bunch of waiters scrambled through the room with glasses filled with champagne. Jeff said some very nice things about me that night. He reflected on my remarks at the Pierre Hotel in 1981 when I told the analysts that my dream was to create a company where people could stretch beyond their limits. Jeff said he and everyone in the room had experienced things they'd never thought possible. I was really touched by Jeff's remarks, especially when everyone stood and applauded. Jeff fought his way through the maze of tables toward me. We hugged each other, and I sat down, hoping everyone else would, too. They wouldn't. I finally jumped on top of my chair, raised my glass, and toasted everyone in the room. Together, we've all done things we never imagined. We've all gone places we never thought we would see. We've all reached dreams we never thought possible. I came from a place just like most of you, and I got lucky thanks to all of your good work. Thanks for being so special. I love you all. It was some night. I wish my mother could have been there. Acknowledgements. At every moment of my life, I've been lucky to have people at my side whose support, encouragement, and love made all the difference in the world. They filled my journey with great fun and learning. They often made me look better than I am. Some of them, like my mother, are so obvious they are all through the text of the book, and they hardly need to be mentioned here. There are many others, however, who didn't always fit into the storyline and are barely mentioned. Dr. Jim Westwater, my thesis advisor at Illinois, was one of them. Yet if not for all of them, no one would have ever heard of this guy Jack Welch. I've sometimes said that while I might not be the brightest bulb in the chandelier, over the years I've always thought I was pretty good at getting most of the bulbs to light up. I worry that it's not possible to give credit to all of them. So if I have forgotten anyone who played a role in my life, please accept my apologies. Even if my words or thanks seem short, my gratitude is long and deep. I first need to thank my wife, Jane, for her patience and love. She's my best friend and confidant. Jane has been more than just understanding as I obsessed over this book. I want to thank my 4 terrific kids, Kathy, John, Ann, and Mark. I know it's not always easy to have Jack Welch as a dad, but they've always made it easy for me. They've given me 8 fantastic grandchildren who have greatly enriched my life and will be an even more important part of it going forward. I learned early on in my career that the key to getting a job done was having a super effective administrative assistant. I've had 4 of them: Eunice Hurley in plastics, Louise Koval in my group job, Helga Keller when I went to Fairfield and for my first 7 years as CEO, and finally, Roseanne Badowski. I wouldn't have been able to get through many of my days at GE without Roseanne. She has been an incredible supporter over the past 13 years. Roseanne's dedicated assistant, Sue Bay, has helped keep things together for the last 20 years. I've had many good teachers in life, and I've tried to include all of them in the book. GE was around for 100 years before Jack Welch had any impact. I'm obviously in debt to the people who built the businesses we inherited. I'm indebted to Fred Borch, Reg Jones's predecessor, who had the courage to make me a vice president, and his entrepreneurial strategist, Jack McKittrick. Fred and Jack were adventurers. While everything they attempted didn't work out, a lot did. They were always swinging for the fences and loved trying new things. When I think about GE and its past, it's impossible to give credit to everyone. There are a few names that often come up in my early years with GE. Their efforts would have a major impact on what would come later. Whit Ridgway promoted the globalization of our gas turbine business. Gerhard Newman was the early driver of the jet engine business. Ticker Clark saw the promise in GE Capital. They and their associates helped to set the stage for the rest of us. I want to thank everyone in Selkirk who made my first management job successful, from Billy Mack to Kevin Murray, who started out on day one and stayed over 30 years. I'll never be able to thank Ted Levino enough. As GE's former head of human resources, Ted saw the need for major change at GE, and his backing of me during the succession race was critical. I've been fortunate to have had smart, helpful human resource partners in my day. Frank Doyle and Jack5 preceded Bill Conity. Frank was particularly helpful during the difficult years when many were questioning our early restructuring moves. None of them got enough ink in this book. Neither did Glenn Heiner, who successfully ran our plastics business for years, or Gary Rogers, who was CEO of 3 major businesses: electrical distribution, appliances, and plastics. I was thrilled to see Jeff Immelt nominate Gary to the board as a vice chairman in 2001. We've had many other great executives who left a mark on GE's businesses, including Dick Stonecipher and Larry Johnston in appliances, Jack Urquhart in power systems, Jim Rogers in motors, and Carl Schlemmer in transportation. Carl convinced us to invest in locomotives when few favored the business. Transportation has become a training ground for top GE CEO talent. I've already given credit in the book to Lloyd Trotter, the CEO of our industrial business, for his terrific operational performance, but I especially want to thank Lloyd for making GE better in so many other ways. His generosity of spirit makes him a role model for every GE employee. He founded and successfully drove GE's African American Forum, which brings together the company's top management with diverse employees. Over the years, we've had many terrific people who've created deep and lasting relationships with GE customers. They have always been critical, but never more than in times of management transitions. They include, among others, Ed Bavaria and Chuck Chadwell in aircraft engines, Del Williamson in power systems, Jim Del Moro, Paul Mirabella, and Tom Dunham in medical systems, Dave Tucker in transportation, and Charlie Crew, Omer Murphy, and Herb Ramrath in plastics. I've mentioned several GE board members in the book, but many others who weren't part of the book have been an important part of the story. I'd especially like to thank Sandy Warner, who always brought a valuable global economic perspective to every meeting. Henry Henley, Charlie Dickey, Barbara Preskel, Wayne Calloway, George Lowe, Bob Mercer, and Jim Cash, and some of my more recent partners, including Andrea Young, Ann Fudge, and Shelley Lazarus. From RCA, we not only got Gene Murphy, who later became a vice chairman, we also gained Rick Miller, who successfully put together GE and RCA's TV set manufacturing businesses, and John Rittenhouse, who did the same with the aerospace and defense businesses. We also got 3 great directors: Thornton Brad Bradshaw, General David Jones, former head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and a great American if there ever was one, and former U.S. Attorney General William French Smith. I want to mention 3 people who have run our pension trust and made all GE employees' retirements more secure. Ed Malone, Dale Fry, who dramatically expanded the scope of its activities, and the current head, John Myers. An example of how creative Dale and John were in their approach to the job is their investment in the Gulf and Western building in New York on 1 Central Park West. They took over the property in the mid-1990s in an uncertain real estate market, partnered with Donald Trump, and used the magic of his name and his marketing genius to turn the building into one of the most profitable hotel condo developments in New York. In addition to Peter Drucker, one other non-GE person who helped stimulate my thinking was Ram Charan. I loved batting ideas around with Ram. When Ram and I were discussing GE values and their importance, he coined the phrase social architecture. I'm especially grateful to Bill Lane, a guy who worked with me on the annual report letters every year. Bill took them as seriously as I did. I've been very fortunate to have many special friends outside of my business associates. 2 have been particularly close: Anthony Lofrisco and his wife Eleanor, and Carl Warren and his wife Donna. Along with my close business social friends, the Frescos, Bossides, Wrights, and Puccinis, they provided many laughs and wonderful company. Everywhere I went, I had a great golf foursome that made my weekends so much fun. In my early days at the Berkshire Hills Country Club, they were Dave Dansereau, Pete Jones, and John Krieger. At the Country Club of Pittsfield, they were Sel Atherton, Ernie Sagalin, and Jim O'Brien. At Silver Spring Country Club, it was Carl Warren, Ron Weber, and Chuck Loki. Finally, at the Country Club of Fairfield, there were 5 of us who rotated around: O.C. Adams, Tom Graham, Bill Gray, and Tom Kreitler. I want to thank Bill Hutton and his wife Joan. At age 94, Bill still comes to the office every day at Prudential Securities. He is the ultimate gentleman. Bill and Joan had been club champions at Sankaty Head years before, yet they took Jane under their wings when she couldn't hit the ball past the tee. Bill still calls my office every time GE stock hits a new high to let me know he's still rooting for us. I want to thank Strat Sherman and Noel Tishy for writing the first book about me. Working with them helped to clarify a lot of my thinking. Noel also played a key role in the rejuvenation of Crotonville. Writing a book is like nothing I've ever done before. It was a far greater challenge than I ever imagined. Thankfully, I received plenty of help from GE people in every business. Jeff Immelt and Dennis Damerman were particularly helpful and offered valuable critiques and insights to the book. I'd also like to thank Bob Nelson, Brackett Deniston, Bill Conity, Beth Comstock, and Joyce Hergenhan for editing portions of the manuscript. Pam Wickham and Katie Varner were helpful in researching important facts and figures. I'm also grateful to Andy Lack of NBC for coming up with the title of the book. Bob Woodward of the Washington Post later gave Andy's notion a boost by suggesting a title along the same lines. With 2 successful journalists independently coming to the same conclusion, it sounded like a good idea to me. I've already thanked Reg Jones in this book in every way I know how for his unwavering support of me, but I also want to thank him for sharing his life and his views of his succession with my collaborator John Byrne during 2 long interviews. No one from GE, however, put in more time or made a more valuable contribution to the book than Roseanne, my assistant. She gave up many weekends and worked late nights to greatly improve the book. She helped to untangle some of my more awkward sentences, made numerous suggestions, and caught a good number of errors along the way. Several of my boyhood friends, especially Bill Cullen and George Ryan, also helped recall details of our days in Salem. John Krieger, another old friend, was particularly helpful in recalling some of our Pittsfield days. I'd also like to thank my first wife, Carolyn, who was terrific to take time on several occasions to talk with John Byrne about our years together. Bernadine Healy, head of the Red Cross, gave me the phrase superficial congeniality that I thought perfectly described the behavior of bureaucracies. It was Mark McCormick, whose semi-annual visits over several years convinced me to write the book. Mark Ryder, my agent with McCormick's IMG, helped me pick great publishers in the United States and around the world. Finally, and most important, I'd like to thank my collaborator, John Byrne. We easily spent over 1,000 hours together, going over every sentence, word, and comma. John also interviewed more than 50 people to help jog my memory. His low blood pressure and even temperament gave the team great stability. After 15 or 16 straight hours, when we were ready to drop, he'd demonstrate his curiosity and persistence by opening up his computer again to fix a troubled phrase or thought. The Time Warner Trade Publishing team made a big difference. We chose Warner as our publisher because of the passion Chairman Larry Kirschbaum and executive editor Rick Wolf immediately had for the project. We were right. Larry delivered it, even over nights and weekends. We couldn't keep him away, and he basically moved in with John and me. During one of those late-night sessions, I turned to Larry and said, "You know, every time I look at you, it seems like I just came out of the womb and I'm seeing myself." I love Larry and his passion. Rick was always into the book. We nicknamed him the Train Master because he was always bugging the three of us to meet our deadlines. Because the train was sometimes late, Harvey Jane Kowal, executive managing editor, and Bob Castillo, managing editor, had to perform miracles to get the book out on time. Again, I probably missed more than a few people who made this journey possible. I hope every one of you know how grateful I am to you.
This has been a Time Warner Audiobooks production of Jack, Straight from the Gut, written by Jack Welch with John A. Byrne and read by Mike Barnacle. Executive producer, Maya Thomas. Produced and directed by Arthur G. Insana. Production coordinated by Dennis Kao. Edited, mixed, and mastered by Dion Audio. Jack, Straight from the Gut, is also available in hardcover from Warner Business Books.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.